Can give me one. Yeah, maybe give me. Do I need to switch it on and off, or you do it? Okay, maybe I can have it there, and I can. Okay. Yeah, your name is second. No?
中文英文频道，英文频道测试，英文频道测试，英文频道，英文频道测试，英文频道测试 ，OK 吗？英文频道，英文频道测试
OK OK。
Okay.
录着呢。
这样你大景的时候，你这个上下的构图也得改一下，然后你这个那时候这也得调，所以我就曝光过度了，这个看出来这样，这个按钮这样，这是放大灯
对吧？
然后从后面，你一出那么大就行。咱这为了照顾人，光圈高度的也行，但是你这个光圈 到那个地方就听见，就是这个那个知名曝光过度了，推到前面完。
Hello? Yes. Good morning, everyone. Nushimen, gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear friends, good morning.
I'm excited to be back in Beijing again after absence of 4 years. And special welcome goes to Ms. Lisa Bove, Mr. Jerome, Mr. Tim Jackson, and academician Chen Junjie. A few welcome remarks if I ever finish mine. David Tharp was the former executive director of the IFU, was in this position for many years. And David has retired now. And noticing that makes me think that we all get closer to retirement, and it's a big project, and we wish him all the best for that. I'm honored that the organizing committee has entrusted me with the role of host today, which they made super easy because they have assembled such an interesting project today, the program, and many meeting speakers, so that it will be impossible for us to fall asleep even if we are jet lagged. So I hope that will be the same for all of you. And on behalf of the organizing committee, I welcome all leaders, experts, and industry colleagues here to Beijing. 2023 is a very special year for me because it marked 25 years of me working in international standardization of food, and at the same time also a departure to new dimensions. So it is very exciting to have a new role, and I will continue to be amazed by the relation of science and agriculture. Agriculture gave us the nutrition and the time to develop the system of science and standards. And science and standards, in turn, have developed agriculture and food production. Science and standards allow us to achieve anything and to go to space, as China has just shown us again this week with a successful launch. The challenges of today's food systems mean that we need to use science in an enlightened way as we apply it to develop new technologies to transform food systems. We need to ask concrete questions. Will it help food security? Will it still be safe, nutritious, or sustainable? Governments and business around the world share the enormous responsibility in this process, and consumers also need to take part in their role. Multilateral cooperation and information sharing among governments, regulatory authorities, international organizations, scientific research organizations, and industries are indispensable to ensuring safe, good food for everyone, everywhere, and all the time. The China International Food Safety and Quality Control Conference, founded in 2007, now meeting for the 17th time, has become a leading platform for food safety technology exchanges in the Asia-Pacific region and beyond. The conference attracts regulatory agencies, scientists, and business executives from around the world to discuss all issues related to food and consumer health. I look forward to be together with you today and tomorrow and hear about the latest scientific research results that will help us to keep food available and safe. Let me now move to the welcome addresses. All speakers have impressive and long CVs, and I apologize in advance for not reading them out completely. And first, I'm honored to invite Ms. Lisa Bove, Executive Director of the International Association for Food Production, the global organizer of this conference, to give welcome remarks. Lisa has been with IFB for 26 years and has been instrumental in the 2023 transition of the IAFB journal to an open access publication. Lisa, welcome. The floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Good morning and welcome to China's International Food Safety and Quality Conference. It is truly an honor for me to stand up here and welcome all of you today. It was 17 years ago that the International Association for Food Protection became involved in this conference, and it has grown to what it is today. And I want to thank you all for being here. The International Association for Food Protection is made up of individuals from government, industry, and education. We bring food safety professionals together to advance food safety worldwide. We really do this through different ways, and one of the most important ways is bringing people together to talk about food safety, which is what we will be doing over the next 2 days. So make sure you take advantage of this time to network and meet new people and really find out more and take that information back to your companies, back to your organizations, or back to your educations. The International Association for Food Protection also holds 2 big meetings every year. The North American meeting will be in Long Beach, California, July 14th through 17th, and I invite you all to participate in that meeting. We also have a meeting in Europe every year, and that meeting will be in Geneva, Switzerland, April 30th to May 2nd. So put those on your calendar and join us at any of those. We also publish the Journal of Food Protection. Are you familiar with the Journal of Food Protection? That is a great place for you to submit your research, and it is an open access journal. The biggest advantage of being a member of our association really is the networking you can get involved in. It is meeting people, it is sharing your
passion to advance food safety around the world. So once again, I want to thank you for all being here and really working to obtain our vision of advancing food safety worldwide. And please take time to come and introduce yourself. I would love to meet as many of you as possible. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Lisa. Next, I would like to invite to the stage Mr. Ge Zhirong, Honorary Chairman of the CIFSQ Conference and former Counselor of the State Council and Deputy Director of the General Administration of Quality Supervision, Inspection and Quarantine and Vice Minister of General Administration of Quality Supervision, Inspection and Quarantine, AQSIQ. Director Ge has experienced CIFSQ from the beginning, from the first meeting, and has witnessed how it has grown firsthand. It's an honor to have you here. Director Ge, please take the floor. Thank you.
Distinguished Chairperson Lisa Hoffey, distinguished Mr. Tom Howland, and the distinguished academician Chen Junshi, dear guests, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's my great honor to meet you here for the China International Food Safety and Quality Conference. After we have fight against the COVID-19. This year's meeting is the 17th one. Starting from 2007, we have successfully organized 16 conferences, and such conferences have yielded great results. Now our economy is recovering, and we are here for the 17th meeting, and this meeting is very significant. As the Honorable Chairman of this conference, on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to extend warm welcome to all the guests who are with us today and who are coming from all around the world, such as those from American, African, Latin American, etc. I also want to extend my sincere gratitude to all the participants who are from the international organizations, the industry, from academia, and all the different sectors of the industry, and welcome all of you to our conference. We believe that with the 2 days meeting, we will have more understanding and insights regarding how to promote food safety in China, and we are going to make our contribution to this undertaking. The theme of our conference is food safety and food security. Over the past 3 years, faced with COVID-19, international relations and regional conflicts all posed multiple challenges. And we have faced with a lot of uncertainties in the global economic sector. Yet, just as I mentioned on China's 14th five-year plan, to achieve high-quality development is the priority of our strategy. Food security and food safety is definitely a very important foundation or a pillar for us to achieve high-quality development. FAO has defined food security as that fundamentally it means the fundamental human rights. Food security is very critical for us to guarantee our economic development, political stability, and social development. Is the most important factor that will influence people's livelihood. Therefore, we need to be sober-minded that with the accelerating of industrialization and urbanization, there will be more populations who are going to live in the cities. To guarantee sufficient agricultural land and enhance the productivity in agriculture is very critical. Internationally, due to some regional conflicts, there are some interruptions to the food supply chain. We need to be self-sufficient and also expand international cooperation. China has always prioritized food security. Because of that, we are able to feed the population, which accounts for about 22% of the world's global, with only about 12% of the global agro lands. During the 2 sessions in China, President Xi pointed out we need to be precautious of the food security, and we should always be sober-minded, and we should always rely on our self-sufficiency and guarantee our own capacity, and we can have some proportion of import, and we need to rely on science and technology for the progress of food security. Food security is closely related to food safety because we should not only guarantee the quantity and also the quality of food. Only in this way can we guarantee food safety, which means that we need to make sure that we have enough agro land and food production quality, and also the quality of the land and the standardized use of fertilizers and the relevant production materials. Safe food is the ultimate goal of the food supply. Over the past decade, we can see very clearly that China's food safety system has been more systematic and standardized. China has rolled out a series of laws and regulations to strengthen food safety and strengthen the law enforcement of food safety. And we have also materialized the responsibility and ownership of the food producers. Besides, to enhance food safety regulation efficiency, and we have launched major transformations and reforms of our institutions, and this has greatly enhanced our regulation efficiency and reduced the deep-rooted problems of multiple regulation without a clear division of responsibility. Recently, China's academia, research institutions, and the producers are using emerging technologies such as AI, ICT, big data, etc., to establish food big data platform and establish the system based on the public health risk communication and sharing information platform, so as to identify some food safety hazards and risks as early as possible. Food producers are stepping up their efforts in improving food safety culture and improve the safe food production mechanism. We have confidence that with stepped up efforts in food safety efforts, consumers in China and around the world will enjoy richer, safer, and more nutritious food. And we can greatly enhance people's health and livelihood. As is known to all, with fast economic and social development and higher living standards of people, food consumers have also changed their concept of consume food. More and more consumers are pursuing diverse options. They will not only want to have enough food, but also more nutritious and healthy food. All of these have posed a new requirement to the food producers so that they can develop safe food that can accommodate the needs of the consumers. Therefore, food industry needs to further build a diverse food supply system and explore more sources of food and develop healthy and new food. This is also a very important topic for our conference. Food protein to replace animal protein is a very important trend for the future. Besides, the cell-cultivated meat has also changed the way for us to intake animal protein. This is also the new direction of food development compared with traditional animal raising to get protein. To get protein via new ways, such as the cultivation of cells, can use less land and also reduce CO2 emissions. And we can better control the environment. All of these benefits can represent more efficient and environmental friendly way of production.
And during the conference, and we will have in-depth discussion on these topics. Currently speaking, the global food industry and the Chinese food industry is facing the great challenges, how the digital transformation and the high tech can be used to create a more sustainable capability for the food industry while making it safe and secure. And such a system will ensure the food safety for the consumers. And for the regulators, we are facing the new issues to handle. That is how public governance can be adopted in the country's agenda and measures to make aware the social responsibility of food businesses. And also, the public governance for the food security and the food system in the country is also of great challenges. To handle this issue well requires the collaboration of countries on this topic, and that's also the reason why this conference is relevant. The purpose of this conference is to promote the food security and to promote the building of a healthy country. As a witness to the food system development in the country, it's my pleasure to meet with experts and scholars from across the world to have an in-depth discussion on this topic. I highly value this opportunity, and we hope we can open our mind and speak frankly. As the honorary president of this conference, I wish this conference a success, and I do hope this conference can contribute to China's and the world food industry. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairman Ge. And thank you also for reminding us of the immensity of the topics that we are dealing with, the importance of food safety and food security together. As one of my colleagues who will speak later always says, if it's not safe, it's not food. And that's what we want. We want food for everyone. And thanks also for reminding us how important it is that in a time of international insecurity and uncertainty, we get together in conferences like this. Thanks very much. Next, I would like to invite to the stage Dr. Tim Jackson, President, International Association for Food Protection, Senior Science Advisor for Food Safety, Center for Food Safety and Applied Nutrition, U.S. Food and Drug Administration, to deliver his welcome speech. Tim held senior positions in the food industry before his present position. Tim, please come to the stage. Oh, there you are.
Good morning, and on behalf of the IAFP Executive Board, welcome to the 17th CIFSQ meeting. Looking forward to a great meeting and great opportunities for collaboration. You know, food safety issues are often complex. In many cases, the challenges and solutions are not unique to one firm, one industry sector, one region, or even one country. Assurance of food safety needs the engagement and collaboration of stakeholders from industry, government, academics, and consumers. And that would be to investigate and solve problems and develop solutions, to develop standards and guidance of best practices, and to share knowledge with growers, processors, and consumers. IAFP is proud to support CIFSQ for 17 years. It's a great forum for networking and sharing information and to learn and collaborate on ideas and solutions. IAFP, as Lisa mentioned earlier, is a global organization, and CIFSQ is one of the vehicles that are part of the IAFP structure that enable opportunities for collaboration and networking. As Lisa mentioned, there's the journals, Journal of Food Protection, there's Food Protection Trends, so please consider publishing in those journals. We get a lot of activity from China, which is from Chinese researchers, which is great. We also have regional meetings, and importantly, we have professional development groups, and these are opportunities, they're product specific, and they're very easy ways to get engaged and involved and connected with other professionals. I will say I grew up in IAFP from being a graduate student, and my network today is because I was actively part of the organization. So I really encourage you to be part of IAFP. If you're not already active in the organization, please check with the IAFP information booth. You'll see it, you've probably already seen it in the lobby. And one thing I would say is, we are all food safety professionals, and I tell students, never hesitate to go up and introduce yourself to somebody that you want to meet, somebody that you want to know, because everybody in food safety is very open to collaboration and meeting new people. So I encourage you at this meeting, if you see somebody that you want to know, go up and introduce yourself, and maybe make a note, I'm going to meet 3 new people or network with 3 or 4 new people at this meeting, because it's a great opportunity to build your network and to collaborate. So with that, Looking forward to a great meeting, and thank you for coming.
Thanks very much, Tim, and thanks also for reminding us of the important work that the IAFP is doing worldwide. Now, I've been following the progress of China in food safety over the last 20 years that I have been in Codex, and also the progress of China in participation in international organizations. And if there is a person who represents these advances for me, it is the following speaker, and he would not like me saying it because he's too modest. But I'm very pleased to invite to the stage Professor Chen Junxie, academician of the Chinese Academy of Engineering, researcher and advisor of the National Food Safety Risk Assessment Center, to give welcome remarks and also to moderate the opening and regulatory session. And later, after the coffee break, he will also moderate the foodborne disease session. So I hand over the floor completely to you for this morning, and I will be back with you just before the lunch break with some housekeeping remarks. Thank you very much, Professor Chen.
I thank you. I thank you for your kind introduction, Tom. This is our annual CIFSQ conference. First of all, I would like to thank IFQ. Thank you for this platform. So for this CIFSQ platform enables the Chinese stakeholders to talk on the food security, including the government, the academia, and the business, to talk with their counterparts from around the world. We talk and share information on the food security and explore cooperation opportunities. My experience in the past decades have shown that this platform is superb. As I have said, this is indispensable with the joint contribution from all sides concerned. After the pandemic, the CIFSQ has become more influential, and this conference is the first one after the 3 years of the pandemic. We have friends from every corner of the world. It can be said that if we have become used to online conferences, I believe you will feel like me today. It's better to talk with the people in person, and offline communication is more important because it is not just about listening to an academic speech, but it's more about talk to people in person. During the next 2 days, we have a very rich program. We talk about the food, we talk about health and nutrition. We have some traditional food security topics which will be inherited today, but we will also talk about, for example, food pollution, food contamination, traceability, food security culture, and etc. And there are other more traditional topics like the food-related health issues. No matter in which country, the number one food security issue is the foodborne diseases. And during the next 2 days, we have also sections for topics of newly emerging importance in the past several years. And that's based on the new technology and new raw material for the food preparation. For example, we have a very good food product, but on the other hand, they pose more challenging topics for the regulators. For example, the protein, alternative protein, and there are plant protein, there are cell cultivated protein, and etc. And during this conference, for the first time, we talked the digital technology or artificial intelligence used in food security. So I believe this first day conference, we have invited and keynote speakers from both China and overseas. They are the prominent experts in food security to share with us their experience. And tomorrow, in the morning and in the afternoon, we have breakout sessions, and we will delve deeper into one specific topic. So I highly expect to hear the insights during the two conferences. I wish a complete success to this conference. Thank you.
Sorry, I forgot. I'm the person who's going to chair the next session. Now we are moving on science exchange. So I will try to switch from Chinese to English. Now we are already almost 30 minutes late. So as the moderator of the session, I would like to request all the speakers to keep your presentation on time, because we have a very important lunch. So in the interest of time, I'm not going to introduce every speaker, because all these eminent speakers, I could introduce at least 15 minutes for each person. And the 15 minutes, that's the whole presentation. So I will only mention the name and affiliation. So this is the first plenary presentation session. We start from China. The first speaker of this session is Dr. Liu Zhaoping from the China National Center for Food Safety Risk Assessment. And he served as the Deputy Director of CIFSQ. And his topic of his presentation is on risk analysis framework in China. Dr. Liu, please.
I thank you, Mr. Chen. It's a pleasure and a privilege to speak here today and to share with you the food security risk analysis framework application in China. I thank Mr. Chen for inviting me to speak here, and also I thank the organizing committee for all the support. I think the one most qualified to speak on this is Academician Chen. Academician Chen is the first person in China to talk on food security risk analysis framework, and is also the only one to apply such a platform, such a framework to the Chinese practices. Since the year 2009, we started to build this framework. The Academician Chen has made a great effort to share with us, to supervise us, and also to guide us. So for me, I will talk from three respects. First, the Chinese practice experience and how this framework was introduced to China and how it was implemented here, and what we have learned and what we have produced, as well as how we have applied it. And I will conclude by sharing with you a case study. I will spend a few minutes to talk about this framework, although it's not strange to you. This framework is composed of risk assessment, risk analysis, and risk communication. So those are the three components. Under this framework, the risk is the fundamental, and an exchange is the connecting link. After introducing this framework, we have experienced a lot. There are many stories to tell, but in the interest of time, I will not elaborate on many of them, but I will only highlight some of the content to you. I will mainly talk about what work we have done to apply this framework to China. In 2006 and 2009, there are two laws and regulations. Risk analysis and risk concept has been introduced to China as a food security law. And in that amendment, we have made it clear that we need to feature a risk analysis and risk assessment in our legal framework. And after that, risk management has been further highlighted in its importance in food security and food health. In 2006, the National Food Regulator has introduced a leveled or categorized management of the food businesses, and the State Council has also introduced a regulation to identify food risk as the core of the food work. And almost all the legal document has made the risk analysis, risk assessment, and risk communications to China's food security management. After the introduction, we have learned a lot because there are several key incidents. In 2011, China has joined the WHO, and China has been working to improve its food security analysis framework. But actually, the food safety law was introduced in 2009, and after that, we have fully launched our work on risk-related framework in food industry. We have expanded our surveillance monitoring system. We have a team of experts, and we have decided to update our food security law. In 20 years later, we have actually started to do some risk assessment. In 2016, from the technology and from the high-tech perspective, we have identified the food security risk assessment as a key project to press ahead. So, to sum up, we have been working to introduce the foreign risk assessment to China.
Therefore, starting from 2009, I've listed several main delegations that we have sent to different international organizations for risk assessment, and also we sent them to learn how to do risk assessment and risk analysis, as well as to learn about the cases. They can introduce the risk assessment framework, operation mechanism, and the standards to China so that we can start our practices in this area. With our practices, we got to know that the we have more scientific food safety regulation and management. The biggest change is about a better awareness and mindset of food safety management. We believe that by introducing the risk assessment framework, when we make some relevant policies, and we have been hazard-driven to risk-driven. And we have also established the food safety system based on risk analysis. The National Health Commission has established the food safety system, including how they can help with the food safety standards and also the food safety regulation rules and policies. And we have been following the risk analysis and risk management framework of the international standard. During this process from risk evaluation and risk management, we have done lots of risk communications. And there are some data. For instance, we have expanded our food safety surveillance and also finished over 100 risk assessments, among which 40 of them have been integrated by the food safety standards, while 26 of them are used to support food safety regulatory measures. And also here on the right-hand side, you can see among our food risk analysis framework, there are some expert panels and expert committees. For instance, we have 2 national expert committees, including one is affiliated to the Ministry of Agriculture, another is to the National Health Commission. And we also have 3 scientific panels. And also, all of these are based on the risk analysis framework and followed the international standard. All of these have reflected the food risk analysis framework. In addition, we have built up our capacity. As you may know, that China is the host country for CCFA and the CCPR, and we have our own responsibilities, and of them followed the risk analysis framework, and we have learned a lot of experiences from our counterparts, and more Chinese experts now are also member of the international organizations, and including the scientific decision-making organization. For instance, they have been part of IACG and JCFA and JMPR, etc. All of these have demonstrated China's stronger expertise in this area, and we also continued to share our experiences to our counterparts. Our risk assessment report has been submitted to JEFA, and also we have shared our hazard assessment and dietary exposure report and to EFSA. We shared our experiences in some conferences, such as the Belt and Road conferences, etc. Besides, with the support of the Dr. Inkert, the China's team also won a project from WHO, and we won in the competition of about 32 teams, and we were responsible for the disease burden evidence and synthesis of data needed to estimate the global burden of disease caused by foodborne exposure. And so this is a result of years of hard efforts. Generally speaking, the risk analysis framework has been continuously implemented in our work. I want to share with you one case. for the risk analysis framework, it is used to resolve the food safety issues. So firstly, we need to identify the problems, and this was done in 2011. It was about the aluminum containing food additives, and we found there was a lot of misuse or abuse of it, while JEFA has reduced the threshold of it. So we need to identify if there's any risk of such food and additives. We engaged the risk managers and the risk evaluators for the primary description and analysis, and we found the risk of aluminum containing food additives and estimate the sources. And then we decided that the managers need to entrust the colleagues to make a risk evaluation. And the risk assessment have been very useful because it has been used to answer a lot of questions. For instance, are we at risk caused by aluminum or not? What is the reason? What is the standard? And which food are the main contributors in China's dietary habits? And what level proposed is acceptable? All of these can be answered by risk assessment. And then we need to adopt specific measures. For instance, we need to strengthen the market regulations to avoid illegal usage of such additive, and we have also revised our regulations and to restrain the use of aluminum-containing food additives. Of course, we need to have continuous and timely communications, not only among government agencies, but industries, experts, and also we need to launch some campaigns into the consumers as well. So you can see that all of these have reflected the principles and the concepts of a risk management framework. When problem occurred, we need to propose the management measures based on risk management and also conduct scientific risk communication. With the globalization of food trade, food safety is of global public concern. And also as well faced with changes in environment, introduction of new food, transformation of the food system. All of these have posed new challenges to the traditional food safety management. We can better utilize risk analysis framework, and that will be the direction of our future work. I believe that the international organizations have always used the risk analysis framework as a very important pillar to enhance the level of food safety, be it the policy measures or technical guidelines. We always emphasize the use of risk analysis framework. We also have identified the goal of the risk management. That is that by 2035, we need to enhance our national risk management ability up to the international advanced level. Of course, we need to use risk analysis framework in our work. Finally, I'd like to make a summary. We found that the use of this framework have several key points. The first one is legislative promotion, systematic development, active practice, science and technology support, and international cooperation. Risk assessment-based risk analysis framework has been established in China and has been continuously improving food safety system in China. Of course, we still need more improvement. For instance, we need to strengthen international cooperation to enhance our capability to use the framework and to resolve some ideas and to enhance our risk communication. That's all from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Very good presentation and almost on time. So the setup example for the following speakers. Our next speaker is Dr. Andrea Hensel, President of the German Federal Institute for Risk Assessment. That's our old friend. Okay, here he comes. The topic of his presentation is Frontiers in Digitalization, Food and Feed Safety.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Ni hao, China. Good morning, China. Guten Morgen, China. Yes, I'm delighted to be invited again, now after more than a decade. I think this is a very important conference, and I'm very happy to see you in an analog way, because after the pandemic, it's better to meet people, to be together physically. It's trust which is important, and trust can only be built up between people, not between systems. Yeah, just a few words to the background of the German Federal Institute of Risk Assessment. Together with Patrick Wall, we are now representing the European system, and I also will talk some about our German aspects in fostering food safety under the umbrella of artificial intelligence. The German Federal Institute for Risk Assessment, the BFR, is the largest world pure risk assessment body, and we are doing a lot of risk assessments within legal frames, however, also on a European level. Today, I want to talk a little bit about some frontiers of digitalization. I think you all know that we have big data in front of us, and we want also to use this for traceability purposes, as well as to identify outbreaks. And at least I think the world will change under the influence of artificial intelligence. I really try to be very short, as Mr. Shen told us. I think we want to focus on 5 areas today, and I will give you some examples what we have tried to implement, and I will give you examples which are operational in the moment. So at first I will talk about traceability. Probably you know that it's in Europe it's a key principle of food and feed safety. Everything has started in 1999 when we had this PCB and dioxin contamination in oil, which was found afterwards in feed and then in food. So there was a requirement for the traceability all over the EU system, and we have integrated now a system which brings together the fragmented knowledge about the origin and destiny of individual batches of the product. So this would be one of our solutions. We have developed this food chain lab. It's a free open software. When you look to the outbreak of contamination, they are red here, and they have a common link, which is yellow. In this way, a case of contamination can be traced back to its source, allowing for faster and more efficient resolution on ongoing events and protecting consumer health. Once a common link operator in the chain has been identified within the system, Food Chain Lab also allows a forward trace. And I think it's quite a convenient system, because it has been applied several times now since almost 15 years now. This is an example from a fipronil detection. Fipronil is a detergent which has been used illegally to fight red lice in chicken flocks. And as you can see here, you have a source, and then you have the distribution all over different farms, and the rapidly evolving situation in contaminated eggs was visualized and analyzed. And I think this was a very good example. If you do this by hand, you will run up into a dead end. So, however, this system now is also in use by US FDA, and in almost all European countries. The second example is from dispersed data to integrated information. Probably you know that we have a rapid alert system at the level of the European community. So data on food and feed products which are contaminated by biological and chemical agents are shared within the EU in such a rapid alert system. So each year we have more than 3,500 notifications and up to 10,000 to 15,000 follow-up notifications. They are generated and distributed through the system. So this is great, but the information is still dispersed, concerns individual incidents, and cannot be easily analyzed and visualized in an integrated fashion. So what could be done? We have now together, funded by our partner at the European level, a new system which enables us to detect or extract all data which are needed in crisis situation. So this motivated the development of this new system. It's called RASNIX, and it's an automated extraction and integration of information relevant for risk assessment and risk management. So it's also with the names of the companies, for example, the location and the contaminant concentration, together with a geographic information system. So this geographic visualization can also use in an outbreak investigation, and it helps to identify the source of contamination. My third focus would be on a topic which is not so much in the mind of many people when they talk about food safety. In Europe, food and feed safety is one issue, and there are many reasons, because I am now in the business for more than 30 years, and believe me, almost all big crises came from feed. So it's a combination of feed which will end up in food. So the farm animal is a link between the feed and the food chains. And whenever you have a contamination step, an accumulation step, you will find it in food. So this is a challenge, because to find out what will be inside food of animal origin needs also transfer experiments. And this is what we do extensively at our farms at the BFR. And we have now, and this is brand new, a new system which is called CONTRANS, contamination transfer. It's in use now for different substances. It can be also carried out by non-experts using an easy-to-use web interface. You can find it on our website. And for example, it's preventing and mastering crises involving dioxins and PCBs in chicken eggs. This was our first approach. But now we have enlarged this, and we are continuously adding data from transfer experiments. So now it's also used for perfluoride alkyl substances, PFAS, which probably you know it's a big issue worldwide, in chicken meat, in cow's milk, and in the next days we will also present data for pork and for goat's milk and chicken meat. So the fourth focus would be just an ordinary approach using AI. So we are using this on a classical way. We generate artificial technologies and bring out next generation tools for risk assessment. But on the classical machine learning activities, we had some ideas to find out how to deal better with emerging risks. And to do so, we have applied this to analyze genomic or chemical analytic.
另外呢，我们还会使用，比如说一些化学数据的分析来检测，来替代对运用动物的这些测试检测。跟大家举一个例子吧，有一个项目呢叫 Holy Food， 这个项目的初衷就是我们希望对新兴风险的检测用一些微弱信号，因为有时候有一些风险呢它被低估，但是呢它又是迫在眉睫。 另外，我们也看到，不光是因为政治原因，或者是其他的媒介以及互联网等原因，我们希望能够采用这种弱信号的采集，然后基于建模和人工智能来进行这种检测，并且我们最终希望将这个检测的方式纳入欧盟新出现的这个风险检测平台中。在德国，我们看到有一些趋势，就是在像抖音这样的一些平台上，看到有一些新兴的检测方式，并且呢，有一些新兴的食物啊，这个食物的制作过程有别于以往，这个过程，这个食物有一些它的口味还比较辣，比如说，也就是说，我们之前没有太多关于处理这种食品的经验，所以我们需要有一种新的一个检测的方式。那最后的我要讲的一个点呢，就是我们的监管。我们监管呢，希望从不透明变得更加的透明协调。因为当前在一个全球化的一个世界，我们无法在国家内部那种闭门造车或者是孤军作战，我们需要在全球范围内形成一个协作。这也是为什么 BFR 我们几乎是每年呢都会出版世界食品安全年鉴，只是希望给各国的食品和饲料安全提供一个管理的最新信息介绍。我们也希望呢，这个年鉴将成为大家的一个有用工具，向读者介绍不光是监管机构，也希望他们能够借此准确地定位国际项目的潜在合作伙伴。最终的目的就是实现协调统一，避免工作的重复。因为我们有共同的目标，就是让食品变得安全。谢谢。
Thank you very much, Dr. Andrew. And our next speaker is Dr. Giusi Emilio Esteban. And he is the Undersecretary for Food Safety with the U.S. Department of Agriculture. And his title for presentation is Enhancing Global Food Safety and Public Health Through Innovation, Science, and Transparency.
Good morning. So make sure that you're still awake, because I'm going to put you to sleep. So at least stay awake for a little bit more. As I was walking into this hall this morning, I realized what a small world we live in. There's people that are in this meeting that I had not seen for years, that I've been working with for years. And so it was a little bit of an enlightening experience to me to come all the way to China and find friends that I've seen in other parts of the world. So I'm very, very happy and appreciative of the opportunity to share a few thoughts with you. This job that I have as Undersecretary for Food Safety in the United States is brand new for me. I've only been at it for about 10 months, and it's been quite an eye-opening experience. Before that, I was for 30 years working on federal government in different positions, from CDC to USDA. And I will tell you that in the United States, the food safety system is a collaboration between multiple federal agencies. And a lot of the topics that I will be discussing today at least include multiple agencies working on the topics. So I know that we have a lot of presentations going on today, and so a lot of people can come from other places in the world. You may be jet lagged. So as the day goes by and we start to put you to sleep, I would like for your eyes to wander to that board at the bottom and read the bottom of that board at the beginning, because we are all about safe food. So focus on that, and maybe you'll remain awake. So let me see if I can work this. That's me. Okay, the first topic I want to cover is international cooperation. Like I said, I've worked for about 20 plus years in international activities. I was the chair of the Codex Committee for Food Hygiene for 12 years, 15 years, something like that, for a long time. And so it's been I've seen the world change over the last few years. COVID really made a dent in everything that we do. I'm so glad that we're having here the 17th meeting of this meeting, because it is through cooperation like this that you get to meet people. I really hate working in a virtual environment. As the previous speaker said, this analog type meetings where we actually are able to meet with each other, reach out and shake hands and talk, are what build the bridge to the future. As far as the United States is concerned, we think that a collaboration with China is essential for the future, as we are a couple of the largest producers and consumers of food in the world. And so if we could work together a lot more, we would probably accomplish a lot more, and whatever we benefit our countries would benefit the rest of the world as well. An example of how important we value you as a partner in China, FSIS has actually an office here, and there's only 2 countries in the world for which we have offices. One of is China, the other one is Mexico. And so we really hope that we can actually take this meeting and build on this meeting to success for the future. Much of what I wanted to convey to you today has to do with Codex standards and international standards, because I feel that that is the venue through which we can all share safe food. The bottom line of what I've been living for the last 30 years of my life has been that everybody in the world is entitled to safe food. And the only way to achieve that is by having common standards that are agreed upon by international associations, where we all say, okay, we get together as a world, in a venue like Codex, we say, this is the minimum standard that everybody should comply. And not only that, but this is the risk assessments that we need to do. This is the risk management tools that we need to use. This is the management tools for the companies that they need to use. And when we agree to all those things, I think the world is a safer place. Now, for the next few minutes, I would like to share you what my vision is. And my vision, as you can read there, is to enhance food safety and protect public health through innovation, science, and transparency. I'm going to give you 3 examples of things that we're doing in the United States, and specifically in FSIS. But everything that I do from the minute I wake up to the minute I go to sleep is focused on these 3 things: innovation, science, and transparency. I'm really passionate about these 3 things, because I think this is what is today and what it's going to be in the future. So as far as innovation is concerned, innovation for me has to do not only with the laboratory method that we use, with the technology we use to monitor disease, but also with the fact that today we are at a deficit worldwide for protein. So there will be new types of food coming into play every single day. In the United States, there are new labels, new brands, new products that are introduced every single day. And so we need to keep our regulations, and now I am a regulator, not a scientist anymore, I guess. We need to keep our regulations that are functional today, but they're adaptable to what's going to be needed in 10 or 20 years from now. So innovation applies data collection, laboratory methods, but also regulatory process. The second part of my vision is the issue of science. One thing a commitment that I made to the President of the United States when I took this job is that I will not take any action unless there's science to support what we're doing. And so to me, it's important to have meetings like this where we can exchange scientific advice with the world. IFP, and I also worked for IFP for 20 years, is a venue, it's a vehicle through which you get academia, government, and industry together, and we exchange ideas on everything. But we have science behind that. And I've learned so much from those meetings that have built for the future. You meet the people, you understand the concepts, and rather than just reading the article, you meet the author of the article and ask additional questions. And that builds relationships. And so because of that, the final law or regulation that is implemented is always science-based. The last point that I want to tell you is transparency. If we are not open with everything we do, people will not trust us. So it is not sufficient to say that I use science to base my regulation. It needs to be made available so everybody sees the data that you use for that science, how you arrive at your decisions, the consequences of your decisions, and then monitor for the future. And all that needs to be done transparently. So everything that we do, at least in USDA right now, is posted on our website. All the data that we collect every day, every single plant that we monitor, is posted on the web. So people are aware of the results that we're finding and why we're doing the regulations that we're doing. Now I'm going to be more specific. Over 1.3, CDC estimates that about 1.3 million people in the United States get sick with salmonella on a given year. 1.3 million people getting sick. We decided 2 years ago in FSIS that we were going to do a whole relook at our approach to controlling salmonella. And we've created two things. One is a short-term thing that the picture is right there. And I know that it's not close to lunch, but it looks pretty good. And we are going to reassess all we're doing to control salmonella. That includes the way we sample, the way we test, the way we regulate. We're trying to do this framework that includes what's happening in the farm, what's happening in the processing plant, and what's happening with the consumers. So at all those three levels, we are actually trying to come up with advice, modifications, rules, regulations to end up with a better product. One of the commodities that has proven to be more challenging has been poultry. We think that about 23% of the illnesses estimated by CDC come from consumption of poultry. And so we're focusing at first on that commodity, turkey and poultry, turkey and chicken. Over the course of the last 20 years, there's been about a 50% reduction in contamination in chicken products, 50%. It's a very significant decrease. And yet, over those 20 years, we have made no change in illnesses. And so that's very difficult to explain. And so we're trying to reassess what it is that we're doing, that we should be doing, to actually make that trend go down. Our goal is to reduce illnesses by 25%. And so we think that with the things that we're going to be proposing on this framework, we may actually change that. I think the two key components that we need to focus on going forward, regulations, once issued, they seem to stay in place for a long time. But the fact is, pathogens evolve every single day. So we cannot ignore that. We can also not ignore that people eat different things every day. And the picture that you see on screen right now is a commodity that is called not ready to eat stuffed breaded chicken products. Essentially, that product that you see on screen looks like it's cooked, but it's not cooked, it's raw. And the consumer still needs to cook it properly. And so we had, over the course of 20 years, about 14 different outbreaks associated with people consuming this type of commodity. And we've made significant changes in the labeling to tell consumers how to cook this correctly. And the way you cook this correctly so that it's still palatable and tastes good is to put it in a conventional oven for about 40 minutes. Most consumers right now use microwave ovens. And you put this in a microwave oven for 4 minutes, it's not going to be cooked. So essentially what consumers are still eating is product that looks like it's cooked, but it's still not cooked. And so we have come up with a proposal to actually regulate the amount of contamination that is allowable to go into that product when it's manufactured, so that even if it's cooked poorly, it still protects public health. So our approach for the rest of the poultry commodities is going to be something similar that addresses not only the presence or absence of the pathogen, but also the amount of pathogens, so the concentration in colony-forming units, and also the type of serotype that is going to be affecting human health. There's over 2,000 serotypes of salmonella. We're going to be focusing on those that are really, really causing illness. And so I think as we look forward, we need to acknowledge that the pathogens change, the way we manufacture and prepare food change, and the rules and regulations need to adjust to those two variables. Another thing that is very novel is, and was mentioned by a couple of the speakers today, is cellular agriculture. And this year, the United States just offered the first 3 grants of inspection to the first 3 companies that are producing this type of commodities in the United States. This has been a fantastic example of cooperation between 2 federal agencies, FDA and FSIS. Jointly, we actually monitor the production of these the cells that are going to be the source for the meat or the protein that's going to be created. We inspect then the processing plant where that cell is expanded and used and turned into a final product. Complicated. One of the speakers mentioned that these are going to be challenges, but we have actually have a very tight system right now where we monitor for allergens, for contaminants, and for pathogens in these commodities. And the volume being produced is very small, but we are just attending a meeting, I think it was last week in Singapore, and look forward to the panel later on this week here, so we can hear what China is doing about cellular agriculture. Again, the world needs more protein, and we can only do it with all possible resources. So this will be a very exciting vehicle in the future. One of the topics, and this goes back to one of my visions, which is transparency, is labeling. And in the United States, if it's meat, poultry, or egg products, the label needs to be approved by FSIS, by the agency that I represent. Because consumers prefer to eat certain types of food. One of the issues that's been claimed is we have a lot of labels that claim grass-fed, range-raised, antibiotic-free, non-GMO, things like this. And so we want to be very, very transparent that whatever the consumer is buying is what there actually is labeled. And so for animal raising claims specifically, we are right now being challenged by a third party that there were products being sold as raised free with no antibiotics that were being tested positive to have antibiotics. So we've gone into a collaboration with one of the federal agencies, Agricultural Research Service, and doing a nationwide monitoring of people that claim they're going to use the label raised with antibiotics. We're testing the product that's going to become those products to make sure that it's really truly raised without antibiotics. Again, I don't care what the consumer wants to buy, but they should be buying what the product is labeled. So the labeling has to be very clear so they know what they're buying. And this is not only relevant to animal raising claims, but also with cellular agriculture. As cellular agriculture becomes more common, people need to know what they're buying. All right, and one final point that I wanted to go back is to international standards. Like I said, I've been for many, many years passionate about this, and I've dedicated a good portion of my life to working with Codex Alimentarius. That is one of the most incredible organizations that I've been honored to be part of. As chair of CCFH, I had a chance to host meetings where we were 80 countries in one hall, speaking in 3 different languages, and we still agreed by consensus on what the final wording was going to be. If a simple person like me can achieve that, the world should be able to achieve that pretty consistently. Codex standards should be the basis in which we do our regulations. And the reason for that is that when we get together in Geneva every year at the Coast Commission, and we agree among 180 countries in that case, that this is the right level of protection, we should all abide by that. And so, again, I really, truly believe that China's participation, your hosting of 2 different committees, is truly an example of you being part of that global environment. So I would hope that meetings like today, meetings like this one, allow us to further enhance that. And I really, truly hope that my being here in this role as Undersecretary opens the door for additional communications. I really think that if we were to work together on food safety issues, it'd be a great example for the entire world. And so I look forward to meetings later today, tomorrow. The team will remain here for a few more days into the future. We also have a lot of good people from FDA in country. So look forward to a lot of successful meetings. And let's talk, let's meet, and let's continue to work together. Thank you very much.
Without further ado, our next speaker is our old friend, Dr. Donald Prater from US FDA. And please notice his new position, acting director of CIFSQ. And the topic he's going to talk us today is looking to the future, updates from US FDA. Don, please.
Thank you, Professor Chen. It's a pleasure to be with you today. It's a pleasure to be back at the CIFSQ conference in person. I want to echo what I've heard from many speakers. It's been remarkable, our ability to work virtually. Certainly, it's a new way of working that we will continue in the future. But for certain things, it's really, there's no substitute for the in-person contact, the opportunity, the networking. So I really want to say what a pleasure it is to be back at the conference in person this year. I would applaud the conference organizers, as always, for putting on a great conference, but in particular for continuing the work of the conference over the last few years. It's been challenging. The last couple of years I've presented virtually at the conference. I'll say that it's been about as smooth as you can do that. And the value of this conference, I think, can't be understated. And so just compliments to the conference organizer for being able to work through that the last couple of years, and also to provide us such a nice venue and opportunity to get together again this year in person. So wanted to be sure and share those comments. Also, I wanted to really say what a great inspiration it was hearing the comments from Chairman Zhurong at the opening. So describing all the opportunities and challenges ahead of us. Last year, I gave a presentation talking about how US FDA is using artificial intelligence and machine learning to improve our import screening. I see already in some of the presentations that quantitative tools of this nature are something that we will continue to use as we do our work in food safety. Certainly techniques like whole genome sequencing, game-changing tools that we have at our fingertips now and will really change the way that we're working in the future. So it's nice to be at this conference, to be able to share data, information, experiences. I'll also just echo something that I heard from my colleague, Undersecretary Esteban, about our cooperation with China. We've had some very good conversations recently with the China National Center on Food Safety Risk Assessment. We share a lot of the same priorities. Again, we have economies that produce and consume lots of food, and so there are so many opportunities to be able to have good conversations, and I thank Director General Ning for the ability to have those conversations. I'm going to move to the next slide. Okay, this may seem a little strange. Why would we start our presentation with an organization chart? Well, Professor Hensel has given me the opportunity to talk about transparency and minimizing opaque regulatory structures. I've gotten a lot of questions over the last year about what's happening at FDA. I hear you're undergoing a reorganization, and I'll tell you, it's true. We are looking at the way we're structured, how we're working at US FDA. We're proposing a new organizational structure. And what I tell our staff is this is a historic moment. We've been doing food safety, oversight, regulatory operations for almost over 100 years. And you will never have an opportunity like this again in your career to be able to really step back and look at how we're organizing our work, how we're doing our work. This is so important for how we're going to work in the 21st century. And so this is a historic moment for US FDA. In the spirit of breaking down opaque regulatory structures, I share with you as my first slide something that our commissioner published back at the end of June. How are we going to work at US FDA in the future? Well, we're going to focus on those risks to consumers, to public health. And so traditionally, our challenges, our work has been a lot in the area of microbiological food safety. We're going to continue to focus on that. Also, food chemical safety. We've been working on food chemical safety for a long time. We will continue to work on that and actually elevate our work in one of our main offices. We are also working on innovation. So my colleague Emilio Esteban talked about how US FDA and USDA are working on new types of food based on cellular technologies. And so there will be new sources of food in the future. Certainly we will see new hazards emerge. We will see old hazards in new places. And so how we're working in the future is really to focus on these risk areas or risk pillars as we're calling them. One of the other risk pillars, so there are three here that you'll see: microbiological food safety, food chemical safety, dietary supplements and innovation, and also nutrition. One of the things at US FDA we've been working on and really appreciating is the public health impact of chronic disease. So these are diet-related chronic disease. So in the future, you will see more work coming from FDA. We're establishing a new center of excellence for nutrition, and we'll be working on some of these things that have already been mentioned. So how are we working on reducing sodium, added sugars, and being able to address things like labeling that will actually impact how consumers can consume healthy and safe food. So I'll spend just a moment, I'll just have this slide up for a moment, and this is how we're proposing to organize ourselves in the future. You'll also see a couple of things here that, Professor Zhorong from CIFSQ mentioned, talking about risk. So certainly we have been doing risk analysis, risk assessment, risk management is what we do, risk communication. We're going to get even better about that in the future. But also, how do we do, Professor Xiaoping mentioned about risk analysis. And we're really going to continue to work on risk. And so we're going to look at surveillance. Deputy Director talked about risk surveillance. And so improving all the things that we know about the food system. We're going to have an office that's going to work on that. This is where the data and pieces of information across the food system will come in. We'll use some of those sophisticated tools that we've been discussing today, and also to be able to prioritize our work. Food safety work is frequently faced with constrained resources, but we want to be able to use the resources we have to work at on the things that are the most impactful for public health. And being able to do that is to utilize risk and data and information and to prioritize our work. So we're going to have a whole office that does this. Also, another big shift that you'll see for FDA, a focus on partnerships. So we have been working for quite some time on a nationally integrated food safety system. This means working with our partners in 50 states, together with our federal partners. But we also have partnerships with our international partners. And so partnerships are so important to how we get our work done. We have a whole office that we were proposing to dedicate to work on partnerships and an integrated food safety system. I'm going to go to the next slide. Well, before I go to the next slide, let me also importantly mention one of the most concrete things that we have in terms of our new proposed way of working is that about 6 weeks ago, we welcomed our new Deputy Commissioner for Human Foods. So Mr. Jim Jones has joined FDA. You all can expect to continue to interact with him. He sends his regards for this meeting, and potentially you will see him here or at other important venues like IAFP. And so we are really excited about having our new Deputy Commissioner for Human Foods. He is a critical part of this new organizational structure, and he'll be working directly, helping our decision making, and working with other leaders like Dr. Esteban. Okay, I talked a little bit about the safe use of chemicals and dietary supplements. This is an area that FDA continues to support. We are looking at all the different chemicals and substances that are added to food. We are continuing to do our work in this area, and we are going to be envisioning that we could actually be looking at some of the older chemicals that have been on the market for a while. So one of the things that you've heard our commissioner talking about, you'll hear Deputy Commissioner Jim Jones talking about, is looking at chemical reassessment. So we are going to continue to look at all those things that are added to food, as well as contaminants. I saw an example already this morning about looking at some of those natural contaminants, cadmium and arsenic and lead. How do those get into our food? What can we do to bring those things closer to zero? We recognize that these are naturally occurring, and so one of the initiatives at FDA is our Closer to Zero program. And so we are going to continue to look at how we use chemicals. Dietary supplements, something also within the remit of FDA that we are going to continue to support and use and make sure that we can continue to encourage good data and information be generated on these types of products. So what are some of the key things that we're working on? It's already been mentioned about foodborne illness. We have a panel that's coming up later in the conference. We're going to be discussing foodborne illness. But just a point that foodborne illness are largely preventable. We can't forget that point. What we're all working toward is how do we increase prevention and to prevent foodborne illness. We've got tools like we've never had before. Whole genome sequencing, quantitative techniques. We're continuing to use all of our sampling and testing. We're going to get a lot more sophisticated about that and how we address foodborne illness. We'll speak a little bit more about that in a really exciting panel that will be moderated by Yuki Minoto later in the conference. Whole genome sequencing, I mentioned this already. It's a game changer. FDA has a program called Genome Tracker, where we are working on developing a system to upload genetic sequences into a database that's publicly accessible. So being able to share data is largely underpinned by making some of this information accessible. I'll also mention something to be on the lookout in the future is the metadata that's being associated with these genetic sequences. And so we're looking at a whole variety of things to continue to improve how we use this important tool to do our work. One last point before I move to the next slide. Root cause analysis. When something happens, when there is a foodborne disease outbreak, or we find a positive sample, or we find something that initiates the need to report or recall a product, we need to do a root cause analysis. And so at FDA, one of the things we're continuing to work on are procedures for how to do this. So we're working with our partners, we're discussing how we do root cause investigation, root cause analysis. We have the tools to use this, and so we must discipline ourselves to be able to do root cause analysis. It's so important what we do. We're publishing the results of some of these root cause investigations and analysis on our website. I would encourage you to take a look at those, and also our partners and the industry to continue to do root cause analysis. Let me talk a little bit about food traceability, another important concept that I know our partners are working on, our industry is working on, our consumers are very interested in this. There are technologies that will help us in the future with respect to traceability. One of the first things we need to do, though, is to speak a common language. And so having key data elements, what are those pieces of information at each node of the food system that must be maintained? In the U.S., we actually have a requirement for this that we published under our food safety modernization for certain foods. And we hope that this will help to begin to harmonize what the key data elements are for all foods. Critical tracking events. At which step in the food system, the type of information that needs to be collected and retained is so important. But speaking the same language about what are the different tracking events within the food system is really important. So we're excited. We're also excited about leveraging international standards. I know in Codex Alimentarius, there's a food traceability guidance. We're really anxious to take a look at that one as well. But food traceability will be incredibly important. You heard Dr. Hensel mention already about the tool that BFR has developed, Food Chain Lab. At FDA, we think this is an important tool. We're continuing to work with our partners at BFR on Food Chain Lab and how to use that tool and to build other types of interfaces. APIs, people call these, application interfaces. But food traceability is really, you've heard it here in this conference before, is the Achilles heel of the food system right now. We still keep a lot of paper-based records. Digital transformation is something that's going to help us so much in the future. More and more of these records are becoming digitized. But being able to speak the same language and harmonize around those key data elements, critical tracking events, so incredibly important. This is something that I think we will continue to work on and will help us with outbreak investigations and to limit the scope of recalls whenever those are needed. This slide has the fewest graphics, it has the fewest words on there, but it is so incredibly important. When I spoke last year about artificial intelligence, I talked about data. Sometimes we say in food safety that better food safety in the 21st century begins and ends with better data. What I really am coming to appreciate is it's also about data governance structures. And so we need to have good quality data. We're going to have more data, and these tools will allow us, where before we might have been swimming in a sea of data looking for a needle in a haystack. I apologize to the interpreters for a mixed metaphor. But the tools that we have now will make us able to make connections that we've never seen before. With listeria, small cases, Tim Jackson mentioned earlier, you can have 1 or 2 cases now that we can begin to connect over a span of years. And this is so important, being able to take this data and information, translate it into public health. But what we will be challenged with is how do we share data and information? How do we maintain confidentiality? There's concern among some of the partners because some of this is commercial information. We understand it's sensitive, but creating structures where we can share data and information. The more we can make public, the better. Genome tracker efforts to do that will be in better shape. But there are new techniques that we will need to use to develop data governance structures to help us in the future do our food safety work. And finally, let me talk just a little bit about nutrition. And so I mentioned that we will have a center of excellence proposed in FDA to address nutrition. These are initiatives, things that we've been working on for quite some time. Chronic disease is very difficult for us. In our food safety work, we often focus on acute toxicity or things that, due to a microbiological infection, result in acute effects. But chronic disease is a place we have the opportunity to make a lot of public health changes. And so when we're thinking about food safety, we're also thinking about, maybe it's an aspect of quality, thinking about nutrition is something that will be so important and part of the work that we'll do. So we're working on initiatives to reduce sodium across the food supply. We're also looking at things in terms of consumer education, being able to really meet consumers where they are getting their information. It's different now. When we're doing risk communication, now when we're trying to reach consumers, putting up something on the FDA website doesn't have the impact of putting up something on social media, having something come directly to a consumer's phone, whether it's nutrition advice or a recall. We have to be able to adapt our risk communication. This is one of the things we'll look at in terms of being able to work on our nutrition initiatives as well. So with that, I hope I stayed within my time, Dr. Chen, and I really look forward to having more interactions with you throughout the conference. Happy to answer additional questions while we're here over the coming days. And just thank you again so much for all the work that you've done throughout the last several years. It's been challenging, but I think we've made it to the other side. So thank you so much, and great to be here with you this week.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Prater. We're all looking forward to see the new reorganization of US FDA. Our next presentation will be an online presentation by Dr. Alfred Armada. And he used to be an official from the USDA. Well, now currently, he serves as the global head of food safety and quality of JBS Foods. And his title of his presentation is Growing and Improving a Food Safety Culture While Rebranding a Food Company. Alfred, are you able to join us?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. So,
Well, first of all, yes, thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you, Carrie, and for the opportunity to be a part of this. This is one of those conferences that I hate to miss. I prefer to be there in person. All of you know how often I travel to the People's Republic of China, and all the wonderful memories we have of the different initiatives and the different things that we work together on. So this is something that I don't necessarily like to do. Unfortunately, I had a scheduling conflict, but again, I want to wish you all the very best. I know it takes a lot of effort to put this conference on. I know that you all do a very good job, and I want to congratulate you on another successful conference. So with that, I'm gonna share my screen and just walk through this presentation very quickly here. So I think most of you know who I am, and again, I'm the global head of food safety at JBS, and want to talk a little bit about some of the things that we're doing with the rebranding. And so one of the things that we're doing is we have a new look. After 70 years, we've grown and evolved in a remarkable way from a small Brazilian company to a worldwide leader in beef, pork, poultry, aquaculture, plant-based and packaged foods. And so over 7 decades, we've evolved to become a global leader in food production. So now we've made a decision to evolve our logo that honors our past, reflects our present, and points to our future. So the design, and I think you all will certainly appreciate this, all my friends there in China, as we all understand the value of a brand and what that stands for. And so what we've done is kind of like our CEO or global CEO says, is this evolution of our brand is not just a change in a logo or colors. It's a statement of our determination to continue growing and innovating. And we're excited to share this new identity with everyone. The letters JBS will remain the same. But most importantly, kind of the parentheses can be seen as hands, protection, affection. We want them to represent the care that is present in everything that we do, and certainly our relationship with China, with all the products that we export to you. And I've said this before, that one of the things that I have done since I've come to work at JBS is I focus particularly with our food safety culture, and in terms of what that means. We believe, and I believe, that we don't export anything that we wouldn't serve to our own families. And I think that's important, because from the time that we wake up in the morning, we have to understand that the person that is most responsible for food safety is looking at us in the mirror. I've said that before in these conferences, because when we wake up in the morning and we're getting ready, we know we're going to have a difficult day, but ultimately we're the ones that are responsible, and we're the ones that have the responsibility to make sure that we can do the best for food safety, and creating a food safety culture that is meaningful regardless of where we stand these products. And then the colors were given a lot of thought as well. They show our commitment to our culture, our values, our social and environmental responsibilities. So I do believe that this change is going to be a very significant change for JBS. Again, we're not doing it just to change our colors, but we're doing it as a statement and determination to continue growing. Moving on to growing and improving the food safety culture while rebranding a food company. So having the food safety culture, everyone's got a food safety culture, whether you believe it or not. Doesn't matter whether you work for the government or you work for private industry, everyone has a food safety culture. What you need to do, or what we have done, is we've nurtured that to allow us to make these challenges or these changes in challenge without affecting our daily business. It's the unwavering standard that is set within the foundation of the business. No matter what happens, we have the responsibilities of a food
Recording in
company
progress.
as individual human beings to provide safest food and the highest quality possible. And so, again, having a food safety culture is crucial. It involves establishing food safety protocols, training employees, and always communicating the importance of food safety to all our stakeholders. I know that the folks sitting in the room, and I've been in front of you a number of times, and I always like to share my commitment to not only you in the room, but the entire People's Republic of China, and what you all mean to us as a customer, as a not only a customer, but as a relationship that we have, that we continue to nurture daily, and we know we have things that come up, but we're able to do this globally, and we supply you from Australia, from the United States, from Brazil, and that is one of the unique things about JBS, is we're able to do that without any hiccups in the system. So with that, again, I want to wish you all a very good conference. I'm sorry that I'm not there. Hopefully next year I will be able to be there in person, and certainly appreciate the opportunity, Carrie, and thank you all for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you much. Thank you very much, Alfred. And looking forward to seeing you next year in Shanghai. Our next speaker is Dr. Kurt Brunner from the Rumor Labs, Singapore. And Dr. Brunner is not able to come. So one of his colleagues, Yong Wei Liao from Singapore, will do the presentation.
Good morning to all, and very, very good morning. I hope we can work together and collaborate towards the food and feed safety. So on behalf of Roma Labs over globally, we are currently one of the biggest suppliers for mycotoxin solutions, and we believe in innovation to drive the entire food safety, feed safety, and grain safety revolutions. And I would like to share with you what are the innovations that we have actually developed in terms of solutions to provide our customers. So for Roma Labs globally, we innovate to create customer value and also our regulatory value as well. And we definitely uphold reputation because locally many of our grains and many of our food culture are very different. Definitely in China is unique. And this requires exceptional service for our customers locally in China. We actually have a laboratory in Wuxi to support our customers, and this will continue to expand our solutions. And what we are trying to do in innovations for the entire food safety, feed safety, grain safety globally is actually to drive after innovation technology. For example, on the left hand, you'll see a cytoquant. This is the world's first mobile cytometer, which is a flow cytometry technology base, and it's a handheld device, 800 grams only, just like a handphone. You can carry it to do your verification in hygiene and sanitation in the facilities. And what it does is that it tells you in direct quantification of live bacteria in 30 seconds. And this is what we meant by revolutions. We hope to bring customers forward to help you solve the problems much faster and spend more time in analysis rather than doing all the laboratory work of culturing live bacteria. In 30 seconds, you have a technology in hand to make that a vision and executable solutions. And on the right-hand side, you'll see a AgroStrip Pro Vortex. This is a water-based extraction that we developed from our laboratory. And this helped the grain safety, definitely in China, to actually screen mycotoxin. And this can be done in 4 cartridges, 4 different toxins at the same time, and 11 minutes you can get the results. And solutions like this will help customers to do on-site risk mitigation, especially for feed and grain safety. Driven by customer needs, and what are our customers speaking out loud today in the world? They told us, if we can develop solutions to provide faster results that help them to solve problems, definitely in verification or sanitization, trying to solve pathogen solutions on the spot in the facility. This will be the driven force for us to actually continue to innovate, to help our customers to be successful, and also to help them in brand protection. On top of that, what about high accuracy? Would our solutions rapid enough and the results could be as good as a reference method? And that's our driven mission here. We believe that on-site testing will be the future, and that will be the way we can actually control our food and feed and grain safety in the world. Definitely in user-friendly interface, there's adaptability of artificial intelligence, and these are one of the missions that we hope to actually help customers to actually integrate these solutions in a data management software, which I'll explain later in a short while. And definitely, we all need to survive. We have different types of dynamics in the economic situation, and we need to continue to strive for cost effectiveness. And Roma hope to be continuing in this journey to help our customers. And definitely, we talk about climate change. So we need to be sustainable in the solutions that we provide our customers, and environmental safety, environmental conscious, that we continue to reduce our solutions in using organic solvent. That will be the future. And we hope that in mycotoxin world, we can continue to get through this water-based technology so that our customers will skip this solvent requirement in the facility when they do the test. So at a glance, in a worldwide basis, in Roma, we actually have more than 6% of revenue are invested on R&D, so that no business model that we can actually go after this R&D technology is actually based on. So there are regionally specific solutions that we need to provide in Asia, quite uniquely different from Europe and also US. So we hope to be very close to our solutions customers base in Asia and continue to tighten, making sure that R&D together with production and quality could actually help our customers to solve their problem. And in this current phenomenon, we do know about allergen as one of the very big phenomenal in food safety, that we continue to drive us in thinking, where does all the food and grain come about and create allergen challenges? And this is not beyond just a food chain solutions that we're looking at. It needs to go to the source. Where we do farming, it could be contaminated, could be garlic contaminated with peanut. All this could happen anytime when our farmers do not know what they're actually preparing out there to sell. So we hope that the AgroStrip Pro Allergen, which is a lateral flow strip that we actually developed today, is integrated with a reader. And this reader is actually very light, it's 800 grams as well. And you can carry it along in a production whereby you can screen raw material for allergen and also your semi-processed product and definitely environmental. So this is a way forward we think of allergen, whereby on-spot testing will be very critically managed with a data software. And this is how the instrument look like. So the allergen world will be transformed with the innovation that we bring across to the industry, with the objective of actually having a reader to read the strip on verification of sanitization for allergen risk mitigation. And this will allow operators to spend more time actually analyzing the data against the raw material and not just using their time to sit there and wait for the test. And the revolution that we're looking about here is actually removing the subjectivity of interpreting the strip and definitely make it simple and also connected in terms of data management. And this is how the data management looks like. We'll be able to integrate mycotoxin testing results, GMO testing results, and also our allergen on-site testing results, together with the cytoquant that will allow us to do sanitation control. We believe the next platform and solutions for food, feed, and grain safety, it will be data management with connectivity. And a facility centrally in US, for example, they could access data to know the worldwide map of their raw material supplier, for example. And with that, we want to mention here, all the technology that we have developed and innovation that we come together, it will not happen without the service locally from our Roma Labs team over in China and globally footprint. And this is the way Roma Labs work. We have laboratory across the site in 4 continents right now in both Asia as well as in Europe and US. And assuring high quality our standards, we continue to innovate to get to ISO 17034 in order to make mycotoxin feed safety relevant to the industry. The calibrants that we use in our analysis, these are very important. So we continue to innovate to get to ISO 17034 in all our BioPure calibrant standards. And that's all I have for today. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Ms. Lau. Very concise report. Now comes our last presentation of this session. The presenter is Dr. Boris Boskiev, head of the Food Safety Research and the Global Food Safety Center of Mars. Yes.
Hi everyone. I know I'm the last actually before the break, so we'll try to make sure that we are doing this short but also entertaining. I know like many people here suffering from the jet lag, so we'll make sure that you are very well energized before your break. I'm here proud to share to you what we do at Mars in the area of proactive approaches in the food safety management. And apparently, like what we'll make sure today, that we'll show you what we do in a practical way, some key examples. And many of them actually will resonate with what was already pronounced by our colleagues here from all across the world. Before that, I just want to remind you what Mars is, because I know that we are a very popular company, but at the same time just force all the time to remind where we are and where we are from and why we do things in a certain way. So I'm actually among those 140,000 associates who are united by the same 5 principles, so which is quality, efficiency, responsibility, mutuality, and freedom. And our Mars company is a privately held enterprise, so it's family owned and is already with a more than 1 century history, right? And you probably know us by those famous brands we have all across the globe. Like we have great brands in chocolate, in confectionery, in pet care, in also services and foods. Like my favorite here is M&M's actually. So the thing is, as well, what's important to mention, we are a global company. We have our headquarters in America, but we at the same time have a significant global presence on more than 70 markets. Important as well to say once again that we are a privately held enterprise, which gives us a lot of freedom to do things beyond just quarterly reports on earnings and growth numbers. And that means that we trying to drive and trying to think on the centuries levels, on the decades, so not on this short-term thinking. And what we say in Mars, the world we want tomorrow starts with the way how we do business today. And the world we want tomorrow clearly is the world without food safety incidents and outbreaks. And we have a global footprint, kind of significant global footprint on multiple supply chains. We talk about poultry, we talk about wheat, corn, cacao, and so on and so on. And we believe that we need to act beyond our boundaries, right? So we need to make sure that we don't focus only just on the factory, but go into the supply chain, into the farmers and helping them to address food safety, because only together, via the partnership, we can address food safety and provide positive impact on society. And apparently, it was mentioned that I'm head of Global Food Safety Center, which is our pre-competitive enterprise. We work on a corporate level, we are partnership in a pre-competitive way, we are training, communication, and research and development. And actually, this is a slide which we shared 8 years ago when we set the center in the first place. And we have a node and research center actually in China as well, in Beijing. So we all know the globalization trend is ongoing, regardless of all the geopolitical tensions we have, and those are only amplify the importance of food safety and supply chain resilience. We see as well the global, in a global level, consumer distrust in the food businesses, especially driven by several significant incidents over the last decade. We see increased regulation in multiple areas, right? So from one side, we have strengthening in one places, a bit fragmented regulation in some other places, and not necessarily all the regulation in areas are scientifically based. And at the same time, we have clear external provocation, clear external challenges, climate change, some novel technologies. Genomics was mentioned today already, right? And novel risks which are appearing on the horizon, and also innovation and consumer demand. And with that in mind, the Global Food Safety Center was set in 2015, and we united by the purpose of safe food for all, because we believe that only all together we can make it, and we need to make sure that everybody has access to the safe food. Our approach in Global Food Safety Center covers three main areas. So one is research and development, and another one is sharing knowledge. So everything we research, we share, so that everybody in the industry has access to that. And last but not least is the training, because we also understand how important is not only to drive technological advancement, but also to ensure that basics are safe, and so basics are provided to the suppliers. Because sometimes some minor things like how to do some test or how to drive quality culture, that is very important to ensure at least the foundational level of safety. This is our snapshot of what we've been doing over the last 8 years. We had great progress already, but even more to go. We have more than 30 associates across the globe united by the same vision. Great research facilities which are actually in Beijing. You're all guys invited if you want to join and see us. Kind of, we really desperately looking for collaboration to kind of promote and advance food safety. At the same time, as I mentioned, everything we do is publicly shared, and we have peer-reviewed articles, we have presence in the conference, and you will see probably tomorrow some of the sharing from our team in different areas. Important though as well to say that we are driving engagement together with all the players, including authorities, regulators, including suppliers and NGOs, to make sure that we promote the food safety along the supply chains, and actively training people along the supply to make sure that the knowledge is distributed. Important number here is 25. It was mentioned already today that none of the entity can address food safety alone. And that's why we work only via partnerships. And then here we are proud to list some of our key partners, only a few examples whom we work with, including NGOs, including authorities, including our peers in the industry, customers, and so on. And this is how we work in the food safety space. We are research, we are communication, engagement, and training. What is also, I want to kind of make sure, like in Mars, we are a huge organization, right? We work in a food safety space in multiple organizational units. At the same time, what we are trying to focus, we enable this proactive approach via prediction and prevention, while also working on strengthening the basics around seek and destroy approaches, HACCP, GMP, and so on and so on. So what I will share to you today is what we do sort of in this space, but in reality, much more is being done in Mars around food safety. And this is our research portfolio. And in the research, we're trying to focus on the areas where we can provide business value. So basically ensure that safety and food safety for our consumers and customers, at the same time where we can provide positive impact on industries and positive impact on society. And clearly, all of those topics which we mentioned today already, mycotoxin, microbial risk management, salmonella outbreaks is one of the examples, and food integrity are the critical concerns which at least happening in our supply chains at the moment and impacting our business as we speak. And something which is not usually very well pronounced, but food fraud is something what we are very worried about, especially in the view of inflation, in a global crisis which we're facing at the moment. So it's very important for us to act together on the food fraud, because it's not necessarily only economical issue, but it can become very serious food safety problem. And I'll give you some more interesting example of what we have been doing over the last several years, and then we can probably wrap up to the break. So one thing is mycotoxins. It was already pronounced today. So just to remind, this is the toxic products of mold growth on some of the crops, which provide significant food safety threat to our business. And we are talking here not only about like common thing, which is like aflatoxin, ochratoxin, but there are some other mycotoxins which are critical for pet health, for example, like zearalenone, H2HT2, fumonisin, and many, many more. And at the same time, climate change is coming to us, and we already see it via our analytical data that now we see different mycotoxin kind of going to other crops, to other geographies. And in addition to that, there are some emerging mycotoxins coming. And what we see as well, the regulation here in this space is sort of not really harmonized across the globe, while at the same time we have really global supply chains around multiple commodities, which really can bring a significant risk of food safety for both pets and human. And in Mars, we're trying to do multiple things in this space. From one side, like we understand that MRA, material risk assessment, is a critical element, and in the space of mycotoxin, this is something which needs to be done dynamically. So basically every year, every crop, we assess the mycotoxin risk, we go to the fields, we test, we understand how we need to change our inbound verification procedures, how we need to change our processing, and that requires a lot of efforts knowing how many crops we need to manage, and how many different mycotoxins which impact our supply chains. So that's why one of the things we have developed together with Cambridge University, for example, is mycotoxin prediction model. So we started on the basics, right? So it's a maize prediction model, an aflatoxin maize prediction model, so which is like a weather forecast, but instead of weather data, you get aflatoxin risk in a given geography, and you can target the supply chain development efforts, logistic development efforts, and also the smart sourcing. And beyond that, it was already pronounced today that genomics is sort of novel thing which is already here. It's transforming the way how we act in the food safety space, and it helps us a lot in multiple incidents to make sure that we clear on the actual root cause. And then we know where in the supply chain we need to go to address in the first place, and then where we need to focus our corrective actions to prevent this incident from happening. And like we in Mars developed our internal capabilities in whole genome sequencing together with different partners who are actually here in this room. At the same time, we worked in bioinformatics area, and then we also collaborate with FDA and USDA in some areas and sharing what we do. More importantly, to say that this is sort of a first frontier. We also see metagenomics and microbiome data coming, and this might be a next level of technology age, because like prediction can be enabled at the same time as dynamic risk assessment along the supply chain. And our approach still is focused first on the basics. So genomics is not the bullet, not a silver bullet which can kill all the problems we have. Apparently, this is our top level protection, right? So we still need to focus on fundamentals like HACCP, GMP, and all of the fundamentals around seek and destroy approach, around kind of root cause analysis, and then apply whole genome sequencing there. So we already built the capabilities across different regions, and that's what we apply on a routine basis in our incident management. And at the same time, what we see now, there is probably a time to have this conversation together, how we harmonize approaches, how we harmonize bioinformatics approaches, whole genome sequencing approaches. So we'll be probably sharing later today from Oxford Nanopore, and also we know like Illumina is a gold standard there, so we need to know where and how to apply that, and where the risks are and what the pitfalls in the sequencing approaches. So that's what we do, and then we actively promote the whole genome sequencing along the supply chains with our suppliers across multiple commodities. Last but not least example, which we are very proud of to share this time. So we launched this year a so-called capability building gateway, which is basically like an online learning platform for suppliers and the smallholders. So basically whoever in our supply chain pool can get to the website and get the training on the basics, which includes food safety culture, microbial verification, foreign body management, and many, many other topics which are critical to establish the foundational protection level in the supply chain. And we're already proud to say that more than several hundreds of suppliers are trained, with more than several thousands people actually pass through the training. And you can imagine that many supply chains either start in China or have close proximity to China. And then by addressing problems at the origin of the supply chains, so that we can really shift the needle in the way how food safety needs to be protected along multiple supply chains. So with that said, I would say we work on multiple fronts, And what we need is partnerships. It was pronounced here already today multiple times. So I invite you all to collaborate together and also help us in multiple problems we face, because we believe they're not only relevant to us, and we want really the future, we want tomorrow without food safety incidents. So thank you very much. I'm sure now you can enjoy your break, and we'll speak later today.
Thank you very much, Boris. Now we have completed our first plenary session and have the opportunity to have a relax and have a coffee or tea as you wish. Now, thanks for all the presenters. Now we are still 20 minutes after our schedule. So please come back on time and enjoy your tea or coffee.
3，喂，1、2、3，有声音吗？1、2、3。
所有的声音，就是但凡台上不管是新接或者所有的声音，是肯定是那个啥的。还没吹。是搜索。
1、2、3，有声音是吧？
Fine. Just arrived, right?
Yeah. No, I've been here since last night. No,
Last night?
That was good session.
Good. Yeah.
It's getting the balance right between commercial and science.
Yes, good.
What you have to do. Hey, listen, I'll leave it to it.
Ladies and gentlemen, could you please take your seats? 请大家尽快。
Please be seated. Please be seated.
Good morning again.
女士们、先生们，大家上午好。那下面呢
This morning, the topic of the session is foodborne disease control and prevention. Since according to the agenda, there's no time for moderator, so I just want to mention one sentence. That is, foodborne disease is the #1 food safety issue in the whole world, including China. So in this session, we will have 2 presentations followed by a very important panel discussion. So our first speaker is Dr. Yuki Minato from WHO headquarters. She is in charge of foodborne disease burden epidemiology reference group, so-called the FERG, in the Department of Nutrition and Food Safety of the World Health Organization in Geneva. And she will give us a presentation on global efforts to review the truth burden of foodborne disease. That's to show you how important is foodborne disease. Yuki, please.
Good morning, everyone. Hope everybody had a good coffee and break and relaxed a little bit. I'm honored to today speak about this important topic, and thank you so much, Dr. Chen, to bring this topic to the highlight, of the day. Very much pleased that we can together recognize the importance of foodborne diseases. So to start, safe food is a primary determinant of human health. Everybody needs to eat everywhere in the world, several times a day. We all need to eat, and we shouldn't be having consequences of things that we need to do every day to be sick or to, by chance, die by eating something unsafe. So for that, we are all working together. I think I don't need to elaborate more the importance on this. We are facing, I believe, a growing awareness globally to try to produce safe food to improve the protection of public health. That is a primary goal for WHO. And however, more and more, we see different threats, food safety events, emergencies, and at the global scale with other pandemics and other situations that we've seen or we observed. If the infection, for example, could be transmitted through food, you can imagine the scale of the impact that it can bring to the world. So this is an evolving situation which we need to keep up with as a community. We've already spoken several times in the first part of the meeting the topic of climate change or the influence of the environment. We know that the epidemiology of foodborne diseases will change because of that. Maybe more mycotoxin issues, maybe more metals issues coming from maybe melting glacier. So, and that may end up in food. So it's a fast-moving situation that we need to keep up with in terms of regulations, in terms of risk management. And then our societies are also changing. Firstly, by 2050, or next 30 years, we'll have 2 billion more people on Earth. We need to feed them. So food security issue is there. We need to make sure that those foods are safe. At the same time, the demography is changing, such as also China, where I'm from, Japan. Everywhere, most of the countries are facing aging populations. And so, and the eating behaviors or the preferences also change, the new food, the new way of purchases. So those contextual situations are continuously evolving, and as a community, we need to keep up to keep ensuring that the food is safe for the public health. So our vision, which has been newly set up a few years ago as WHO, when nutrition and food safety work have been sort of structurally combined within the organization. Now we say we want to have a world free from all forms of malnutrition and foodborne diseases within safe and supportive societies and healthy environments. In 2020, after the adoption of the new resolution that all of the 194 WHO member states has agreed, we now have a global strategy for food safety for 2020 to 30, which says the vision is all of the people everywhere consume safe and healthy food so as to reduce the burden of foodborne diseases. So this is our vision. And the question is, do we know our issues? Do we know how much? Do we know who is actually getting maybe the highest consequence of these issues? So all of these details, we need to understand it well to better respond to achieve this goal. And to start with, let's say through the surveillance at the national level, we have reported cases that are very visible, that we know. But in fact, this is just the tip of the pyramid. And underneath, below, there are many, many cases that are just hidden or neglected or under-detected, under-reported. So, in fact, it is important for us to understand the full picture, which is pretty much you see in the green level here. And our aim to estimate the national, regional, and global foodborne disease burden is to understand exactly this part of the green and through the 3 metrics. So we count numbers of the cases, or incidents. It's an estimated number because it will be more than the surveillance reports. And the number of people who die, the number of disability adjusted life years called DALY, which I'll elaborate a little bit more later on. And then we would like to also see the impact of that health burden converted into economic figure. In the past, the World Bank has published one report based on WHO first report. Currently, we are working together to update that. So, so here becomes our day-to-day complexity on how to estimate, because there's so many hazards in food. It can be bacterial, viral pathogens or parasites, it can be contaminants, it can be toxins, it can be allergens. This is just a list on the right of the first sort of extended list that our expert group has considered at the very beginning, when they wanted to decide the scope of the estimation process. Obviously, it's not possible to actually go after every single hazard. So the point I would like to make here is that our number is very much underreported because there's so many more situations that we simply cannot cover given a lack of, let's say, data availabilities or methodology. Then our consequences on health are also diverse, which makes our life very difficult because there is infections, there are chronic diseases like cancer, acute symptoms, there is intoxications or sequelae. There is also malnutrition outcomes, for example, due to aflatoxin induced stunting. So to be able to rank those risks from the point of the burden, we needed to have one good metrics that would allow us to compare the sizes of the issues. And here comes the DALI. So WHO published previously, first time and still the most up-to-date figure, that was 2015, the report on global burden. And so back then, the expert decided to pick this, select this metrics as best to do this. Just to explain very quickly what it is that imagine your life. So your life is this blue color box, which is it's a healthy life from the birth till you die. And full health is 1, and if you die, then that's a 0. And in between, your deterioration of health can be quantified. It can be 0.5, 0.7. Then sometimes some situations are more severe. Sometimes it's long. So we would like to basically see the size of the areas that are gray, but for the entire population, for each single country, at the regional level, at the global level, to have them all together, so that actually, if you combine these gray areas together across all of the hazard, it is actually quite a substantial number of the healthy lives that are lost due to the foodborne diseases. So this is the essence of the DALI, that your healthy life is somehow taken away due to a risk factor, such as foodborne hazard. So the report is getting rather outdated, and we are updating it for 2025 new release. Back then, the findings says that 33 million healthy life was lost due to 31 hazard. And 420,000 people died by eating unsafe food across the globe. But children under 5 accounted for 1/3 of that death. So this is just a very high-level overall summary that we picked, but in fact the report is thick and there are lots of information in it, and various sort of analysis that are described in this. And one key figure was this, so just to see the sizes of the burden compared across different hazard, and from the high to very low. And this has been calculated for at the sub-regional level. So the country number was not available back then, but the global figure and the sub-regional levels were published. And here, this is expressed in million, the number of cases per WHO region. So you see Asia, the blue is where China belongs, for example, 125 million cases of illness in 1 year due to unsafe food. Southeast Asia region also has a very high number of cases. And in the Middle East, Africa, also the Americas, and Europe is the smallest. So this is the number of cases, but if you see the DALI, the burden, you see the same number, but it's converted differently because now the severity and the duration is counted into this metric. So you see the size of the burden that has slightly different figure compared to the illnesses. So, as I already mentioned that in terms of children, for example, it counted for only 9% of the world population, but in fact 40% of that was, they bear more burden. It's just an example that I'm picking up, but the point here is that this kind of analysis is possible with this estimation process. And we are currently working to estimate the national burden across more than, in this case, 31 hazards. So we're trying to expand the hazard list for the new update, also expanding health outcomes that we're including in the next update. So that's our day-to-day now function. So here I would like to highlight that these situations or consequences are preventable. As you see, the quite difference was observed in terms of DALI across different regions and also sub-regions. If or when right actions are taken and the collaborations are there, it is possible to reduce that burden. And this is the essence from the report that, in fact, let us work together. Here, so data for action, a little bit more in details what these metrics can do for us, for perhaps all of you, for governments, for industries, for for academia people. It can prioritize food safety risks for better resource allocation interventions and contribution towards good trade facilitation and compliance. It can also identify missing food safety needs or data gaps. It can also unify food safety effort across multiple multi-sectoral actors, including private sectors or who are producing food. So this is my last slide. We are working together with 26 international experts on foodborne diseases, and we look forward to, in fact, engaging all of the sectors and really hope that this metrics or the number will be used in an effective manner after the release. So very much looking forward to communicating further how those information can be translated into the actual actions. With that, I thank you and looking forward to the further discussion throughout the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Minata, for your very concise and clear presentation, which really shows how important is foodborne disease in the whole food safety arena. Our next speaker is Dr. Ning Li, the Director General of the China National Center for Food Safety Risk Assessment. And she is going to talk to us some information on the foodborne disease in China, occurrence and control. Dr. Li, please.
Thank you, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests. Good morning. It's a privilege for me to talk here on the foodborne disease in China, the occurrence and the control. I'm Li Ning. I'm the General Director of the China National Center for Food Safety Risk Assessment. My center was established in year 2011, and it was mainly to provide the technical support to the national health and food-related regulator. So foodborne disease sounds very complex, but actually, what does it mean? It means people take contaminated food so that they develop some disease. This foodborne safety issue can be chemical one, can be biological one, and the disease can be chronic and it can be acute. WHO has a definition of the foodborne disease, and that is it's because the food has introduced some disease cause to the human body, and the severity of this disease can be high and it can be low. But on the other hand, the foodborne disease is complex because we eat differently across the world. So it means that across the countries and the regions, there are different patterns in the diseases. Although this foodborne disease is not specific to one country or unique to China, it's an international global health issue. In different countries across the world, it happens a lot. In recent years, you may have witnessed a lot of reports, and there are also incidents, including that in South Africa, 2017, there is the Listeriosis outbreak, and also in 2022, there is 9 cases of bone brachy acid poisoning, and also in 2021, in the bacteria foodborne disease caused by the contaminated milk in Japan, and also 2021, there is an infant bacteria infections, and also including the 2022, the Belgium chocolate issue, and 2022 there is fig and alcohol in India, which has led to more than 80 people died. So all these can be the reasons for the diseases. For the WHO, in 2015, they issued a global report, and because the previous speaker has already talked on that, I will skip this slide. So that report is actually the first and the most authoritative one to report on foodborne diseases. So this report is going to be updated, as we know from the previous speaker. We look forward to it. So due to the impact of foodborne disease, countries around the world have set up their own surveillance network, including in China, we have a FoodNet. In America, in 1996, they have established a FoodNet, and in Denmark, they have their own Denmark DenMap, and also in 2007, European Union have established their Internet. And also in Australia, New Zealand, Thailand, South American countries, and some other Asian countries have established their own surveillance network. This can monitor the incidence, the trend, as well as the burden from those diseases. And I think that to establish such a network, that is to identify the cause of the disease. In China, we have also highly stressed the work of foodborne disease. In decades ago, we have formulated our foodborne disease surveillance system. And for example, according to our food security law, we have a comprehensive surveillance system for foodborne disease, and there are 6 ministries and commissions joined in the formulation of this regulation. And under it, there are case surveillance, active surveillance, outbreak surveillance, molecular and subtyping, antimicrobial resistance, and special surveillance. And I believe my colleague will talk on this later on, so I will skip the details. So what I hope to say is that we have managed to establish a relatively comprehensive system, and we are working to upgrade it, for example, for some of the listeria bacteria, like I just mentioned. After decades of the surveillance, we have also accumulated an abundance of the data, and we have found that since year 2010, and we have seen an outbreak of foodborne diseases. Although we have the surveillance before that, but we found that after year 2010, according to China's food security law, we surveillance the global foodborne diseases. Every year, we have more than 5,000 reports for the foodborne disease-induced diseases, and this trend is increasing. But as the Minato has said, there are many missed cases. For example, many families, they were not reported. So we believe the actual figure is much higher than this one. So this more than 50,000 is just what we have received the reports. For this chart, this is the number of foodborne outbreaks, the human cases, deaths by agents in China. The first chart, the figure, describes China's situation. The second one is the American one. The third one is the 2022 European Union data. Let's take a look at the left-hand one. The incidence is mainly due to the poisonous mushrooms, and the first one, the top causes is the bacteria in America and EU. So I think that's probably due to the food habit or the cuisine habit in some provinces in China. For example, in Hunan and Yunnan, they have tradition of eating a lot of mushrooms, and these mushrooms, if it's not properly cooked, it can cause poisoning. So we are seeing here in China, the microorganism and poisonous plants are the next number 2, number 3, and the foodborne disease causes. And this one shows the trend, and you can see that the Salmonella and Vibrio, those are the 2 leading causes for the foodborne diseases in China. And because due to the frozen food has been contaminated, and especially due to the pandemic, and so there is a decrease in the frozen food consumption. But we see that on the right-hand side in America, and these 2 diseases are the top causes of foodborne disease. In terms of the venues, those foodborne disease cases in family, they make up 50% of all those foodborne diseases, and those happening in the catering venues accounted for 46.4%. And those happening in families, they are mainly because of the poisonous mushrooms. But those in the catering venues in restaurants, it's mainly caused by the bacteria. The data from 2017 to 2022 shows this. We refer to the IFO, and we have this ranking. The top 3 bacteria is Vibrio, and the second one is Salmonella, and the third one, that's for the meat, and the third one is the Salmonella grains. As you can see that for the meat, salmon in meat has caused the largest number of people who has been hospitalized. But the number of those for happening in schools, for example, is mainly due to, for example, the kids. For many of the foodborne diseases, it's mainly manifested in the diseases such as the foodborne AGI. And in 2014, we have selected 8 pilot cities and provinces across the country in China. We have surveyed more than 56,000 people, and we found that these foodborne AGI can be due to the FBD and can also be due to the AGI.
So here you can see that we have evaluated and we found that actually the AGI for our countryside will be about 0.3 episodes per person per year. One is to say, approximately 1 in every 3 Chinese residents suffers from AGI every year, and we need to further understand the AGI due to the foodborne diseases. And we found that 59.3% of cases self-reported caused by the contaminated food, while 49.8% of cases sought medical treatment, with 4% of cases requiring hospitalization due to the illness, and 14.3% of the cases submitted biological specimens. We have done the surveillance and then submitted about more than 100 surveillance and risk analysis reports to National Food and Safety Office, National Health Commission, and the State Administration for Market Regulation. And these results has become a very important technical support for China to formulate foodborne disease prevention and control strategies and issue early warning tips. The burden of foodborne disease and other related achievements have been applied in the national fundamental standard for safety in China, like limits of pathogen in prepackaged food and limits of pathogen in ready-to-eat food. Here I want to give you one example. This is about the use of the surveillance and number of poisonous mushrooms, and we got to know about the rules of the disease occurrence. It's closely related to temperature and raindrops. In particular, in areas like Hunan and Yunnan, based on this situation, the competent authorities made policies regarding the highly risky groups of people. In particular, come up with comprehensive measures regarding the prevention and treatment. With our data and the government interventions, and we can see a very gradual decrease of the number of deaths from mushroom poisoning, including the occurrence of the mushroom poisoning. Actually, the previous speaker also mentioned the WHO Global Strategy for Food Safety 2022 to 2030. By 2030, compared to 2010, each member country aims to achieve a 40% reduction in the incident rate of foodborne diarrhea disease per 100,000 populations, and we still have a big gap compared with the target. And definitely, we need to figure out the reasons of these diarrhea diseases, of foodborne diarrhea diseases. I think for the next step, we need to strengthen the cooperation and information sharing between public health agencies, clinical hospitals, food and drug supervision agencies, and agricultural agencies to facilitate the development for comprehensive foodborne disease surveillance system. And we should also provide trainings to physicians epidemiologists and microbiologists to improve the capacity of outbreak investigation laboratory diagnosis. And we should also increase the percentage of population included in the foodborne surveillance system, and similarly improve the geographical representatives of surveillance data. And finally, we should give timely feedback of surveillance results to public health officials and use of surveillance data to guide evidence-based policy changes. Thank you so much. That's all for my presentation.
Dr. Lee gave a very short but very comprehensive information on foodborne disease in China. Our next speaker is Dr. Ren Yan from Oxford Nanopore Technologies. And the title of the presentation is Detection and the Characterization of Foodborne Pathogens Around the Food Supply Chain using Nanopore Sequencing Technology.
First of all, I want to thank the chairman for your introduction. It's my great honor to be here today for the international conference, CIFSQ. As you may know, that Oxford Nanopore is an international company focused on the third generation sequencing. We also offer the technologies and solutions, and we're a leading company in this area. Our technology has been widely used in microbiological areas, and we also had a very great results. So today, I want to use this technology to share with you our solutions in the microbiological area, and also how to use our technology facing foodborne pathogens, and how can we help you with our technology and the solutions. First of all, for the first two slides, it's a summary. We have the following characteristics. Firstly, we could offer on-site convenient testing for the different pathogens, be it bacteria, microbiological, and also the length is the longest one among all these different platforms. We can deliver very timely response. On the right-hand side, you can see globally, we already delivered a lot of support to pandemics, including Ebola and also Zika in Brazil, and also the bird flu, as well as some other foodborne diseases, the bacterial diseases, and we have delivered very immediate and rapid response. Recently, especially over the past 2 years, our ONT technology has been very effective in fast detecting of the microorganism. For instance, in May of 2022, as you may know about the disease, and that's a monkeypox, and which has spread to Portuguese for a very short period of time, and they used our technology and to analyze the analysis of the mpox and also analyzed it within just one work day, and then on the XWell's website, they proposed a module to trace the mpox, the monkeypox, and then in December 2022, United Kingdom had the outbreak of the Group A strep, which led to about 16 deaths of young people. And Professor Luke from London King's College relied on our technology to identify that the source of infection is Group A strep, which has set a greater foundation for effective prevention and traceability. Well, in February of this year in Cambodia, H5N1 broke out, and WHO also released warnings regarding that. We work together with the branch of the Pastoral Research Institute, and their researcher used our platform to analyze the pathogen. We have several advantages. First one, we have the devices for the small and medium throughput, and also for the super high throughput. And for the small and medium throughput devices, it's very friendly to the labs, because even in a very simple environment, or even on site of the outbreak of the pandemic, the devices could be used on site, and we can do the immediate nucleic acid extraction and detection, and also analysis. Because of our lab environmental lab friendly settings, and we have very great layout. For instance, for smaller ones, we have Minaro, which is for the single track devices, and we also have the X5 channel throughput devices, and we can also have the dual track devices. And for the genome tracker, for their laboratories, they have over about 100 devices from our company. The second strength of our product is that as we can do the real-time data sequencing, but when it goes past our nano poles, we can analyze the sequence data. And we also have the IP2Me real-time software, where we can analyze bacteria, viruses, and it has several workflows. That's why we can do the real-time sequencing and analysis from the system level and the assembly comparison level. We could offer very great support to our customers. Our third strength is that compared with other sequencing technologies, our length is the longest one, because it will be about a 4.2 m level. While we do know that for the genome size, it was only about 4 to 5 m, so it can be greatly used for the assembly of the pathogen or the bacteria assembly, and even for some mobile element, we can also identify them very effectively. This was published quite early. It was published in 2015. Based on this long length, they used our platform and to develop a quite comprehensive circle assembly, and also they can identify the drug identifiable genome we have very great application in this area. And besides, we are updating our technology continuously. For instance, last year to early of this year, we launched our R10 chip and also the V14 test kit. With these two products, the real-time accuracy could be at the Q20 plus. That is about 99%. By further expanding the accuracy of our testing, we also witnessed very great progress in microorganism testing. And here you can see some of the papers based on the Q20. And you can see that it involves bacterial level, virus level, including the 16S and the CG, etc. And all of these can use our latest chemical solution and the chips. This is a very great example. This is from Professor Lin Xin's research of China CDC. And they used, and he is an early user of this technology based on the latest sequencing technology, and he used the multiple drug resistance salmonella. And on the right-hand side map, you can see for the different lengths, for instance, 300K, 3K, or 20K instruction within 45 to 60 minutes. For the depths of 50 to 75 layers, we could offer almost 100% accurate assembly results. That is to say, which is also the conclusion of the paper. This method will save time in obtaining high-quality, complete genomes of bacteria for antimicrobial resistant surveillance. Just now, I mentioned our updating in terms of the chip and the solution, but also we are wondering how to help our customers to get certain sequence so as to do a better data analysis. This is also a very important focus of our research, and we also have made continuous progress in this area. For instance, for the base calling model, which means that we need to transform the original format files to the edited one. So now we are working on the modeling for bacteria modification. In terms of the accuracy, we will greatly enhance it compared with the current ones. And also, you can see this is an existing data set. They use the super editing reading model, yet there's still some errors. With our latest training, the accuracy is very high. Besides, if we make the research based on the salmonella at the Q level, we have a pretty good results. Besides, as this is targeted at the modification of the bacteria, that is to say, while sequencing, you could also do the parallel testing of the genome about its methylation. So to sum up, based on the sequencing flow, and you can see that ONT's sequencing flow is very simple and fast. Within one working day, that is to say, within 8 hours, we can effectively finish the extraction of it, and then for the sequencing of on the machine, and then within 2 or 3 hours, and then we can do the analysis, including for the assembly, etc. That is to say, for you, within 1 working day, on the morning, you can extract or prepare that, and then at the end of your working day, you are able to get the testing result. The workflow is very simple, and we can offer the end-to-end solution from the preparation to the final analysis, and it's very user-friendly, even to some beginners. Just now, already mentioned that for ONT, we have the devices for different size of throughput. The core is the chips for different throughput. We have 2 main chips. One is a Minio chip, and for 1 chip, it will cover about 20 to 30 database. But we also have the chromosome chip, which will cover 100 and to 150 database. And also we have the Macron B or Macron C or the Grelio for 5 channels, which is X5.
And also combined with this the big channel, we have a 24 channel and 48 channels, and we have a stand, exhibition stand in the conference room, in the hall, and the equipment are also demonstrated. Please feel free to visit us at our stand, and we look forward to talk to you. And based on our different equipment of their parameters, we can conduct the tests at different levels. For example, the 30G chip, they can use the pure and the bacteria incubation test. And for example, 16S, as this model is very effective. And we can identify the bacteria and the components, and they can be used in the very smaller chips. And we can and for the bigger one, and we can use for the research of its component as well as its substances. For the ONT testing technique, we have been working to expand its exploitation in the microbiome sector, which you say is our latest application. One is from Hong Kong University by Professor Zhang, and also Mr. Liu Lei. This is their latest paper. It has used our equipment to conduct a re-sequencing of the gene, and they developed a whole portfolio of the data, and they come up with the 745 key of the data, and the speed can be, the capacity is 2 million, and adaptive sampling means that we can let the sequencing you want to have of the gene be informed to our chip, so that our chip can know which sequencing they will need to undertake, so that you do not need to expose our technique to your sample before the testing. It can be done in real time online. And by using this technology, you can have a good time efficiency. For this paper was established earlier this year. It's by a German researcher. So for those sequencing of a lower order, they can be achieved very well with our technology. And for example, there are some fake information that can usually be detected in using other technology, but using our equipment, and it can be prevented. In the past 4 to 5 decades, we have the technology to test the vulnerability of some of the bacteria, and some of the bacteria will show a fake or a false testing results, but we do not actually want those fake or unreliable results. For the ONT technology, they have a good testing performance, and they are fast and they are efficient. And at my company, we have a slogan: we can test anything. It can be used by anyone. It can be used anywhere in your lab or on site on the front line field. It can be used in a variety of scenarios. In 2019, we have a AOAC. We are certified by it, and it also been used in the MASH as well as the American Ministry of Agriculture and Food labs, and they have used our sequencing technology to test the foodborne diseases. As our product and technology has become more detail specific, we hope to better provide better solutions to the industry. Thank you.
That completed all our plenary presentations on foodborne disease. Now it comes the most exciting moment before the lunch. So I know we are a little late, but please bear with us. We'll have the panel discussion moderated by Dr. Yuki Minato from WHO. Dr. Minato, please.
Hello again. Are you tired? Let's keep up. It's going to be an interesting discussion. I'm very much excited to introduce these distinguished speakers. Maybe I call one by one so that you can come to the stage, perhaps, yes? Perhaps starting from Dr. Donald Prater from US FDA, Dr. Li Bai from China Food Safety Risk Assessment Center. I don't know if you can already connect the virtual panelists. We have Dr. Laura Giraldowski from US CDC. We have Dr. Marcus Lip from FAO headquarters. We have Dr. Mohamed Al-Dahid from Saudi Arabia FDA. We have Dr. Martin Kirk connected virtually from the Australian National University. We have Mr. William Muller, who is a food safety lawyer in the United States, who is connecting virtually. Perhaps, do you think you can show the panelists already online? Hello? Okay. People on the virtual panel, can you say something? Can you hear us? Maybe. Oh, great.
Good morning. Good morning to Beijing. Good evening here in Seattle.
Okay, and Laura from Atlanta?
Yes, hi, from Atlanta.
Hi. Hi, Martin. Do you hear me?
Yes, hi Yuki, and hi everyone there. I wish I could be there to join you
Martin Kirk from Australia. It's a beautiful sunny day here in Canberra.
Great. Thank you. So, given the perhaps slight delay of the program, I cut in short the introduction. I think you have a extensive description of their profiles on your hands. So perhaps I go jump right into the subject to Bob, to Bill. I'm sorry, not Bob, to Bill. Bill, you are the prominent food safety lawyer in the United States, and I think you have the most exposed experience to the actual victims of the people who suffer from unsafe food. Can you tell us what you see from your perspective?
Well, thank you for that question. And first of all, I'm really honored to be able to speak. I was actually at the very first China International Food Safety Conference in 2005, I think. So, and I've been involved off and on since then. And it's really a pleasure to see so many people from all over the world, and I think that's one of the great things about this conference. I think from all of our perspectives, what we are trying to accomplish in food safety is a safer food supply for consumers and a more plentiful market. I've had the honor and sometimes the real sadness of representing victims in foodborne illnesses around the world, in the US, in France. I'm involved in a listeria outbreak in South Africa where 1,000 people were sickened, 200 children died. And I think it just underscores just how important, these individuals are. We know the statistics both from the CDC and from the WHO of the numbers of people that are sickened and die from foodborne pathogens yearly across the world. And I think, we can't forget that each one of these people, are individuals. They're brothers and sisters, moms and dads, and have lives ahead of them. And I think it just underscores the responsibility that all of us have, whether we're regulators, politicians, presidents of companies, the line workers in food safety, lawyers, all of that, the goal here is to prevent foodborne illness. And I'd like to sort of finish by saying that in 2002, in the middle of a foodborne illness outbreak, E. coli outbreak linked to ground beef hamburger in the United States, I made a challenge to the beef industry that, if you don't like lawyers, clean up your act and put me out of business. And, from 1993 to 2002, about 90% of the work I did was E. coli cases linked to hamburger. And that's zero now in the United States. And I think that just underscores, the work that we all can do, even though it's hard. We can, by using good science, good technology, we can make progress to, rid ourselves not only of foodborne pathogens and ill children, but to rid ourselves of lawyers like me. And I think that's just something that, we all should strive for. I'm really excited to be on this panel. I'm really excited that this is part of, what I've seen going on in China for the last 17 years, and it's just really an honor to be here. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Really, we tend to forget those individual stories, but it's very important to know that one case matters so much already. And perhaps I would like to already pose a question to perhaps to Lee. Now we hear those individual consequences, but in China, for example, what are the most important foodborne disease challenge here in China?
Thank you, Yuki. I think from the Dr. Li Lin, you have some ideas of the major challenges in China. As you know, after the implement of the footnote in 2009, our CIFSQ just established the foodborne surveillance system. One is outbreak and one is active surveillance. And as you know, in China, from the outbreak surveillance, you can see the primary agent is the poison mushroom to cause the outbreak cases. And that is totally different from the other countries. This is our food culture. And as for the cost of the number of the illness, is as the EU and also in the USA, it's a bacteria. And also, as the same in China, the Salmonella is the top one. What's different is that 90% of the isolates from the diarrhea patient is antimicrobial resistance. And when we do the attribution source studies, we found that the top one is pork, and the other is the poultry. So it's different. And then a second agent of the outbreak is the Vibrio parahemolyticus. This is also the situation in China because we have a lot of agriculture food. We are the most consumption and produce of the agriculture. And when we see the outbreaks, we can see it's mainly in the eastern coastal province. So this is the situation. Just want to see the challenging, I think in China, there are three ones. The first one, I think, is the unbalance. When we check the data, we can see that when we see the outbreak data, we can see in developed province, we can see very high incidence identified. But in the undeveloped areas, we see very low incidence. So you can see the food situation in the rich area is bad, is poor. I don't think so. I think it's because of the ability the capability for the detection. So I think we need to improve their ability to detect the pathogens. I think that's the first one. So when we have the balance, then we can get more accurate data. And the second one is that I think it's from the consumers. From the Professor Liu Zhaoping's presentation, I talked about that for the government, for the risk management, we know that we need to think about the risk-based, not hazard-based aspect. But a lot of customers in China, they think that when we talk about the chemical contamination, that really serves. But when we check our data, the foodborne disease is mainly caused by the bacteria. I think then we will pay more attention to that. And this final one, I think, is the new technicians, such as the whole genome sequencing, how we use it for our outbreaks. In the Professor Lee's PPT, you see every year in China there are 5,000 cases are identified by the outbreak. But most of the outbreak is focused outbreak. It's not the dispersed outbreak. As we know, when we check the EU and also USDA, CDC's PubMed, we can see when they talk outbreak, it's just 10 people or just 12 people you can find its outbreak. So now we need to know is to early report and timely report. So use a whole genome sequencing. That's my.
Thank you, Lee. It's not I suppose, an easy task to understand the whole picture in China. It's huge and so many people. What about in Saudi Arabia? I want to ask Mohammed. I think your country, or 80%, if I know well, of the foods are coming from outside of your country.
Yes, actually, this is one of the main challenges that Saudi Arabia is facing. But by time, we got experience and we overcame these challenges. The imported food from different countries and different habit of preparing food. It's a bit challenging to control it and identify what hazards it has. But hopefully we were able to did that recently. And the other challenges I want to mention, also the weather itself, and in Saudi Arabia, it's, as most of you know, it's a bit hot weather, so it is also a challenge for the authorities to control the food safety, and that's why a lot of policies has been made, and requirement for the establishment and vehicles that transport the food from place to other, and that challenge also has been managed well, actually, in Saudi Arabia. And also we have another challenge that we are facing it every year, that around 2 to 3 million people visiting the country every year to do a pilgrims, to perform pilgrim in Saudi Arabia, in a narrow area, narrow geographic area, with a different culture, different habits, dealing with the food in a different way. Most of them bringing their own food from outside the country. That make the authorities in Saudi Arabia putting super effort and visiting their campaign in their locations for awareness and inspection the food itself. And also with the development of food serving, we have also the challenge that we managed to deal with it, is the online service for the food, and we call it a cloud restaurants. Many families, many food producers, they are preparing their food at home, and then they are putting it online for serving the customers, and that makes a challenge also to inspect the food and how safe it is. So we focus in the awareness of these producers and their families through virtual webinars, through workshops, targeting their locations, or targeting the places where they visit, where they buy raw materials for the preparation, shopping malls, let's say, many booths for the awareness. And we are also getting the cooperation and support by the social media influencers, that they are always following them. Sorry, and giving them advice with their own language, simplify the science and how to protect themselves and the others from foodborne illnesses hazard. Thank you, that's all.
Thank you, Mohammed. In the US, Laura, if I give a floor to you, what do you see as CDC, and particularly you're in charge of the outbreak data, am I correct?
Yes, hi, ni hao, from Atlanta. Yes, I'm the lead of the foodborne outbreak response team, and so my team is the team that investigates multi-state foodborne outbreaks here in the U.S. And new challenges to food safety continue to emerge in the U.S., and many of which some of the others on the panel have already mentioned, but the increased use of culture-independent diagnostic tests that don't provide the information that we need to identify and prevent foodborne illness outbreaks and monitor disease trends has been challenging. As someone else has already mentioned, the new and emerging antimicrobial resistance, which obviously makes it more challenging to treat and control infections. We've seen challenges to in consumer preferences and habits. So in the U.S., people are eating out more frequently. There's been a rise in convenience foods and prepackaged foods, which has introduced new potential risks for contamination. There have been challenges in our food production and supply, including more imported foods. And the global food supply chain is, as you know, very complex, which makes it difficult to track and manage so many potential contamination points. We've also been in a lot of discussions about changes in the environment and climate change and how that's going to impact the growth and survival of foodborne pathogens, and challenges to food supply as temperatures warm and things like that. Some things that here in the U.S. that we're doing to address some of these challenges, though, is that we've kind of been working towards a more comprehensive and collaborative approach, trying to include government agencies, the food industry, healthcare professionals, and consumers, to include new food safety regulations and ongoing research and improved surveillance and public education, improvements in technology and data sharing, international data sharing, and being part of collaborations such as this and being on this panel today. So it's certainly a large undertaking, but we're ready to handle new challenges as we see them.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you. These are the cases I think we've been, speaking about as like reported cases or known cases. Maybe I give a floor to Martin, as you maybe know best about the hidden cases or unreported cases. As also a previous member of the FERC, and you were also a chair of the Enteric Disease Task Force. Maybe you can tell us more on this particular point.
Thanks, Yuki. It's lovely to be on this panel. As I said, I'm really sorry I can't be there in Beijing with you. As Yuki mentioned, it's really important when we're talking about foodborne disease to understand that we only know a small part of the picture. So from our official statistics, we usually only hear about the cases of illness that are more serious and where someone has presented to a doctor, they've got tested, and then it's been reported to a provincial health department or a national centre. So it's really important to have that awareness that even in our routine surveillance for cases of foodborne disease, there is all of this undiagnosed illness which relates back to the food. So essentially what that's saying is that the food safety issues that cause disease are a bigger problem than most people realise. And the extent of this underreporting varies depending on the disease. So for a more severe disease like listeria infection, it's a much smaller amount of cases that would be missed. Might be for every case, there might be another case in the community we don't know about. But for something like salmonella, where people can have even asymptomatic infection or mildly symptomatic infection, there's a much greater number of cases in the community. And we did some research many years ago in Australia where for every case of salmonella that was reported to the health department, we identified that there were 7 additional cases in the community. So that helps us understand the scale of the problem when we know that we get around about 15,000 cases of salmonella reported in Australia each year for a population of 25 million people. So we can scale that up by 7 and realise that, it's well over 100,000 cases a year. For deaths, which is also a really important part of foodborne disease because they represent the severe end of the spectrum and the most severe consequences of poor food safety. The cause of death is often not linked back to foodborne disease because people might have a disease already existing like cancer or cardiovascular disease, and an event of foodborne illness in a person might be what exacerbates that illness, and they might die as a consequence of that prior existing condition. And so we often don't hear about the number of deaths that are really truly linked back to food safety. So that's why it's important to not only rely on the official statistics, but to do country level estimation of the burden of foodborne illness. This has been done in many countries such as the United States, the Netherlands, European Union, Australia, New Zealand, and it's something that the WHO has had a big focus on. It helps us understand the scale of the problem, and it serves to be a really important tool for advocacy for food safety.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you for also bringing up, the importance of surveillance. And I think we often, within the context of WHO health, we talk about disease surveillance, but there's also food monitoring processes, and the integration is so key. Maybe I give a floor to Don, if you can elaborate how this happens in the US and what can be further improved. Also, maybe advices to other countries.
Yeah, thanks, Yuki. It's a real pleasure to be on this panel. This is such an important panel, and I really commend, the conference organizers for putting this one up front. We have heard the statistics this morning. 600 million annual cases, 48 million in the US. And these are largely preventable illnesses. This is the challenge. This is the challenge of our time. Foodborne illness is with us now. And I think, as we heard from our colleague Bill Marler, talking about the impact at an individual level. So the presentation this morning talking about DALYs. DALYs are super important in terms of looking at our risk assessment. That was the best explanation I've heard on how to use DALYs this morning. But there are individual cases. There are people that are affected by foodborne illness all across the world. I talked a little bit earlier in my presentation about new tools that we have, whole genome sequencing being a really important one, traceability. We have new tools. We're doing outbreak response and investigation better than we've ever done it before. We have new tools. We will continue to refine our processes and, importantly, do some of that root cause investigation and analysis. What really happened? But some of the challenges of our time also include being able to prevent these cases of foodborne illness. And so one of the things that we're looking at closely at FDA are prevention strategies. So you heard some mention of that before. Looking specifically at commodity pathogen pairs, trying to understand the risks, looking at production practices, looking at dissemination pathways. These tools, whole genome sequencing, will help us to understand how pathogens are moving around in the environment. We talk a lot these days about using a One Health approach, and certainly there is an interaction here. And so as we're able to apply these new tools, we will be able to understand how these pathogens are moving around. And we appreciate the fact that there are certain commodities that represent a challenge. Looking at air and water as ways that pathogens can move throughout the environment. In the U.S. at FDA, we initiated our STEC Leafy Green Action Plan. So there are a number of actions that we think that could be undertaken across sectors. So industry certainly has something to contribute to this. Regulators have this. Academic partners can contribute to our understanding. We're undertaking longitudinal studies to understand how pathogens are moving around. But we have challenges now. I mentioned this morning. We have familiar hazards that we're used to. We have new hazards that are emerging, and new hazards or old hazards in new places. And so as food production is changing, we need to continue to look at this so that we are able to actually focus our prevention efforts and utilize some of those new and powerful tools that are coming online. There's still work to do on foodborne illness. We can do more, and we should do more.
Thank you so much. It's great to see this commitment, and also how those advanced technology can really enhance the way we are functioning. U.S. showing the way, that's really great. But I want to give a floor to Marcus now from FAO perspective, because not all countries or communities have the same sort of level of resources or expertise, or so what do you say?
Thank you. I'm impressed by all the presentations and all the details and stories we've heard today, because the efforts that go into keeping our food safe are just vast, enormous, super impressive. The science, the technology, the man or women power, human resources that are necessary to pull this all off, absolutely incredible. We heard from Andreas, who runs the largest risk assessment thing in the world, apparently, according to his words, not mine, to US resources that are differently structured but equally powerful, to other European entities, to China, who has ramped up its efforts and is running programs and institutions that are strong, that are powerful, that are well-equipped, and doing an incredible amount of work. And this works, also in Australia, of course, this works where resources are available. This works where technology is accessible. This works where the capabilities and capacities of the workforce are appropriate to use these things, and where the institutions, the governments, are suitably strong to actually put something into action and enforce things. it requires not just technology, it requires also strong institutions and the political willingness to do things to actually make our food safe, right? It's the Ministry of Health, it's the Ministry of Agriculture, it's customs, it's up to 16 other authorities that are somewhere involved in food safety, depending on the country. So from an FAO perspective, it's absolutely fantastic what happens in countries that have the resources and the strong institutions to do that. But the challenge is, how can we enable other countries who are currently not at that stage to catch up? Surveillance systems are complicated enough to do, and we need two for foodborne diseases. We need food surveillance and we need health surveillance, and we need to connect those two. So this is already twice the efforts. And then we have seen lists, right? 50, 80 hazards. And that's just one selection. If one looks at what is actually food, how different regions, how different people, how different countries define what is food, the diversity is just absolutely mind-boggling. So as soon as we go a little bit more into detail, it's very, very challenging to define what is food, how to take priorities, how to rank risks, what is important, in which context. That also depends on the capabilities. So I think it's a fascinating area. It's an absolutely mind-blowingly quickly developing area. And it's super important because we all need to eat, number one. There is no other consumer product that is as emotionally connected to us or to cultures as is food. So we all have a stake, we all have an opinion, we all need it. And it's more diverse than anything one can imagine, right? So these are the things that go through my mind. How can we help translate the learnings and the strong capabilities from countries like in Europe, in the US, and in China, in Australia, New Zealand, of course, and elsewhere, to help then other countries who are not at that level, who are more the low and middle income countries or other development stages that need to catch up, that also have the right to safe food, that also have the right to sufficient food, right? That's the other problem, that we don't need the food to be safe only, we also need to be sufficiently, which is not a problem in many high-income countries, a huge problem in low and middle-income countries where food security is much more challenged. So, yeah, and we haven't even talked that much about a little bit in other talks with climate change and how it changes the food systems. And then we already understand we need to transform actively our food systems to towards more sustainability, to actually prevent future climate changes from happening. So, yeah, I think we all have job security. There is enough challenges out there for us to keep doing our work. And we need all the tools we can, and we need all the efforts that any of you here can imagine or can put in place to also translate this to environment that are less resource rich, but still need assistance in food safety. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Just picking up on the point relating to integration of the data from food and the health side, I want to ask some of you, what are the enabling factors, for this to happen? Because we keep saying the same, almost like a mantra, that these sectors need to collaborate, and sometimes it's just simply very difficult. So maybe, Martin, to start with us, you're in a university, and maybe less or more neutral. So tell us.
So enabling factors, I think, to improving food safety, I think I'm an epidemiologist, so I'm always going to start with disease. I think we should be understanding what the failures are in the system. And the best way we can do that is by trying to put together the data that different sectors collect. So particularly thinking about animal, food, and human. And I'd like to see us using some of the technologies that we've talked about just now using whole genome sequencing and actually doing systematic surveillance of animals, foods and humans. We've seen really good examples of that in some countries, particularly Scandinavian countries, where they've worked out for, say, salmonella, that they can actually do systematic surveillance, and it really does improve food safety when they've got on-farm testing of salmonella, they're sequencing it, they're comparing those sequence types to what's occurring in the food and what's occurring in the humans, and they can really understand how to adjust the food safety levers. And I think we need to do the same elsewhere around the world. There's some good examples of use of genomics. So the Food and Drug Administration's genome tracker has been really fantastic at pulling together data. But it's often not systematic, and there's a lot of data that's collected by provincial health departments that doesn't get sequenced and doesn't end up in those places, and it needs to. So I think that's probably, if I was going to say one enabler to good food safety, that would definitely be one of them, is using the data that we already collect better.
Thank you. Maybe as you spoke about the Genome Tracker project, Don, maybe you can tell us what are the learning from US, this initiative with the tracker?
Yeah, thank you very much, and thanks to Martin for the shout out on Genome Tracker. Genome Tracker is a publicly accessible database, and we're trying to expand the network so that we have more facilities that are contributing and uploading sequences to that. The more information we have in the database, the better we'll be able to connect the dots. And that's really the value of having such a network as Genome Tracker. We're also looking at expanding the types of data, looking in a more sophisticated way. The cost of these things are coming down. So Marcus, to your point, how do we help disseminate and to enable? So I think we're seeing sequencing equipment and training showing up in more places, but we also need folks to be able to upload those sequences, then to share them, then to put them in a database that's publicly accessible, where academicians and researchers can take a look to examine trends and to help us connect those dots. We have powerful quantitative tools that we'll be able to use to help us. We heard some presentations this morning about how folks are using machine learning to look at this, and so it's really incredible. And democratization of data is something that we've talked about, making sure that it's accessible and that folks can use it. Publishing root cause analyses, when we're looking at the way that pathogens are moving around in the environment, we still have a long way to go in terms of our understanding. These exposure pathways are quite complex. Climate change is adding a level of complexity on that. But as we gain and improve our understanding, if we will publish and share that with our colleagues, we can look at that against production practices. Maybe there are production practices that have been in place for a long time that need to be improved. Maybe there are new production practices that are coming into place. The food sector is so dynamic, we shouldn't expect that the risk will remain static. And so we need to be looking at how we can apply this not only to our current challenges, maybe these are ones that are shifting from the different types of commodities, but also to look to the future and see how we're going to be able to apply these to potentially situations in the future. So again, whole genome sequencing, an important tool. Traceability will help us. I mentioned this morning is the Achilles heel still of our food system, but as we get more information on traceability, we'll be able to respond quickly. But ultimately, the thing that will be the game changer is preventing foodborne illness. And where we're going to make great strides there is understanding what's happening at the interface in the environment and how food is actually produced and raised.
Thank you so much. Yes, you spoke about also climate change and also those demographic changes. Maybe to Lee, I want to ask now, in China also you have, genome sequencing technology more and more being used. And the societies are also changing quite, to a great extent in terms of the number of people, maybe now going down a little bit, but also, getting older. How do you see a role of your center or of your work to fit into this?
Thank you. As we know, with the development of the health system, and citizens in China live longer, and in 2030, the life expected a year is nearly 80 years. So in China, we will have a lot old people, and when we become old, we can never avoid that we will have a lot of chronic diseases and also a lot of immunocompromised person. And also I think there are problems that people are choose to have more health food, such as ready to eat, green leaf, fresh leaf green, and also they will buy a lot of prepared food. When we take the food home, maybe they are not heat it correctly, and then we can find a lot of infections caused by diphtheria and also salmonella. And if it is just the infection, the young guys, maybe there are no symptoms recover very well. But when it infects the old people, if they have some chronic diseases, they will have very serious disease, such as invasive listeria, and the fatality is really high. I think that's the point, because we have aging people, and also that the consumption habit is changed, so we are face more infections of the aging people.
Thank you, Lee. I mean, now we sort of hear all those challenges. We have technology, we have regulations, we have resources, and maybe I want to ask now back to Bill. What's your reflection so far? After hearing all of these kind of inputs from other panelists, from your point of view.
A couple things. One is, shout out to epidemiology. I think one of the things that I think underscores how we move food safety forward, I think, are two things. One is better data, so we really understand, what the problems are. And Martin, I think you laid it out very well. If you kind of know what the bug is on the farm that's getting into the grocery store, that's then getting into the people, that gives, regulators and the industry the ability to, tweak the system so there's less people getting sick, and I think that's the beauty of, paying attention to, good data. I want to say two other things and really turn it over to the other panelists, because they're a lot smarter than I am. One is I'd really like to give a shout out to Carrie's son and the staff who've been putting this conference together for a long time. They've done a great job. The other thing that I don't want to forget, and we have a tendency to sort of cliche this phrase, but all the work that all of you guys are doing, is to create a food safety culture. And, I think that's become a bit cliche, but in 35 years of practice, 30 years of really doing nothing but foodborne illness cases around the world, I've really kind of come across sort of one real truism. And that is that every foodborne illness outbreak I've been involved in had an opportunity to be stopped before the outbreak happened. And it's whether in Jack in the Box that they were ignoring cooking temperatures, or the Odwalla E. coli outbreak, whether they were not paying attention to why would you pasteurize juice, on and on and on. Every single foodborne illness outbreak I've been involved in, for 30 years, there's always an opportunity to have prevented the outbreak to begin with. And it really kind of, in my view, comes down to not only better collection of information and data, but also to having people in positions throughout the organization that are willing to put their hand up and go, hey, wait a second, we can't do that anymore. I think the a famous case that people might remember is the Peanut Corporation of America outbreak in the United States, where, several hundred people were culture positive for salmonella, 9 people died, hundreds were hospitalized. And the CDC statistic, Barton, in the US is that for one every person counted, there's 38.5 additional salmonella cases. So I'm not quite sure if the CDC has it wrong or you have it wrong, but it's a lot of people. And that many people were sick. 3,000 different products were recalled. 3,000 different products were recalled. And it was all because they were wanting to cut corners. And no one in the organization would say, we really shouldn't ship salmonella contaminated peanut butter into the market. And I think that's one of the things that I think we really need to pay attention to is not only the data, not only the epidemiology, but how do you create that food safety culture in organizations to pay attention to the things that can sometimes be staring people in the face and to prevent that outbreak, to be able to put your hand up and say, not on my watch. And again, I think that's really the most important thing is getting good information, getting it to the right people, but also to be willing to stand up and be counted to prevent foodborne illness.
Thank you so much. How can we create that food safety culture, Martin? Thank you.
Look, I think I was just clapping what Bill said there. I think it's a fantastic
I thought it was your hand, so you were just clapping.
Yeah, it was clapping. It wasn't a hand wave. But I do think food safety culture is incredibly important, and it isn't actually just at the place where the food is prepared. It has to be transport company, processing company, where it's grown. So it really has to be the whole system, not just the consumer. The consumer doesn't have all the responsibility. It's got to be the whole of system, and all up at these big companies, as Bill mentioned, the Peanut Corporation of America. They're the ones that have the responsibility. A consumer can't do anything with a jar of peanut butter that's got salmonella in it. So, yeah.
Yuki, if I could just come in on food safety culture too. I agree. I don't think the food safety culture can be understated or it can be referenced enough. One of the things that that's really come to our attention at FDA is that some parts of industry are really focused on food safety culture. They're investing in food safety culture programs. They're instilling food safety culture in their hierarchy. We recently launched a webinar series with our partners Stop Foodborne Illness on food safety culture. So I would encourage you, go to YouTube, take a look at these webinars that we've been having. I think we might have as many as 6 of them now, and hear how some of the folks in industry are really looking at food safety culture. It's really important. Having a strong food safety culture is something that can help prevent foodborne illness.
Thank you so much. And those are the culture in the processing, in the production, in the transportation, and the consumers. How, Marcus, maybe, how can we make sure that all those sectors have this culture?
Thanks for giving me the $50 million question. No, but it requires systemic capabilities, right? Because consumer education requires kids to be educated in school, which means the teachers need to be informed to do the education. So it goes all the way down. It requires a certain amount of coordination of a society in farmers' corporations or other organizations for the food producing sector, that information can be channeled through those to reach all the different outlets, small and medium-sized companies that are otherwise hard to reach. How would they get access to the information? And those level of organization and systemic capabilities are not there in all countries. They just don't exist, and they would need to be developed as the system matures, and then things can be done. One other topic, I think, which does already will continue to occupy us all, is the whole trust issue, right? Who is actually the trusted authority for certain things? And for some things it's a little easier, for salmonella or some of the acute foodborne illnesses. If we're talking about more the chronic effect, the chemical contaminants in the food and which level is safe, and they all have nasty names and nobody wants them there to begin with, and that's a whole different story. And suddenly this whole system becomes murky, right? So I don't want whatever the chemical contaminant is. It's easier said than done. If it's dioxin, it's unavoidable. If there's some other dose, then heavy metals, they come from the production side, from the earth, right? And they are not dangerous necessarily at all concentration levels. That's a very, very different story, and that's where trust fragments in the society very quickly, and we suddenly have to challenge on how can we communicate with the target audience, and how can we communicate it in a way that makes sense, that is believable, that is credible, and that then leads to a better informed sector in general. Thank you.
Yeah, the question of how can we communicate, maybe to Lee, you can elaborate on this topic in China. Now I see everybody has phones, and I haven't even seen and everybody pay with the phone, everybody do everything with the phone. But at the same time, in terms of the risk of perception, like also Marcus has mentioned, their reality, and maybe some risks are perceived higher than reality or maybe lower. How do you see, the risk communication to be improved in China?
Thank you. I'll just give you examples. As I mentioned before, the poisonous mushroom is really a big problem in China. When we see the data in the last 10 years, the average of the deaths is very stable. So the local government also to try to education, to tell people do not to pick it, do not to pick the white poison mushroom. And so they just do the investigations. To our surprise, after the investigation, we found the key point is not the people that have no idea of this. And to the beginning, we think is that because the patient have no idea of this mushroom, so they pick it and eat it. But to our surprise, we found that the patient is the people. They just have very confident that they can identify which one is good, which one is bad. So every year is that people they get sick. So after that, we just see with the normal communication. You just tell him not to pick it. There is no use. So just to maybe last year, our department we also have a department of risk communication. They have developed an app just in phone. And how do we do it? We just take the pictures, different kind of mushrooms, the pictures for the consumers. And you can just try which one you think is poison or not poison. So there are different steps, but most of the people, they cannot go across the first step. So that is a very good game and a good way for the communication and education to let the guys that they have really confidence in thinking they are right. That's an example we are now doing for the risk communication. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe perhaps also it can reach out to the communities that are also rather far or sort of disconnect. I don't know how to say it in English, but that are slightly away from populated cities, and phone may enable that kind of communication to reach out to the right targeted audience. Yes. Laura, you are back. I want to give a floor to you also regarding the risk communication. I don't know if, for the person who look at the outbreak responses and the cases, what do you want to highlight as a message for maybe consumers and maybe all of the people who engage in food systems in terms of prevention and risk communication?
Yes, sorry, I lost internet connection, of course, in the middle of the night for some reason here, but I was able to get back on. Yes, I think some of the things that at CDC that we've been thinking about in terms of getting consumer messaging out is kind of finding new ways to communicate food safety messages. Here in the U.S., cooking and food safety used to be taught in schools, but fewer and fewer schools are now teaching these types of courses, and most people are getting food safety messages and product action messages and recalls and things like that really from social media and online. So we're trying to think of ways to update a lot of our consumer messaging using trusted partners in social media, using more videos and short clips, using a diverse spokespeople from CDC too, so people from different backgrounds and ethnicities to try to reach some of the younger people that are now getting a lot of their information from social media.
Thank you so much, Xora. So maybe to wrap up, maybe I'm going to give a floor one by one to all of you to maybe give one last, take-home messages concerning foodborne disease challenge and how we can do better to prevent them. Maybe give a floor to Mohammed to start with.
Yes, the colleagues covered most of the important point, but I just want to mention about the communication with the public through social media and wherever they find their interests, the age level we are targeting, so we can use their field to communicate with them. For instance, in Saudi Arabia, the notification system about foodborne illness symptoms, the individual must visit the health facilities to report an illness, then they initiate an outbreak. So SFDA, when they joined the system of foodborne investigation, we established a platform that can be reached by public themselves. Through social media, they can find it, or through the web. They can notify us about their symptoms, even if they didn't visit a hospital. So we make a linkage of this outbreak. We receive several notifications, so we establish an outbreak suspicion case. We notify our colleagues, municipalities, Ministry of Health. So actually, it's better to, my advice to facilities and controlling authorities to do their work and not waiting for the cases to show up. As Doctor mentioned, it's protection and prevention is more important than dealing with an outbreak when they happened. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. Don, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Again, really appreciate the fact that we're having this panel at the top of the conference. Foodborne illness is still with us. We can do more, we should do more. We have more tools that are coming online that will help us to understand what the problems are, what the risks are associated with current production systems and new production systems that might come online. But we have to share that information. So at a technical level, sharing things through publicly accessible databases like Genome Tracker will help us a lot. But as our understanding increases about how pathogens move around the environment, we need to be able to share that, because that's what's going to help across the world. And so we need to continue to do that work. We need to understand where we can spend our resources to be able to ensure the production of safe food. We have safe food everywhere, all across the globe. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Laura, one last word, please.
Yeah, I'll just add on to what Don said. That's global food supply. It certainly is important to continue data sharing and through Genome Tracker, certainly food isolates from foods as well as from sick people. And I think with whole genome sequencing, we're certainly making a lot of progress, but again, sharing that data internationally with different partners will be really, really helpful as we move forward. As well as kind of breaking down some barriers between government agencies and food industry. I'd really like to see some more partnerships with food industry and government, and not having these kind of walls up between those two agencies and industry, kind of working together to make food safer for everyone. So I think everyone benefits, both from the company's perspective as well as the public.
Thank you. Martin, please.
Thanks, Yuki, and thank you everyone for your attention. It's really super to be on this panel. I could talk for a lot longer, but I know you've got lunch coming. I would just reiterate the importance of systematic surveillance using whole genome sequencing, and I'm not talking about just the occasional food isolate ending up in a sequence database, but routinely, systematically collecting and putting that together against the human data. I think one of the other things that we haven't talked about here, Yuki, is one of the huge and emerging challenges for food safety and foodborne illness, which is climate change. And I just really would like to leave us with the thoughts about that. It will mean that pathogens move into new places. It will mean that people are susceptible to catastrophic weather events and make unsafe food, and it will finally lead to agricultural problems that will end up meaning people enter into food insecurity and have to make poor choices about food safety. So I think globally we have an obligation to work on climate change as an underlying event that is bigger than food safety, but a huge impact. And I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Martin, on this point also. Lee, please.
Thanks, Yuki. For me, I just think we just based on the risk analysis approach and cooperation and trust each other, trust different levels, like government and industrials and also different sectors, just trust and cooperation and take it together in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. Marcus?
Yeah, thank you. What everybody else said, of course. We need more depth, we need more breadth, we need more volume. But one thing that was touched upon by just Lee and also by others, I think we need more tools to collaborate. And by that, I don't mean Zoom, right? Everybody has Zoom. I mean, we need goals, performance goals that focus on collaborations. It's actually super hard to get this into performance evaluations for organizations or for individuals to promote collaboration, and not just a token thing, right? Go out and make a friend. But as an institutional embedded goal that is rewarded, that is somehow then respected. That's hard, and hence we all operate in silos predominantly. So how to break these down, that will be the challenge, and I think as all the discussion gave away here, for foodborne disease outbreaks, or let's say minimization of foodborne disease outbreaks, that will be absolutely key, that we learn not just with industry and regulators, but also between industries, between regulators, among all of us. How do we celebrate collaboration? Thank you.
Thank you for that. And maybe just personally commenting on the tools that we need for all of us. As a WHO, so we are trying to create an indicator. The first one was put in the global strategy as diarrheal disease reduction, 40%, very aspirational goal and vision. But we'll be elaborating more also with the task forces we have in the FERC with Martin, who is chairing this work, to provide health outcome indicators that may help sectors to take actions so that we can have some sort of consorted action towards one milestone that, that we can all share. With that, I want to give the last person is Bill to close. The floor is yours.
Yeah, you always leave it to the lawyers to clean up at the end, right? So, first of all, what a great panel, and thanks for putting this together. And I hate to leave you with a story before you go eat your lunch, but there's a case that I worked on in 2020 that haunts me every day, and it was a 2.5-year-old boy who was traveling with his parents from Vancouver, British Columbia to Disneyland in Southern California. And on their way back from Disneyland, after having a great time, they stopped in a small town and had a salad. He ate a little bit of romaine lettuce off his dad's plate. His dad got a little sick, but within 3 days, this little boy had developed acute kidney failure, then suffered a stroke. And it was so severe that now, these 3 years later, he cannot walk, and he cannot talk, and he cannot feed himself. And the CDC did a fabulous job of investigating the outbreak and determining the cause. I did my job and, was able to compensate that family. But I don't care how much money I could get that kid, it's never going to change his life. It's never going to change the life of his family. And, forever, that little boy will not walk, will not talk, will not be able to feed himself. He'll probably live to be 30, 40 years old until he dies from some complication. And I think, I hate to leave you guys with that as you walk off to lunch, but I think it just really underscores how important the work that you guys do on a day-to-day basis is, to help prevent situations like Lucas Parker. And, I just wish everyone the best. I honor the work you do, and I really hope that, next year when I make it to China, we'll have made some progress. So thank you so very much for having me.
Thank you so much, and thank you, all of you. Maybe give claps to everybody. It was a fantastic discussion, and I think we are all very hungry, so let's go to lunch to have safe food. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Bye-bye, everyone. Thank you.
Bye. Bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, thank you.
Thanks very much, Yuki, and sorry for standing just between you and lunch. Just some remarks before you leave. Please come back in the afternoon. Please come back at 2:30. On your way to lunch, please have a look at your badges to see where you are, where your lunch is. And please be back with us at 2:30 for the 2 interesting sessions that we have. Have a great lunch. Take care. Did anyone have any alternative protein for lunch? Maybe tofu, because tofu in some areas is still considered alternative protein. Maybe not in Asia, but in some other areas it might be considered as alternative. Anyway, so a lot about alternative protein is about definitions, standards, science, and regulations. So where do we stand? What questions did the scientists ask about alternative protein foods? Are they safe? Will they help us with our problems or create new ones? What are some of the answers? And we will know more after this session, after which we'll have a short break. So the session will be hosted, co-chaired by Professor Wu Nongying, moderator and co-chair, Chief Scientist, China National Center for Food Safety Risk Assessment. Please join me. And the co-chair, Mr. Markus Lipp. Where is he? Oh, there, right? Oh, you will come later? Okay, I will introduce you anyway. Who is leading the food safety work in the Food Systems and Food Safety Division of FAO, which is where we met. And before, he was working in the private sector and for NGOs like USP. And fun fact about him, and me is that we're both Germans, but we never speak German together because we cannot do it anymore, probably. Anyway, thanks very much. So, Professor Wu, I hand over the floor to you.
Thanks this session, most work with FLO. So most job will be done by Max. I just first kick off the all session, and we would like have the Masami have the leading lecture. And this lecture just what we have done in the next year in Singapore, and the milestone on the for safety aspect of cell culture meeting. Then floor is the Masami.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for having me here, and then thank you to the organizers. Thank you for inviting me to give you this talk. And then I realized that I have very strict 15 minutes, so I'm trying to fit into those 15 minutes, but then as you can imagine, the topic is big. And then eventually that this 15 minutes, I will be probably just scratching the surface, but then hopefully that I'll be able to provide some information about what FAO is doing together with WHO. So my title is the publication name, which is the Food Safety Aspects of Cell-Based Food, which was published in April this year, and then I'm going to go through the contents with you. So first question is, what is it? So what is it is the big question, actually, because we have to figure out how to describe what we are talking about. And then very easiest way to explain is that using the cell culturing technique that we are growing the meat without growing animals. So this is the, that is the explanation that we were trying to come up with. And then there are lots of different products in this techniques. You can see in the video capture that it is not actually a real video, but then I gave you this address. Unfortunately, this is on the platform that cannot be played in China. So I think that hopefully you can take notes and then play elsewhere. And this video is telling you that the very short 1 minute and a half video telling you that what it is, and then what 4 very simple stages of the production process. So the Chinese version is also available, so hopefully that you'll be able to watch it. And those 4 phases, very simply, that the first one is cell sourcing, second one is cell production, and third one is harvesting, and then the fourth one is processing. So very simple. Just like a traditional food production, you need to source the first item, which is egg or seed, and then second, you have to grow it, and then third, you harvest it. Then later on that you process it. So very simple stage that you can totally relate to the traditional food production phases. And big question, what's in a name? And I just tried to put it on the Chinese name, and then I will try to pronounce it. It's Sibao Sibao Bai Pai Yong Ro. That's probably what it is in Chinese name. And then, but then what does it mean is for the non-Chinese people that this means, in my opinion, in the parentheses means cell. And then biome means like culturing, but then in really in a way of nurturing, kind of nurturing meat kind of way. And then that's what Chinese people calling it right now. And then I can relate because I am from Japan, and Japanese people call it this way too. And then I just learned from Korea that the Koreans are calling it in a very similar way. So it is quite different from what we are calling it in English terminology. So you will see that cultured meat or cultivated meat or cell-based meat lab-grown meat, clean meat, fake meat, all kind of names exist. And then most possibly that they are talking about the same thing, but then we were trying to figure out what would be the correct name, right? But then I will give you the spoiler first. There is no such a thing, correct name. So there is no perfect name for this type of product because I give you some ideas. Clean meat, fake meat, both, it's kind of positive and negative, but then there is some sort of value judging element in the word. And then we think that as a neutral organization, it's not a good idea to put some value judging into the name. So lab grown also, like many experts told us that the lab part may give some consumers feeling that they are eating something from the lab is quite negative connotation. So something neutral we have to pick up, that's one thing. And then next line is about commodity name. So we are using meat or salmon or some commodity name to follow after this modifier. But then many countries actually came to me and told me that it is a problem because they have some sort of regulations like meat and meat product regulations. And then if we start calling it meat, then they have to start applying these meat regulations to it. So they don't want to call it meat. So can we call it food? And then so global organization, we said like, okay, we can try to figure out what could be the good way to go. So in the end, we came up with this use of food, and then lots of modifier before the food didn't make sense because cultured food, cultivated food sounds strange. So we came up with the idea of cell-based food, that is the FAO/WHO working terminology. But then I tell you one thing, cell-based is not at all scientific terminology either, because imagine that all kind of product with cells, that's technically cell-based. So it doesn't automatically distinguish the food produced through this technology from the conventionally produced food. So you see that it's not really perfect in a way. So this is how we figured out. And then the topic that I brought with the Chinese name is because you know that there are more than 6,500 languages in the world. So even if we try very best and then try very hard to come up with one English terminology to agree upon, there are lots of complications with the translation. So we don't think it makes sense to spend too much time on getting the very simple one word, but then rather that we have to think about what is the terminology that doesn't confuse people and it doesn't mislead people in the different context. So I know that the international harmonization would benefit the most. It is the ideal situation, but at the same time, it is rather more important to think about this functional way of using the terminology for this topic. So this was the suggestion from the expert. Now that I am putting already that it's not a question, food safety comes first. I usually talk to lots of industry colleagues from the various companies, and then they say that they try to put all kind of different beautiful claims. It is going to be sustainable. We don't need so much water and land, and then it can be very environmentally friendly. Those kind of beautiful things, and animal welfare, all things can be claimed. But then I say that food safety is actually more important because if there is no food safety assurance systems established, it doesn't fly. Because people want to know that how the producers and then also government are assuring food safety. And then if we cannot answer this question, there is no way to go to the next question and to discuss about sustainability. There is simply no point. And then in that sense that we think that food safety is rather an enabler rather than barrier, because if we are able to establish some very systematic way to assure food safety, we can really go to talk about sustainability. We can try to think about all kind of data and then information, and then we can have all kind of discussions to really think about that what is it that this is giving us as a benefit. And this is just a chart that how FAO is working on this topic. The first encounter was 2017, that when I started talking with the government of Singapore. And then we did lots of different preliminary work. And then WHO joined for the expert consultation, and we published this 150 pages of the publication. This is primarily because that we wanted to provide very substantial technical information, particularly for the food safety competent authorities in the low and middle income countries. So that's why that it has a very thick contents. In this expert consultation, we didn't decide whether or not it is safe, but then rather, we did the only first step of the formal risk assessment process. So as you probably know, that the risk assessment process has 4 steps, and then the first one is hazard identification. I hope that I am talking to the audience who knows the difference between hazards and risk. I think that we already covered this morning. And what we did was simply identify hazards, potential hazards. And then this has more than 40 and less than 50 hazards area that we identified. And what we did was that we analyzed the hazards into 4 different phases that I introduced earlier. So first step, that there are a few hazards that we already identified, second, third, fourth, and then the biggest number of hazards that we identified was in the last one, the food processing and formulation, because until the harvesting, that there is a very limited occasions that the human comes into the process. So basically that there is some sort of limitation there, although there is no zero risk. But then after harvesting, that this product will be exposed to various different people and processes. So basically, very naturally that we have lots of hazards that we can identify. And I have only 4 points of this 150 pages of the document, but then just to summarize, that all experts said that many hazards, almost all hazards are already well known, and then they exist already in the conventionally produced food. And then third point that we are saying that all those existing food safety assurance plans would be very useful, very applicable. But then the last point that I want to make is that anything new, anything potentially produce some sort of novelty, those are the things that we have to pay attention to. But then potentially as important as, or probably more important than the scientific fact, is that communication. Because we don't know where consumers are standing. So basically that every single jurisdiction and country that we need to understand what consumers know and what they don't know. And then also what do they want to know? And then what do they need to know? And also that the communication messages have to be based on science, but then at the same time, it has to be in a way that people can digest. So very tough task to follow. And then I want to remind that food is such a personal issue, and then people care about what they eat. And if we say like, it's okay, it's safe, so go ahead, and then it doesn't work. So we do need to have the communication messages based on the culture, based on different ways of communication. So this is something that our social science and communication experts really stress at our expert meetings. And then it is important to identify hazard. It is important to do the risk assessment, but at the same time, we do have to think about how do we communicate such information to the public. And for the future steps that we will be having stakeholder meetings in Shanghai very soon, next week. So some of you, I see that attending our FAO meeting. So we will have very good meeting there to talk about what is new as of the year 2023. And we'll be continuing. And I will be continuing this technical working group. Currently 13 plus countries are attending. Hopefully that China would be interested in attending this technical working group to participate. And then we have just published the 4 pages of the information fact sheet for the regulatory agency. So it's way easier to read than 150 pages. So hopefully that the people will understand, people will be able to download. And I realize I put all the QR code here, doesn't work. So I put the big QR code, this should work. So I tested. So if you want to download any of the documents that I have presented today, please use this QR code to download. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Masami, and thanks to Tom for the earlier introduction. So my name is Marcus Lipp, and I'm continuing with the moderation. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce now to you Dr. Wu Yongning. He already moderated the first half, so Chief Scientist at the China National Center for Food Safety Risk Assessment. Dr. Wu, please.
No. Okay. 时间很短，我就用。
As time is limited, I'm going to present in Chinese. And here you can see about our prediction and the prospect in China. Some of them is from the meeting organized by WHO, and also some from the high-end summits done in China. I will cover the following areas. And speaking of the alternative proteins, it covers plant-based proteins, microprotein, algae protein, insect protein, and also cell-based or cell-cultured cultivated meat. Generally speaking, Chinese government attaches great importance to alternative proteins and also have already incorporated into the broader landscape of food. And we already say that to get more protein from animals and from the plants and the microorganism is a very important way. And also in terms of the technologies, we have already developed some technologies to cultivate meat. And in this way, we can use social resources and to pursue the nutrition. And we aim to develop agricultural cell factory by using the technologies of synthetic biology. We want to, of course, in this area, we need to resolve a lot of problems. For instance, the regulation issue. Why should we do that? And who could make the regulation? And how to do that? So generally speaking, of the classifications of alternative proteins technology, and there are three main pillars, including plant-based fermentation and also cultivated meat. Actually, we held a meeting in the West Pacific region, and we talked about the compliance issue of the plant-based meat. And also, we need to focus a lot on safety issue instead of just discuss GM food issue, and also in terms of food safety. Actually, we need to focus on the safety issues, like the safety issues of the existing proteins or substances. For the current ones, for existing ones, it's more about compliance. But if it's about a new protein sources, we need to have the risk analysis. And also for the cell-based or cell-cultured proteins. And we also need to make the risk assessment. For the new protein and sources, the National Health Commission also paid great attention to the substances of food. And for instance, if it has been approved for like 20 years or 30 years, and then that's more about the compliance. But if it's from new sources, we need to make risk evaluation or risk assessment. For instance, speaking of the soil levulmoglobin, and that's a new protein, and we definitely need to make a self-assessment of it. Another is about the rapeseed protein isolate. In the past, it was only used for oil, but now if we use it as a source of protein, we also need to make a safety assessment. Another is about the cell-cultured meat. It's a new category, so we need to consider safety issue, just as mentioned by Masami. We also have another department which is about for the regulation on the additional substances and additives. In China, we have the whole package of regulation for the additives, and for generally speaking, we can resolve the problems because we have the certain regulation for the novel foods as well. Yet, definitely, we need new technologies. Generally speaking, we refer to the practices of the US, EU, and for the traditional ones about the grass system of the US, when GM food is related, or the genetics involved. For instance, the GM soybean and oil, and also the fermented food. We don't need some new regulations because we already have current regulations. But for the fourth one, it's for the live genes, and we definitely need to have a certain regulation. So then at the meeting, we had several discussions, and we said that actually our government also need to improve our regulation. We also referred to the FAO, WHO's West Pacific practices, and after that meeting, I also need to discuss the technology and the resources. While we do know that Singapore already approved the first cell-cultivated meat. Last year, we held a meeting in Singapore, while the US FDA also issued the letter of no opposition to cell-cultured chicken. And also, the US also had the plan of the biological manufactured food, and also the US launched the Biden-Harris administration announcement to advance American biotechnology and biomanufacturing, and we need to talk about how to provide some safety measures. Just as I mentioned, without safety, how can we guarantee food safety? We do know that only with safety can we continue to roll out and facilitate innovation. And we need to cover the pre-market approval procedures and standards. Actually, the Deputy Secretary General of the China Food Society also offered some letters to the National Health Commission. We already had some technology, but they are far from enough, be it for the food, for food substances, or for Ximian. Generally speaking, theoretically, if it has no less than 20 or 30 years of history, definitely approval will be needed. And in this process, we need to also encourage complaints to start their inquiry to CFSA as soon as possible when the food is still under the process of R&D. And we also And also, I think that we also need to have more breakthroughs in terms of regulation, in terms of the evaluation and assessment. I think our evaluation center need to show the responsibility. So generally speaking, with the university and the businesses, as well as interdisciplinary innovation, we need to form synergy and enable the better governance. So we can facilitate food safety. Last year, we already held a meeting regarding alternative protein. Tomorrow we have a one-day meeting. Maybe next year we will also talk about the approval and production system. But tomorrow we will mainly talk about the animal proteins and also the relevant content regarding that. Okay, that's all for my part. 好的，非常感谢您。那下面呢，我们就已经准备好做圆桌讨论了。那我们可以呢稍等一下，这样我们把现场圆桌讨论的设置安排好。好。如果说大家对前两个发言嘉宾的演讲有什么问题，我们可以利用这个时间提问。好的，那在我们等我们的嘉宾的时候呢，我也给大家呢介绍一下呢，其实呢，我们呢有一些以下的这个嘉宾，包括呢，吴博士，那么他是呢国家食品安全风险评估中心的技术总师，那还有呢，同时呢，我们也有来自于美国农业部的行政办公室食品安全与检验服务局的局长 Paul Kekan。此外呢，我们也有呢，新加坡南洋理工大学 Michael Pham 讲席教授陈伟宁教授。那我们还有呢，中国肉类食品综合研究中心的首席专家，也就是呢王守卫。此外呢，我们还有呢美国食品药品管理局食品安全与应用营养中心国际合作办公室的主任 Julie Moss， 还有呢江南大学未来食品科学中心副主任周景文主任。好，欢迎大家。首先呢，非常感谢大家来参加我们的圆桌讨论。那我们也呢，按照刚才呢，就是呢，这个陈君实院士的这个圆桌讨论的传统吧，就是呢，我们就不再呢做更加详细的介绍了。嘉宾介绍我们就不再去做了，那只是呢再一次的感谢大家。下面呢我们就直接切入主题，我们首先来提个问题。那我们在讲到呢，就是在应对
have a few questions, and we'll ask the first question to 4 of you, and then.
替代蛋白方面呢，那么当然我们肯定要考虑到很多我们所面临的这个安全挑战以及呢最佳的实践。那么我们想问一下呢，就是呢我们是需要呢去寻求一个平衡呢，就是在替代蛋白质食品方面。那么大家觉得对于消费者来说那他们如果说要对我们这个替代蛋白的食品感兴趣的话呢，到底应该怎么做呢？我们首先呢可以呢有请Paul发言。Paul， 不好意思呢，打断你了。那么希望呢，大家可以把发言时间控制在2分钟。我觉得今天，首先我们主要呢是要知道，我们其实呢是欢迎任何的这个新的食品类型因为当然我们的前提呢就是这个食品这个产品必须要是安全的。因为呢，人们可能会担心，就是我们也会经常讲这个食品如果不安全，它就不是食品了。那这也是呢，我们要把它作为我们一个基石所在。所以在美国我们其实呢现在已经有一些替代蛋白质的食品，而且我们也有 HACCP。那么 HACCP 呢这一个
needs to be covered because all of the hazards that go along with that, they can be modified. So whatever the product is you have, you go through, you do a hazard analysis, and you go through and you look at the entire process there. And the only thing that we came up with that needed to have a new regulation, and as people were saying earlier, you don't necessarily want to have a lot of new regulations. So the only thing that we are having any regulation developed for is for the labeling of those products. And as you could tell from the presentation earlier, there's a lot of discussion about how the product should be labeled. But we have 3 plants that are currently producing these products, and again, it's at a very, very, very small rate. So you can't come to the U.S. and find products, go to the grocery store and purchase them. It's not being produced anywhere at that level at all. So the 2 the 2 names that we're currently letting them use on label is cell cultured, and then whatever it is. So chicken is what they're doing now, or cell cultivated chicken. Those are the 2 options that they currently have. And this is something that we work with FDA very closely on. So we don't have one food organization in the U.S. We have certain things split up. So FSIS covers meat, poultry, and egg products. FDA covers the majority of the other products. But it's not like we're separate. Okay, we work on these things very, very closely together to make sure that we're addressing everything that's needed. So early on with the cell selection and the growth, those are covered by FDA. Once that's done, during the harvest section, we move that then to USDA, and then any manufacturing that goes on after that is covered by FSIS as well. And we've held a couple of different listening sessions on this to see what it is that people are interested in, and it's almost always the labeling. So if you have someone that's producing cattle or producing chickens, they're interested in what is that going to be labeled as, because it's going to have some impact on them potentially down the road. And the consumers want to know, what is it going to be labeled as, so they can either make a decision that's something they're interested in buying, or it's something that they're not interested in buying. So that's the number 1 item for us, is the labeling of that product.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Wu,
Yeah.
for the balance between the right of the consumer to know and the desire of industry to shape markets.
Okay, I just added a little more. Just because in China, new food resources or the new food integrated, that was administration approved. So they need, for the industry need check with the NH and the CIFSQ to apply. That means we need to have a structure assessment document what should be applied to the CIFSQ, and also we need everything was transparent. Second thing, we need to think with concern, hazard concern. Third one, we just need to discussion with the different stakeholders, especially for concern, and they should participate from the research R&D to all the risk assessment and the safety improvement and the final product produce. Everything the concern should participate. That's all.
Thank you so very much. Masami, same question to you. I know you touched earlier already, but if you have some additional thoughts.
Sure. What I have is not really my opinion, but then what I learned from discussing from various regulators. I don't know if you have ever seen the labeling on products in Europe. And Europe has this kind of rules that you have to use all the languages that are spoken in Europe, and then there are lots of information on the labeling, and it was very challenging for me to understand what information is really relevant to what I want to know. And then I just realized that talking with various regulators about this topic, that regulators feel that they have to provide what consumers want to know. So right now that they don't know what consumers really want to know in terms of the priorities. For example, we have lots of other information, nutrition or GMO or sugar content or added sugar, or those kind of information exist. And then which one is the most important, and then which one is the most wanted to know kind of information? That is something that the regulators need to figure out. So basically that my answer to you is that I don't have the answer. But then what I have is that people want to have some sort of concrete baseline to understand what consumers would like to have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So last one for this round, for this specific question, William. What's your thought about the balance of the right of the consumer to know and the desire to industry to shape markets?
Thank you, Marcus, for this question. So I'm from Singapore. While Singapore is well known to be the first country to have approved the sale of this EJAS, the first cultivated chicken meat. In terms of consumer acceptance and what regulatory agencies should do, in addition to the risk assessment, hazard identification, consumers are also very interested in knowing the nutrition value and also the taste and price point. I think we can address this nutrition value separately alongside this safety risk assessment. But in terms of addressing the price point issue, Singapore is well known to be a technology-driven place. A lot of things are very high-tech, but coming to food, we need to lower down the price. So in order to do that, we are trying to find ways to introduce sustainable and the low-cost ingredient into the culture medium. That actually brings this hazard identification and risk assessment to the next level. And so there are additional consideration for regulatory agency to consider. But I think moving forward, we will see that the trend will be looking for sustainable production of healthier and nutritious and safe alternative food. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. So to not make it too repetitive or too boring, we're going to switch the question for the next three panelists. So, next question. The field of alternative proteins is rapidly evolving, with new developments and innovations emerging regularly. How might these innovations shape the future of food production and consumption? What impact could they have on broader issues, such as food security? Julie, please, your thoughts.
Thanks, Marcus. So, looking at the data and what we have before us with regards to population, I found an estimate that by 2050, there will be 9 billion people on Earth. So it's important that we use all the tools in our toolbox to address global protein needs. Certainly, it's possible that new and innovative products may provide more flexibility in the way consumers meet their protein needs. For example, foods we have not historically thought of as protein sources may be more commonly viewed as protein sources in the future. This enhanced flexibility might also help us to collectively weather environmental challenges to agriculture as the climate changes. As we think of diversifying the foods we use to meet our protein needs, it could improve food security as well, certainly. For our role at FDA, we're monitoring this landscape and stand ready to help innovators bring safe, lawful products to market. And as this field evolves, which we know it will, and we're hearing, we look forward to evolving with it. So we're here.
Thank you very much. So next we go to Wang Shouwei. Your thoughts, please.
谢谢。我用这个
I'll talk in Chinese because I'm poor in English. So this is a good question, and I'm Wang Weining, and I'm a China Meat Research with the China Meat Research Center, and I've been working on this topic for decades. This is an dominant trend in food development in the whole world. It can be said that the cell-cultivated meat, the emergence of this meat production is a disruptive alternative to our traditional means of producing the meat. This is a new product to the consumers, but for us as the researchers, during the research, and we need to mind about the whole process security or safety. And from the first step, for example, the seed security, we should ensure that first step is correct, is secure. And the second, the culture for the incubation should also be secure. And the process, for example, the cell multiplication, the cell growth, and they should be safe. Third, for the food security ensuring is also necessary, and how to do it, and we need innovative ways, because at the end of the day, we hope to provide the consumers with a secure food, and that has been verified and accredited by the relevant authority. But how the consumers can accept or well receive this new type of a product, I think that it's not just about the issue of labeling. Of course, we will label, and it's ingredient, it's raw material, but also the scientists need to talk to the consumers so that the consumers can understand in this new era, this new type of a protein, how it's produced and how its process works, so that based on this information and the science, they should have a say in deciding their own food. That I think that's more important. So communications to the consumer should talk on the security of this new type of a protein, and it will also be corrected related with the sales of this new type of a food.
Lastly, Zhao Jingwen, what are your thoughts regarding the impact of these technologies on the broader issues such as food security?
Okay, thank you. Because there are a lot of common sense. Because, for example, the population increase, climate change, and unexpected pandemic issues and wars, a lot of different problems cause that maybe the potential lack of the food in the near future, even now. Because we have a lot of people are suffered from hunger in recent years. Even we can eat very well each day. So as we know, a lot of people are discussing on the alternative proteins or something or artificial meat. they does not suffer them too much from the lack of the food, actually. So, but because as we are researchers and organizations, because we have the responsibility to promote that there will be more people that can live from the case of the hungry. So the development of technology, though we generally call the alternative proteins, we know it's very important, but why we did not do this several years ago, or maybe 20 or 30 years ago? Because at this time, the development of the biotechnology and also a lot of information technology can promote the more efficient production of the alternative proteins. So we know where the problem is, and we now have the new methods to develop a more economic way to develop alternative proteins. Sometimes, you know, when we mention about alternative proteins, it seems to be a worse choice sometimes, alternative, right? So actually, I think based on the current development of the different technology, especially on the biotechnology and more advanced food processing technology, I think the alternative proteins could provide us better foods in the near future. So sometimes when nowadays, when we want to choose alternative proteins to solve the food safety issues, but it seems that we are forced to do that. But I believe in the near future, once we can develop more cheaper, more economic, and more sustainable and more delicious alternative proteins, it's not what we have to be forced to do. It could be a better choice. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. So the topic is called alternative proteins and meat, not just cell-based agriculture, which we focused early on. So alternative protein generally, and thus encompasses vastly different production methods, vegetable proteins, fungal proteins, but also cell-based agriculture, of course. These are our current discussions too broad from a regulatory perspective, including from a risk assessment perspective? Do we just keep it too general? And if so, what path would you consider to be appropriate to structure these discussions internationally better? So if we have two general discussions right now, how can we make them more focused for risk assessment to help us getting to regulatory approvals? Dr.
Okay. Actually, for the plant-based protein, in China, we can trace back to thousands of years ago. And in Han Dynasty, we have the tofu. And in Song Dynasty, we have the wheat and gluten products. So that means this kind of the food is the regular food. And we said just existing for safety regulation, just to follow that. That's okay. And for the finger protein, most finger products. Also in China, we eating the thousands, hundreds, or even hundreds of years, we sometimes called the food and the Chinese traditional medicine both used products. So that means most was the safety. We don't need to just have a little bit, right? What was new. If just as I have the PowerPoint said, we just consider they have the existing protein or substance have the traditionally eaten more than 20 or 30 years, if that, just as the US called the grass. And then we are most was the traditional food. And if not, then they should make the, in China, we are asking them to apply the what we call the food new integrated, new apply, come to check with the NH and my agency, CIFSA. For the cell-based, originally I have said that we are MH. Originally I have said that we are everything okay, but we said we need a milestone publications, for example, FLWHO. So even from the milestone publication, how to make the new approach for the risk assessment, and for the detail, what document to watch, short supplement. We are short work with WHO, and also we work with WHO, also shared learning cooperation with US, with the EU, for example, US FDA, and EFSA, even neighbor country, for example, for example, I have the put my slide over there, so that means we need more structure. That is international.
Other discussions to general? Would a more focused discussion help?
我觉得刚才那个吴老师已
I agree with Mr. Wu on risk evaluation and we.
Thank you so much. Masami, same question to you.
Sure, thank you very much. I think that the part of the answer is scientific being on my mind, and then half is again that was something that I learned. So I will start from the latter, that the regulators told me that this totally depends on what kind of regulatory frameworks they have. So if they have a novel regulations, for example, then it may apply to all kind of so-called new food for that jurisdiction or country. Seaweed every day, and then sometimes twice a day. And then for me, the seaweed is nothing to me, and then thousands of histories in Japan. But then, of course, my friends in Europe, that is a new food for them, and then it can be categorized as a new food product, and then they could have some sort of a new risk assessment. It may be quite convenient in their regulatory framework. And they're saying for the various different countries that what kind of regulatory frameworks they have, and they could probably change the category. But then it doesn't help the international harmonization. So this is the challenge that we may be having in this global part of the world. But my scientific opinion is that in the end, when I really look at this cell-based food safety assessment process, that what we are talking about is quite similar. That we are really looking at potential hazard, and then how we can minimize the risks to be high, and then what we can do. Basically, that's it. And then if do appropriately this risk assessment, and then if we follow this practice to be effective, in the end, it's same outcome. So in that kind of a high level of the risk analysis framework, and I think that international harmonization in the first way of categorization may not be super necessary. So that is how I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sunny. Amen. For your thoughts, are we having two general discussions currently to serve the industry or the consumer correctly? Should we have more focused discussion specific products?
For the, I think for the people currently, I think the alternative proteins are mainly focused on three aspects: plant-based meat, cell-based meat, and also fungal protein-based meat. And sometimes not only fungal protein, but also protein from other microorganisms, algae. Sometimes we generally just include all of the others this into microbiome protein. As we all know, the plant-based meat has developed a very mature state. Yeah, because not only the sustainability and also the taste, texture, and different issues have been well solved in the last several years. It seems that sometimes we cannot distinguish this plant-based meat from the real meat in different types of food and traditional animal food. But the problem for just the protein one state that this the protein source is original. We did not change the protein source in plant-based proteins. That's for the cell culture. The most difficult issue is that how we can decrease the cost. So that's what will our scientific area are more focused more on this. Because previously, as you all know, the research on stem cells are mostly focused on human beings because they can use this to help us to improve the healthy conditions and cure a lot of very difficult diseases. But then I think the very few groups are working on how to improve the stem cell cell growth or how to lower the cost. Because for cure disease, people never care about how much we will cost, right? And we can pay as much money as I can, even I can have paid some days to cure myself. I think so. It seems that the research of the stem cells has been focused for many years, but the stem cell research for pigs, cows, these animals, even some fishes, lack of a very research. Yeah, so and for the microbiome proteins, such as fungal proteins, I think it has been eaten. I just know that China and Japan, it has been already been eaten for many years. So I don't think it's a kind of safety concern. It's think that its cost is still very high, and how, as we know, a lot of these microbiome proteins are still derived from different plant biomass. Yeah, so the original of the biomass is still a big challenge. So currently there are also some research on the fixation of carbon dioxide, right? This seems to be much far away. I think this could be the farthest way to be achieved of the using, but even it's more difficult than the cell culture.
Thank you very much. Thank you. As a thought experiment, so we could think the production of alternative proteins as just a question of the process being applied, or the process attribute being attached to it. And then by extension, this might lead to the thought that there would be only an additional label with organic products. They are whatever they are, and they just have a traditional label if that specific process is applied. GMO-free declaration, denomination of geographic origin, they're all following the same thing. They are not making the claim that it's inherently a different product. So these would be existing processes already. Would you see that feasible, or the production of alternative proteins that it just has a normal product name and then there's an additional label? Show me how would you think about that?
叫做民政和营处，这是中国古代先人孔子说的。我觉得一个好的实体的生产，一定要给它去好名称，来真实的表达产品。所以在细胞培育肉这方面，你之间是用培育，而是不叫培育。这个是我查过中国的词典，也研究过，就是培育和培养在中文名称上、中文词代上有区别。那么培养实际是一个，它是一个细胞培养的过程，而我们要吃的是动物蛋白的肉，它是一个物产动物。所以各位有兴趣的话，我可以，因为今天时间有限，我不跟大家可以单独再谈一谈，就是关于病人这个主题的，一定要根据本民族或者本地区消费者的习惯和历史来给他起一个很好的一个理论思维。第二个呢，就是标准问题，我们应该作为我们这个科技部，就是新蛋白质科技部，我们应该非常有底气的把它的真正的来源标准消费。同时，刚才我讲，我们宣传告诉消费者，所以我觉得替代蛋白的，比如说细胞从来自肌肉、动物肌肉的培养方式，还是什么方式，有个标准下，可能更有利。产品。
Thank you very much. Do you maintain things just letting out the belly? What do you think?
Well, I think that's all. Consumers, but we expect to get a lot of comments on that as well, and then go through those comments and then make a final decision on it. So I think there's a lot more to it than just putting the label on. I think you find that, I think even here on the panel, I think you can tell that everybody isn't in agreement on what they think would be appropriate as far as labeling. So, like I say, we're taking comments on that. We'll look at those comments and then make the decision that we think is the best for consumers and all the stakeholders that are involved in it.
Thanks so much. You get a shot at this question too.
Yeah. Well, so I would say that first of all, we should not forget the motivation to looking at that. First one is to address the challenges of global warming and then something. The second one, I think more importantly, is to emphasize on the nutrition, not so much quantity, but on nutrition and quality. So for that, I would say that urban solution development technology-driven alternative is one way to go. But along the way, normally startup is trying to appeal to consumers. Then they change the strategy, instead of calling plant-based protein, they call plant-based meat. Then that actually create a lot of problems in a way because consumers compare what they were thinking as plant-based meat with a real meat. Once they say it doesn't really taste the same, so I would like to say that the motivation for all these development of alternative protein is such to provide consumers with new options. So we should keep it that way because alternative protein is not limited to cultivated meat, and not limited to plant-based protein. Also, like these other options. So if we simplify the production process, and we can lower the cost by ensuring the quality of protein. For example, we could protein plant-based protein as it is. So this is a new option. Then actually by doing so, I think we simplify the process, lower down the cost, and maybe a consumer will find a way to better accept. Thank you very much. So.
谢谢。我们刚才讲到了很多呢，消费者的需求，还有呢就是这个标识对标识的要求等等。那下面呢，我们再来谈一下，就是呢，对于我们作为这个监管方来说，作为我们这个风险评估方来说，那有很多的机构他们呢都在做对于这类产品的监管。那我们要思考呢，我们到底应该怎么去做？而且呢，当然这样也是一个正在进行的过程当中。但是从你的角度来说，你们认为我们当前的这些工具用于风险评估和风险管理的工具，那我们现在是不提就是风险沟通的工具啊。我们目前这些工具到底够不够呢？还是说我们是需要呢在
William, what are your thoughts there? William, you go.
Thank you, Marcus. Well, I believe we got take too much airtime. We have set up this Future Ready Food Safety Hub. It's not just another food safety lab in Singapore. I think we are taking working with FAO, we are taking a more proactive, progressive approach in terms of setting up a no animal based model to assess all these predicted risks using no animal, like for example, post-digestion system. But a lot of predictions are based on food ingredient per se, predict this allergen, that toxicity, potential toxicity. But food is not the same, you know, after digestion things change. So we are trying to promote this new testing method to sort of use no animal based model and then validate all this predicted allergen or other type of risk assessment. I think this would another thing is that the innovations are not just about predicting risk. There are also innovations that can mitigate these risks. I think equally more important, because otherwise, if we decouple the innovation, food tech innovation from risk assessment, it's actually slow down the whole process. So we have actually some innovation that help us mitigate these risks. I think this is a way moving forward. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Xiaowei, do you think we have enough tools for risk assessment, risk management?
I
think this is a very good question. Speaking of the risk assessment, actually, we also have some experiments and like the animal models, etc. These are very typical methods, and it's very useful to understand the safety and also to make the risk assessment. But I think it's worth noting, as I have done a lot of research in cell cultured cultivated meat, I have some reflections. I think we should leverage the frontier biological research progress, including from the life sciences, from the cell, the stem cell research updates, and we could introduce that latest research results or tools into our safety assessment. As when we are making safety assessment, just mentioned by Mr. Chen, and when we there's some potential impact, and maybe our tools or our research for the long-term impact is not as deep, as good as this is life sciences, etc. And for instance, about the harm factors of the cell or the other issues such as the a toxin that may generate in the growth of the cell, and we can introduce such results and such research. And in particular, we do know that the stem cell research is very popular, and they have made a lot of progress. If we can borrow their experiences in analyzing the risks of the alternative protein, that would be very valuable.
Thank you so much. So, do we have the right tools, Paul? Is there something lacking if you look out into the future?
Well, I can tell you that we've spent a lot of time looking at the risk and see what that was. And along with the FDA, you know, we've looked at the entire process that these companies that are producing it in the U.S. are actually using and seeing have they addressed the hazards that are there, and then do they have things in place to make sure that, you know, that they're producing safe product. Now, to make sure that that they are, as regulators, we're in the business of verifying that those systems that they have are producing a safe product and that everything is labeled adequately. So we do sampling from those to make sure that there aren't any biological, chemical, or physical concerns with those products there. So I think we have done what we need to do in order to get started on the process, and if there's reasons for us to adjust what it is that we're analyzing for, or the number of samples that we're taking to make sure that we're getting the correct results, then, you know, we have systems in place in order to do that.
Thank you so much. Qingwen, from your perspective, do regulators have the right tools?
I think currently it's just some case like GMO food. Actually, we should focus more on the final products, right, rather than the process, right? So for the GMO case, I think it should be a failure case. So most people are focused more on the processing process. Oh, okay, this food is generated by GMO plants or something. But actually, we should focus more on the final products. If there are some mycotoxin or some other toxins inside, or if the digestion characteristic of the new protein or new alternative protein products should be the same. Okay, if it doesn't contain any toxic components, also the digestive characteristic is also the same. I think it's okay, it's safe. So, but even just like currently available food, some people do not like some maybe different foods or are sensitive to the taste or something. I think for the alternative proteins, it's all the same. And along with the case, I think should there be a lot of different alternative protein foods. So we cannot focus more on the process, just leave the assessment more on the assessment of the final products. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so very much. So there's one question that often pops up in the talk of alternative protein, and that's the risk for allergenic reactions of the consumer, right? That's immediately coming, well, maybe the second sentence that comes up in those discussions. Hence, it's our fifth question, if I'm counted it right. So some alternative proteins may pose allergenic risks. There's no doubt about that. What are the best strategies for communicating these potential risks to consumers? How can we ensure that the information is easily accessible and understandable? And how can it be implemented or should be implemented to ensure the safety of the consumers who choose to consume such food? Now that's connected to the naming question, right? Otherwise it's
Thank you very much. This is a question for industry colleagues usually, because allergenicity occurs, period. So we are dealing with proteins that somebody would be allergic to. So there is no zero risk in this. And things that industry colleagues were telling me is that there are known allergen lists in the world, and then people can try to minimize those known allergen to be reduced from the cell-based food. I am only talking about cell-based food now. But then they can try to say that allergen minimized food products to be marketed. But then that's a very risky thing to do, because we never know that who could be allergic to what kind of products. And then also the allergenic reactions have different levels, right? The hypersensitivity or severe life or death kind of reactions, or mild rash or things like that. So we can't really determine that what is less or lower risk or higher risk. So I think that what you're asking about communication is two ways. That one, that the labeling somehow, that's what I understand from the Codex Committee on Labeling, that one common element that the consumers from all over the world would expect from the labeling is about allergen information. So I think that this has to be sought out in a way that the people would understand what they can expect from this product. But then another one is probably the toughest one, but then we need to provide a continuous education to the general public that allergen exists, and then somebody may be allergic to anything, and then this is not 100% guarantee from the food producing companies or governments, and this kind of wrong expectation that the food should be safe to eat, and this, if it is not safe, it's not food, but then we are actually making food safer. So kind of education may need to be continuously provided.
Thank you so much. Julie, your thoughts on this topic?
So allergenic risks are a concern for the FDA, and this is admittedly a challenging issue for us. Product labeling has always been an important action to address food allergen risks. In thinking this through, the situation could be a little trickier though, especially because consumers would not normally expect an allergen to be in certain foods based on the way a food has historically been marketed or consumed historically. Given that, it may be in the interest of both food manufacturers and governments to consider whether some additional outreach is warranted to protect allergenic consumers. There's also an here for us to work with patient groups focused on food allergies. These groups may help amplify the message to allergic consumers that as the foods on the market continue to change, it will be an important part for consumers to continue to use foods labeling to identify foods that pose allergic risks to them. Allergen labeling in and of itself is an important issue for us because one of the most common causes of food recalls in the United States is inaccurate food allergen labeling. There is certainly an opportunity here for the entire foods community to focus its efforts on this issue and further the concept of a culture of food safety as we move our food system into a suite of new innovative products in the coming decades. When firms consider their new products, this is definitely something that they should pay close attention to.
Thank you, Julie. And Yongning.
Actually, FLWHO for the allergen just said best way is avoided through the labeling. But what's in the priority list for the labeling? And maybe the first we can consider what we have approached by FLWHO, the menu for the ICPS on the enzyme. Then this approach, we are should consider for the approval, then not too much have the sequence for the amino acid with the strong allergy. And the second thing, we are not saying labeling. We said the food name should be sensitive. That was most important. Exactly what food you are. And if go to the fermentation, then just we are supposed to follow in enzyme preparation practice. And finally, we just said in China, then we just think with the service because I'm what the China Science and Technology Terminology Committee. Then we each terminal should be correct, and everybody should follow in the terminology. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. So we have 2 questions left, right? So one for 4, one for 3 people. Now, I've earlier said 2 minutes per person. Obviously, the math doesn't work because we have only 10 minutes left or something like this in our session. Now, you have an option. We can either reduce the speaking time or the audience gets mad at you because you talk too long and prevent them from having coffee, right? So maybe we can try for short answers that we can wrap up with not too much delay. We started a little later, so that's okay. But anyway, just wanted to point that out. So the primary goals of alternative proteins is to provide more accessible sources of nutrition. The reality is, however, that the costs remain high on these products and will likely to do so for a while. So what concrete actions are needed to be taken to make these products more affordable and by that and in generally more accessible? Ching Wen.
Okay, so as I just talked about that, because along with the development of biotechnology, sometimes we mention that we have to eat to enhance the diversity of the food intake, right? For example, we have to eat some plant-based food, animal-based food, and some mushrooms recently, right? But along with the alternative proteins, actually we can add some things what we want, and of course we can also remove some things what we do not want. For example, we can use some allergens in soybeans, in milk, yeah, just like this. And we can also add some useful or healthy components into the alternative proteins, not only to improve its healthy issues, but also to improve their maybe taste, to make it more delicious. We can do a lot of things by synthetic biology or metabolic engineering or something. Yeah, that's what we can do. It's much easier than just to do some GMO plants. It's very much easier to engineer microorganisms and leave no edited DNAs in the final alternative protein food. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so very much. Xiao Wei, same question to you.
I have a request because for this question, they have my pretty talkers have talked very well. So can I save my time for my next question? 可以。
Julie, so over to you.
Sure. So we certainly recognize that community nutrition. Our role from FDA is to be supportive of innovation, helping firms enter the marketplace with products that are safe and lawful. It's also clear that there is room here for technological innovation. Not too long ago, FDA completed consultation on a genetically engineered cotton variety that did not express gossypol in the seed, meaning that the seeds were more amenable for human food use. Along the same lines, we have seen interest in using canola protein isolates as food ingredients. These are 2 good examples of plants that we wouldn't historically have thought about as protein sources we are seeing in the future. I can also imagine plant breeders thinking about how they can improve the protein content or quality of locally adapted staple crops in different geographies that can be grown by local farmers and sold at local markets. Overall, my sense is that there is still room to grow here and that ingredient suppliers and the agricultural system in general will continue to think about these new ways to provide safe, high-quality protein to consumers.
Super, thank you so much. Yang Ning.
Okay. Actually, in China, the cost depends scale. In China, everything, if the more consume and the more production, then low price. What the solution just for the scale and for the IND need to explain the scale and the first thing. Second thing for the cell culture meat, then we need to much more innovation on the catch medium cost. At this time, too expensive for need innovation.
Thank you so much. So, last question goes to William, Paul, and Masami. While no one can predict the future, really, what is your message to the international regulatory community? That means risk assessors, risk managers, and in this case also risk communicators. What do you predict as the top needs to avoid market disruptions in that area? William, go.
Yeah, pass on to regulator to talk about this.
All right, Paul, up to you.
I think the number one thing is that the product is safe. It's not going to be something that consumers are going to be interested in if there isn't any into it. So I think that's number one. And then to go along with that, you really need to make sure that you're clear to the consumers on what the product is that they're purchasing, because there is a lot of interest in labeling and what the product is and how it's produced. And we've seen that over and over again, depending on what it is. And I think you need to keep sending that message on what the product is until it's a product that everyone is familiar with, and it's common, just like a lot of the products that are out there now. People don't really think a whole lot about it. They go out there, they purchase the products, they know what they are. The same thing will be true someday for the cell-cultured products, but there's a lot of education that goes along with that happening, and we need to really make sure that we're upfront with people and let them know that this is what the product is, and then they can make a decision if they want to produce or if they want to purchase that product or not.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Masami, you can close this out on this.
Sure. I cannot agree more to Paul that safety is fearable. So I think that this is the first thing that I always tell the regulators, that even from the low and middle income countries, that they are coming. But then I think we are all coming from the more or less privileged situation, but then those regulators that I talk to usually are those people, like a one-person food safety officer sitting in the small office alone, have to deal with all kind of different food safety matters alone. And then I imagine that how they feel regulatory requirements, and I think it is very overwhelming to them, and then they want to almost give up. So what I suggest to the more privileged regulators is that let's help them and try to focus on scientific safety issues only, and not to worry too much about prescriptive checklist of compliance, because those regulatory burden will suffocate everybody. And then I think that we can do it. We can work together to help this simplify and then really focus on safety issues. That's my take-home message. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. And my thanks to all of you. I hope you in the audience enjoyed it as much as I did up here. It was a fantastic panel. Please give me a hand to thank our panelists. And with that, I will look to our Masters of Ceremony, whether he has anything to celebrate. We have coffee break now, so, and yeah, so we are closed now, and thank you so much for being here.
presentation is called Resolving Interdependent Global Food Security Challenges in a Fragmented World. And we have two co-moderators here. We have not with us here, but virtually, Mr. Yves Ray, Independent Senior Advisor to Industry Leaders, former Danone Corporate General Manager and GFSI Chairman. So, is he here? Yes. Yves, hello.
Yes, I am.
Hi, Yves. Good to see you.
Hi, good. Good morning.
You're in Chamonix, right?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Yes, I recognize the ball. Okay, behind you. Good. And we have Cindy Zhang, former Senior Director of Global Food Safety Risk Management, McDonald's Corporation. Cindy, right? Join me on stage. Both Cindy and Yves are highly respected experts in the field of food safety, and I'm sure you will lead this session to great success, and looking forward to be part of the panel later.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, session, I know it is the last one before end of the day. So what we're going to do is Yves going to join us. He's going to give an introduction to our speaker. First speaker is Dr. Liu. Professor Liu is with Hong Kong Baptist University. So Yves gonna give an introduction to Professor Liu and remarks to the session first, opening remarks.
Okay.
And I'll give it to Yves first.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me? Good afternoon, Dave. Good afternoon, everyone. I should say, So, I strongly regret that I am unable to be with you in person today. I was held up in Europe for budget reasons. Travel budget are tighter and tighter, you know that. In spite of that, I am honored and super excited to be sharing this session with Cindy. Because since the beginning, I am a fervent supporter of this conference and its outstanding contribution to improving food safety in China and in your dynamic Asian region. So let's get started. Let me briefly set the scene for this session, which will take place in two parts. So, food security and safety in a fragmented world is a complex challenge. Global and persistent geopolitical tensions, embargo, natural disaster, pandemics, economic and environmental factors can have a highly harmful impact on the society and can disrupt supply chain and access to food. So let's face it, we are certainly going through one of the most dangerous periods in our history. So to address this, food stakeholders must prioritize international cooperation and must be united in their action, commitment and plans for a better, brighter future where no one is left behind. This plenary session brings together food experts from different parts of the world is a beacon of hope in an increasing divide and fragile world. It's important for all of us to work together hand in hand to create resilient food systems that can withstand fragmentation and ensure everyone has access to safe and nutritious food. So this panel of experts will be sharing with you their ways to tackle the food security and safety issue in this context. They will be demonstrating how collaboration, innovation, education are crucial to make things happen. So, we will approaching the subject from different angles. To begin with, Terence will be talking about non-target detection of food adulteration using artificial intelligence and big data-enabled collaborators, or in simple words, how collaborative research and innovation can be used to meet the current needs of industry and ultimately the consumer needs. Terence Low, interim chief innovation officer, Hong Kong Baptist University, and chairman of Food Safety Consortium. Terence has of experience on development and commercialization of innovative technological products. He has been serving a number of governmental and operational committees. He has been appointed 10-year advisor of a food safety project in China led by the United Nations. Professor Low has also been awarded the International Leadership Award by the International Association for Food Protection in the United States in recognition of his contribution to food safety. So, Terence, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Eve, for a very warm introduction, and also thank you, Cindy, to chairing this section. I'm very honored to have a chance to come here again to see all of our friends physically, because last 2 years most of us participate in the conference through Zoom, so it's quite excited. So today what I'm trying to share is the projects that we have been carried out a couple of years ago with the help of a lot of industry partners and trying to come up with a non-target detection for food adulteration using AI and big data. I'm from Hong Kong Baptist University and also heading the Food Safety Consortium, trying to build platforms for collaboration among all stakeholders. But some of you may know that I was with other universities before, so allow me to introduce a little bit about Baptist University, why we do food safety. Well, as a Hong Kong public university, one of the public universities, we are relatively smaller comparing to other comprehensive universities, but we have some unique discipline like School of Chinese Medicine. As a matter of fact, we are the only appointed operator new hospital built by the government, but Baptist University will be the operator for these hospitals. We also have other disciplines like science, arts, and we do have 2 campuses apart from the one in Hong Kong. We have another one in Zhuhai, much bigger in terms of size, 1,000 hectares of land. And in Zhuhai, we have a discipline, food science and technology. So we have laboratory students and researchers working on food sciences as well. And at our Hong Kong campus, we do have School of Chinese Medicine supporting the food-related work, because food, math always coming together. And nowadays, a lot of people talking about food, math homology. So as a medicine, you have to be safe. As food, you also have to be safe. So there are a lot of research ongoing in related to this discipline. And we also have a state key laboratory of environmental and biological analysis. This laboratory particularly working on dioxin and some other environmental toxins that related to our agriculture and food production. So going back to our topics today, we talk about food fraud and food adulteration. I think most of you know very well on these topics. These are some of the commodities, top 10 commodities, which are usually being fraud or adulterated, either economically driven or intentional or non-intentional. But the point is that all these kind of fraud or adulteration can happen in any stage of food production. So it's not easy to find it out. From farm to fork, from growing to your table, there are too many opportunities for people to make fraud on it. So I think you still remember some of the significant cases, the honey cases, Parmesan cheese, olive oil in the past year, horse meat candle, and in China, of course, we all know very well about the melamine. But I would say that should not have any melamine issue right now because we know how to test it. Every milk company, they test for melamine. So in their process of making milk, melamine is one of the major target to be tested, and we will not allow any melamine happens before. But the challenge is what next? What we don't know, we don't know. So we do not know how to test them. So because most of the tests right now are target-oriented, and the previous unknown adulterant are designed to evade existing target testing method. So if we do not know what kind of target we are testing, we do not know what kind of adulterant we may have in the future, it's very difficult to test. Of course, you can try, but it's not practical and very costly. So no industry will do that. Either they think that there may have something happens in the processing chain. So it's really a burden for not just industry, but also regulatory parties. So what we were trying to do a couple of years ago, we talked to a number of industry experts. Eve is one of them, gave us a lot of advices. We tried to develop a non-target approach for detecting unknown adulterant. Well, unknown, so how you can do that? Of course, we may not be able to precisely test the adulterant, what it is, but we're trying to make use of the data that we have to come up with a collaborative database to allow us to be alerted if there is anything different from the production, from the previous quality products. So we take out all the historical data to come up with a database. We look at the data, we will say that we look at the data where we do not used to use. We look at those data that we usually discard. We try to take out something out of the data. For example, in the profile, the GCMS detection, you are looking at specific time point, a specific location, but we also cover all other time points, all other information. We try to grab all data from the manufacturing processes to come up with a collaborative database, and then industry can use it to see whether there is any difference from all previous manufacturing processes to identify if there's any potentially adulteration happen. And we, of course, we get started with the infrared profile, but we're also working with the mass spec profile, GC profile. It's a collaborative project between our university and also industry because we need real data. Only industry got real data. We do not, artificially construct data from our laboratory. It would be no use. So we work together with the non-group, with the support from Mr. Yves Ray and also Mo Niu in past year, and also with the Oracle for the support of on the databases. And a lot of discussion. We really need to take out everything. That's something that they think that no use. We also need them. We now also collect them. So we thank very much about their trust and also their collaboration to take out all information from the whole manufacturing process, no matter they think it's useless or not really related, and we gather all the information together. We have meetings in Hong Kong, in mainland China, in France, in Inner Mongolia, in the lab, outside labs, and then we spend almost 2 years to study the whole things and gather all the information that we think are useful. Of course, some of them finally is not very useful, but we still need them because you do not know at the end of the day. So what we do is to get the raw data from the testing. We build controls to validate the data. We come up with a database, and we need to clean the data because there are a lot of noises. A lot of people understand when we work on big data, we always know that what is garbage in, garbage out. So we need to set a standard to verify the data, to clean the data, and to transform the data into a common format that we can compare in the future. That is very important. Otherwise, you will not be able to find anything different because they are all on a different baseline. So we need to transform and integrate. We call it collaborated databases, and continue feeding the data. At the same time, we build the agriform. That's what we call supervised learning. What a lot of people talk about AI is really not generative AI. We based on big data to come up with machine learning agriform, and based on supervised learning to come up with a useful software agriform to allow us to know what exactly it is. AI, to my knowledge or to my definition, a little bit different, even though a lot of people talk about AI, it's not really artificial intelligence, but they can learn from data analytics. They can learn when there are data coming in. So at the end, different machine learning model based on different big data analytic models, and the most importantly, we're based on data we collected. Then we try to come up with an alerting system for the industry to use. And we tested with different samples, some real, some not real. Of course, at the early stage, we construct artificial samples. And then we also ask our collaborators to come up with different frauds to allow us to see whether we can see that in the manufacturing process. So we partner with the manufacturing company to look at different adulterants, or some of them we do not even know, and how long that they put on bench, and how the milk will be changed. We do not know at the first beginning, and then we pass through the program and see whether we can find them out. And found out very, very sensitive. Of course, it's not 99.9 or something, but it's more than 90% accurate so far from the adulterants that we encounter. But of course, we do not know what we do not know. Well, we don't know what next, but I think this system can provide us a safeguard to something that we may not, or we may encounter in the future. And you see, by comparing with some of the standard testing methods laid down by GP, we are even more sensitive. We can achieve a very, very low detection limit to some of the adulterant that's supposed not to be present in raw milk. And apart from the adulteration, we can even see the seasonal variation of samples, and also based on the annual changes and seasonal changes. So we immediately think about this system can extend it to the quality control of production. So not just food safety, but food quality management on the food products that we are trying to produce. And well, finally, you can see the score. And of course, we encourage every year after the manufacturing community collect the data, they fit in the database again. So the database will be more powerful and powerful. And one day, what I would like to see, the scenario is that all companies, they pool their database together. Then the accruing power and the analytical power will be tremendously increased. So that would be the future goal that we may share, because we always talk about food safety, no competition. I would like to see the scenario that all companies, they can share the data for the same purpose to avoid any adulterants. So this is what we have done in the past year. And actually, all information, all agriform, all approach has been published early this year in scientific report. And you can look at the papers and see how we can do that. Of course, no raw data, because all data, I would like to remind, all data belongs to our partners company. We are not disclosing any raw data in this report. So we make, one of the very important criteria for companies, confidentiality, feasible. So we do not need raw data in the database. Once we come up with the agriform, we can use the agriform to assess your future product. So in summary, we attempt to, while we're still working, but we come up with a very good prototype. We work out an alerting system that enables non-target detection of food adulterant using AI and big data analytics, mainly machine learning, and very, very sensitive. And the key point is that industry, they do not do extra testing. I think this is a major concern. If you add one more testing to industry, they feel frustrated because they need to put a lot more equipment, they need spend a lot of money, pay a lot of consumable for the testing. This system does not cost any penny when you establish. You do not really need to do anything. What you need to do is just fit in your normal data, your normal testing data into the database. The database will come up with the result if they found something weird, something very different from before. And further, based on those results, you can further characterize what kind of adulterants may be in your product. So I think it may help industry and regulatory authority to implement food surveillance to ensure food safety and security cost effectively. I think this is one of the major consideration for most of the industry. What we are trying to do, we're trying to extend it to cover other commodity, not just milk. We're working on honey and spice and other commodities that may usually be tainted, like juice. So we believe it could be extended to many other commodities and potentially to be used to monitor not just the safety, but also the quality of the food produced by the company. And we're now also trying to launch it through a website. We established a website called AI Safe Food. But of course, we need to have a discussion because it's a very, very primitive prototype. But if you have data that could be used for assessing the food safety issue, then we are happy to incorporate into the database, see how it goes. Of course, I do believe that I should have some sort of machine learning, agri-farm building involved, but I think the prototype works very well. So the last point I would like to mention, this project, I'm from university, I'm academia, this project demonstrates very successful collaboration between industry and university. Without industry, we can do nothing. Without their data, what we do just, on papers, is not really practical. So we thank very much Moniu and Danone for the support, for the trust to work on this project. But very importantly, we got funding. University, one of the advantages that we can get the funding to roll out the project. The majority of the funding, over 5 million Hong Kong dollars, actually is provided by the Hong Kong government. And we work together and we have industry support and we have data support, but we can have Hong Kong government support to provide funding for the work. And there is one scheme just coming up, early last month, early October. Hong Kong government is rolling out a 10 billion funding scheme, and each project could up to 100 million Hong Kong dollars. That's approximately 12 million US dollars. It's a very, very good opportunity for industry and university in Hong Kong to collaborate to secure funding for the work. And the key is that we need to know what exactly industry is looking for, what exactly the current unmet need, what's the problem they are asking. And then we may be able to come up with a collaborative platform, not just our university, we can come up with other universities to work out the solution. So the final slide I'd like to share, we are also the operators for the manager for the Food Safety Consortium. Now we have 71 corporate members, and some of them has already approached us for some project. And I would encourage you to join if you are interested. And we can come up with some collaborative project all together or individually, and we can together to find some fundings and resources to come up with solution. What we're trying to achieve is the common goal to make our food safe for consumption, to make our food good quality for consumption. I think this is one of the objectives as academics in the university. We're not trying to make money. We can't make money anyway. But I think the key is how to leverage our knowledge to support the industry to grow, to ensure that we have a better life. And the final one that I'd like to mention, definition of FAO. So food map, we're going to have it, probably April and May next year, and we will keep you posted. And in the meantime, if you have any idea, any good suggestion, feel free to reach out to me or Food Safety Consortium. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Terence. Thank you, Terence, for your presentation. You clearly demonstrate.
Thank you very much, Terence, for your great presentation and sharing insights on this food fraud and also AI and potential applications and some real examples. I know this is kind of the last session of the day, right? I really applaud everybody to stay here until the end. So while people are bringing the chairs to the stage, I would encourage you maybe to stand up, give yourself a good pat at the back, and also introduce you to your neighbors. If you haven't met with your neighbors, maybe behind your row or right or to the left. So just take 3 minutes and say hello and meet another person. But in the same time, I would welcome all the panelists come to the stage so we can get ready for our discussion. Okay? Yeah. People are coming. All right, now we have all the panelists at least on the screen here. So let me maybe give a brief introduction to each of the panelists when they are coming to the stage here. Yeah, please, welcome.
I would like to thank Terence. He clearly demonstrates that collaboration between private and public with support from academic organizations can play an instrumental role in improving food safety. So let's move on to this panel discussion now. I would now like to hand over the floor to Cindy, who will lead the discussion. In fact, today we are fortunate to have on stage one of the world's brightest and most influential leaders in the field of safety and food security, who needs no further introduction. Cindy will lead the debate on stage. I once said, Cindy is the Greek god Midas of food safety. She turns everything she touches into gold when it comes to food safety initiative. Let's get started, sit back, relax, and enjoy the session. We are taking off now. Cindy, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Yves. Really appreciate it, your kind words. And let me welcome again all the panelists to please come to the stage. And we have Catherine Francois is on the screen here with us. She is based in France, and due to this family challenges, and she could not be here with us, but she's really committed and stay online with us and participating in the discussion today. She also has a couple of slides as well, right? She already sent it over. And also Catherine going to be participating in tomorrow's session on food safety culture as well. Tomorrow afternoon, the session M. So I welcome you to join at that time. So without further ado, and thank you so much for your patience, and then I hope you have met some new friends during the break. Let's get started. So let me, first of all, how we're going to construct this panel discussion is that I will give a very brief introduction of our panelists. They are really esteemed panelists from around the world, and I like to give them just a few minutes, even though you can read their bio in the program. Then I will give each panelist like 3 minutes to give an overview about their perspective on food safety leadership and innovation in today's VUCA world, which is an uncertain, vulnerable, right, complex world. And then I will give some questions for each of the panelists and give a further discussion. Okay, this is the setup. And I hope you will engage. Also, you're more than welcome to ask any questions or provide comment. You can just raise hand. I will take it from here. I want to assure you one thing. As a moderator, I always love to engage the audience. And I have an advantage here. I can speak English and also Chinese. You can just, feel free to speak your own mother tongue, and I'll be able to translate, in addition to the translators behind the scenes, okay? So let's get started. And I'm not going to talk about Yves anymore. Yves is very well known, everybody knows, and he's our moderator, and I'm really feel honored to do this with him. He's, even though in Chamonix, it's beautiful, beautiful place there. And Bob Reinhardt, who's sitting on the very left hand here, he is a Senior Vice President of Food Safety, Quality, Regulatory Affairs, and Business Development with Conagra Foods. So he has a very well recognized experience, over 30 years experience with the food industry, and very extensively, and has a scientific background. He got his PhD recently in 2019. And so you can ask him after the session on what he has done with his PhD dissertation. It's very interesting. So you can read bios on page number 49 to 52. And Tom Hallett. So everybody now met with Tom, right? He's the MC for today's whole day session. And he's a German by nature, but he's kind of forgetting about how to speak in German, right? And he served as a secretarian with the with WHO, the Alimentarius, Codex Alimentarius. If any of you have known Codex, like the Codex GMP standards around the world and many other standards, Tom has been a strong believer, and then also a collaboration, engagement with industry, engagement with academia, engagement with government, of course. And so he also has a lot of fun stuff behind the scenes. You can ask him. I'm not going to review it here. He's really a great person, and knowing him for many years. So he served on many organizations in addition to his regular job. He's recently just changed job title, but I'm not going to read that. And he's involved in International Advisory Board of the Chinese Center for Food Risk Management. And then go to Professor Luo, who's really very well known in China. Professor Luo, who is a professor at China Agricultural University and also Beijing Gongshang Daxue. I don't know how to translate, so I just kind of cut corners right now. Beijing Technology and Business University. And he is very committed to food safety, sustainability, and agriculture, and also nutrition. He's been speaking in many occasions, and he has publications, like over 200 publications or probably more, in internationally recognized journal and also in China as well. In 2011, Professor Luo also participated in writing the state to help China in a State Council of Food Safety Supervision System reform plan. So he's very engaged in the policy making, even though he's academia, and he's very engaged with the industry and helping industry and also consumer in understanding some food safety related challenges over the years. So thank you for being here. He's a really busy person. That's why you haven't seen him this morning. He had another meeting. And then Professor Liu, I'm not going to reintroduce you to the audience, as everybody already know. Catherine on the screen. Catherine, she also has a MBA. And but she has been involved in food safety since 2004 as an executive director of GFSI, Global Food Safety Initiatives. So he was with the GFSI for over a decade, and leading that charge, and made a huge change in international collaboration on food safety practices and standards. We really thank her for her expertise on that, and she recently joined NSF, which is a National Sanitation Foundation in the US, leading the consulting arm on food safety and compliance, and also regulatory affairs globally. And she will give more remarks later here. And then we have the last but not the least, we already met with Boris. who already gave a presentation this morning talking about Mars Food Safety Center. It was a very comprehensive review on Mars, their commitment and their execution and their insights on food safety and also connection with other things, right? Sustainability and many other aspects. So he has a master's degree and also PhD in chemistry from Russian Academy of Science and Moscow State University. So he can speak Russian fluently, of course. And also he's been in a leadership position in various organizations in innovation and R&D. So we have esteemed panelists here to start our discussion. So let me start here first. Let's ask Professor Luo. If you can give us 3 minutes overview about your perspective in terms of food safety leadership and innovation for the next 3 to 5 years.
Well, it's good questions, and it's a very challenging question as well. But as you know, there is a lot of technologies nowadays, and it's whenever the good technology has been adopted it's innovated, it's been adopted to the food safety. Like now, we say the digital technology is widely used in the food safety, and also like AI technologies. And in the future, we think there is a lot of technologies that can be adopted as well. We were eager to see and what the technology has been innovated to this world. But for at current, there is a lot of new measures for the food, the measures of the technologies being used to the food safety, like toxin, agriculture inputs like the pesticides, this sort of, which is reduce the risk of the food safety problems. And I think it's also now the mediums is new technology using medium for the education to the customers or all the peoples to know the technologies, to know the knowledges of food safety, and be able to, for the people has a good relevant thinking, sensible thinking for the food safety issues. So I think in the future the technology will be widely used, will be deeply, I think, affect the food safety. So we will see, and we look forward for the new technology being used.
Thank you, Professor Luo. So next, let's hear from Terence. Anything you would like to add in addition to what the presentation you have done, in terms of insights into food safety leadership and innovation?
Right. Hello. Yeah, well, we share similar thoughts with Professor Luo. We are from academia. We embrace technology. So I think technology is one of the very fascinating we can make use of. But I would like to add a little bit, the world is very dynamic. We are full of challenges. We do not know what's going to happen tomorrow. Of course, we are on the track on a lot of things, but we still need to prepare for something that we do not know. So what I urge, through the past years, similar concepts to encourage collaboration. I think we have to be open-minded to share more, to collaborate more. Even in terms of technology, there are a lot of technology that our food scientists may not be used to use them, or may not very well aware or very familiar with. But with the collaboration, we can bring in other experts in other domains. And some of my background is related to medicine. So a lot of medical technology has already been used very, very effectively. in medicine, in human healthcare. So maybe some of the technology we can borrow, but the key is that we have to be open-minded, we have to be collaborative, to try to bring different stakeholders, even among the industry itself. I think there are a lot of good things that we can do. So I think this is one of the direction that I encourage in the next couple of years, actually in the future. Collaboration will be one of the key elements to secure us on the safe food. So that's what I'd like to add. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Terence. Let's get probably the slides ready for Catherine. Catherine will be speaking as the next. So, well, before Catherine speaks, let me get to Tom. So, Tom, if you can give a few minutes overview on leadership, as you're really seeing so many different countries in terms of your Codex work and FAO work. What do you think about the food safety leadership and innovation in the future?
Thanks, Cindy. Thanks a lot. Also, very difficult question, obviously. And I was thinking of some of the things that were said this morning. For example, the burden is there, the burden of food safety, foodborne diseases. It is unequally distributed in the world as well. So one of my hopes is actually that through the collaboration and through the technology, the countries who are behind at this moment can jump one level, as we have had also in mobile communications and so on, that they can move ahead. And obviously, we don't know. The present international situation is very volatile, so to speak. We don't know what's going to happen. But it is my hope that at least on the technological level, there will be continued cooperation so that we can get these systems that, like Terence was talking about, that they can help us to reduce the complexity that food safety issues bring with themselves. Because also this morning we said, well, we repeat the same mistakes, right, in food safety sometimes. So why do we repeat the same mistakes? We don't do the same in airplanes, for example. Airplanes, there's an issue, we fix it, the next generation of planes doesn't have that problem anymore. But on the other hand, in food safety, we still seem to have the same problems. So we need education, we need the technology, we need to reduce the complexity. And we hope that the artificial intelligence systems can deal with that. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Tom. So Catherine, are you ready to provide your perspective here?
Yeah. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you very well.
Yeah, you can hear me? Perfect. Hi, everybody, and apologies that I couldn't be with you in person today. I think, Cindy, to answer your question and to maybe build on what some of the other panelists have just spoken about, looking at food safety leadership in a VUCA world, we have to have resilience, I think, first and foremost, before we can even think about innovation. We need to think about trying to anticipate sort of market conditions, regulation policies, and we need to have in place, I think, really strong strategic and financial planning to be able to anticipate future innovation. And we actually did a study, the readiness of the food industry to really embrace technology and innovation. And I think a lot of businesses are very far away from having the level of investment and just the finances that are required really to be able to embrace this new sort of technology-driven world. From an operational resilience, obviously we need to try to assess risk. We need to get much better at that, and technology can definitely help us to get there. But the other thing that I would also say around technology is that we actually need a common language. We need to make sure that data is really interoperable and that we are really collaborating as a food industry together with government, with NGOs, with all of the different key stakeholders to make sure that we have this common language, this common potential for exchange of data, to really get a lot more transparency on the way that we can anticipate and manage risk in the future. And I guess the last thing I would say on that one is that we're probably quite far away from this sort of innovation piece right now, but it will be critical to try to understand how we can better manage food safety in the future. But I also think, and I want to underline that as well, that we shouldn't underestimate the fact that with more technology, with more transparency, we actually can see that a lot of those pathogens, food safety issues, challenges, the basics, if you like, are still there. They haven't gone away, and we still need to make sure that we're focusing on fixing that before we start looking at the future and looking at innovation.
Thank you, Catherine. So let's go to Boris.
Yeah, thank you, and great to be here indeed and discuss this very concerning topic. I mean, it was already mentioned multiple times that if it's not safe, it is not food. This is our mantra and what we have as a vision at Mars as well. And apparently nowadays in this kind of VUCA world, as you mentioned, right, then we see geopolitical tension, we see inflations across the board. There might be at some point, there will be some sort of tactical desire to isolate, like to move some of the supply chains, localize, and then to protect that kind of different markets. While at the same time, to some point, like we actually know some changes are coming, right? So the climate change is happening as we speak. At the same time, we know that, for example, food fraud will be all the time there, especially with inflation rise. And if you have the tendency to move some of the supply chain closer to yourself, then it will drive another inflation. And in other part of the supply chain, what will happen that will invest supply chain will start degrade. In all of the efforts we've done in building the capabilities and resilience in supply chain might disappear. So it's very, very important at the moment to act on the multiple fronts, right? In Mars, we definitely saw, and that's what I shared earlier, so mycotoxin is clearly the issue which we anticipate, and it might affect even the novel foods which we discussed later today, right? At the same time, food fraud is somewhere where we need to bring novel technologies, novel methods, AI clearly, and the last but not least is microbial outbreaks, right? So that's a clarity where, I mean, the problem is very clear where we need to act all together on multiple fronts across multiple supply chains, because the supply chains are global. They don't have flags, they don't have borders, they don't have brands. We all need to make sure that we make food supply chains and then food available to everyone. And clearly the way how we need to address it is via areas of innovation, and then it mentioned about AI. I would pronounce once again, like genomics is clearly helping, and it will transform the way how we manage outbreaks. Last but not least is innovations in the area of genomics, transform the way how we predict risks as well. While besides innovation is also important, as was mentioned, to share data and making sure that they're accessible between all of us so that we are able to build novel models. And last but not least, and I keep reminding that because, I mean, I've been to Indonesia and was helping local team to build the knowledge and capabilities in basic microbial, for example, capabilities, right? So importance of learning, importance of access to learning and training is never as important as now, right? So it's very critical for us to keep educating the supply chains and not to withdraw our investments which we've done as a private enterprise, as the NGOs, as authorities, as government, and so on. So let's continue because the food safety doesn't have borders, right? And no one entity can address it alone. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Boris. Now we get to Bob, with your experience not only in the food safety as a technical expert, but also as a business leader. So if you can give some insights on food safety leadership and innovation in the future.
Sure, thank you, Cindy. I'm really glad to be here with all the distinguished panelists. I think I'm going to give just a couple points, and I'm going to let the discussion naturally develop. And the first is science and technology. And science is about learning and knowing, and technology is about doing. And we're at a place where science and technology, knowing and doing, are moving rapidly. And they're rapidly evolving, sometimes doing before knowing. And that puts unique perspective and challenges on us in the food safety realm. But it also doesn't mean that that technology is not the appropriate way to go. And sometimes on the science side, we have to catch up. The other point I want to make is something that I learned a long time ago from a mentor, and he told me to never confuse your efforts with your results. And if we sit here on the food safety side and we look at results, successes. It's very hard sometimes when you're down in anything to step back and see what's happening holistically from a higher level. But food safety is one of those things that the world has come together and really tried to address as one. Finally, I want to note the most important thing about what we do and about humanity, and that would be that eating events are, in every culture, majorly emotional and personal, and they're about what we do and how we celebrate everywhere in the world, anywhere I go. When we do make food for other people, it is them giving us trust and love and expecting us to give that back. That is what we do in this industry and in these professions. I look forward to hearing about where we go and where we go with leadership, but this is really about what do we see in humanity, how do we make it better for all, and it comes together through food and consumption of our food products we produce.
Thank you, Bob. That's a very good perspective, and as kind of really summarizing what all the panelists have talked about as well. So before we get to the pre-prepared questions, I'd like to see if audience, anybody has a question to the panelists. Anyone has a question or comment? Anyone? Any hands, or I may missed? Okay, maybe you're thinking about any questions you may have to any of the panelists, or just to all the panelists, okay? As you're thinking about, maybe I will get started in asking some further questions, okay? First, I would like to ask Catherine. And Catherine is also, as I mentioned, she is also leading a consulting arm of NSF in food safety and regulatory affairs. So as we know, Catherine, I can tell you, you probably cannot see the audience here. We have probably like 600 people still in the audience. Okay, this morning was more. Right? Am I right? Huh? Am I right? All food safety leaders? And in different capacities, and then some are maybe junior, some are more senior, even though they're in academia, industry, and government. So in terms of looking into the food safety leadership, on human resources side, as a people manager, what are the traits people should look at, or how people can improve their leadership skills to get ready in stepping into another level in their organization in food safety and quality? Can you comment?
Yes, of course. I think there are many ways that individuals can really sort of create a personal development plan and a personal journey if they want to grow and evolve within their existing business or even with a new business. I think in the food safety world, I think we learn by doing. I think we learn from our peers, and we learn from the culture that we're working in. And what I would say is that it's probably really, really important for a lot of the juniors that are coming into our business today to have mentors, to have those senior experts that they can learn from, that they can look to ask questions and to really be able to grow on a personal level. I think we all know we're facing a major brain drain, if I can call it that, in the food safety world. We have a lot of senior experts that are moving towards retirement, and we're also struggling, I think, globally to encourage a lot of younger people to come into the food safety world, the technical world. And I guess that one of the questions is, how do we make this a little bit more attractive? How do we create a little bit of sexiness, I guess, around food safety, and how do we encourage and really, I think, build awareness at a very young level for individuals to get interested in science, for individuals to learn more about the different options that are available. I think the whole quality food safety world is doing an amazing job to keep the world's food supply chain safe. And how can we work more with academia and business to really collaborate and to really spend more time with younger people to really make available the options that we have available in the food safety world. So I think that that's one thing. It's really the sort of linkage between business and schools. So through education at that level, how do we make more courses available for individuals at a sort of academic level? And that varies really very much around the world. And then obviously there's the ongoing training, which can take place in different businesses. I think looking at data, there's been an uptake in individual personal training since the pandemic, which is hopefully a good thing. But then individuals need to be able to apply that training in the workplace, and they need to be coached and guided to do the right thing. So lots of things that we can do to help individuals, and I think it's really the responsibility of all of us to make sure that people are learning and growing every day.
Thank you, Catherine. I see a lot of people are taking notes here as well. So especially for people who are eager to develop themselves, right? There's some nuggets to take away from Catherine's comment. Any questions from the audience? I just want to make sure I'm not missing anybody in the audience who wants to have a question. Anyone? Some hands there, or anybody wants to speak up or not? Okay. All right. So let's go to the next one here, to Boris. In the current global collaboration and global challenges, right, from inflation and war and economy and then supply chain disruptions, so geopolitical tension, and the business bottom line is really clearly getting challenged, right? Not only here, but also globally, right? In many countries, Western countries, Eastern countries, everywhere. So how would a food safety or food business, how would a food business still focus on food safety and also sustainable growth while reducing carbon footprint and waste?
Wow, that's a challenging question, actually. so it will take probably another hour to explain everything what we do at Mars. But I mean, I would start maybe from one small number here. Just from 2015, like maybe it's a rhetorical question, don't need to answer, but I'll answer it myself. But do you know how much Mars grew over the last 8 years, just approximately? So the answer would be 60%. So we become like more than 1.5 bigger over the last 8 years. And would you guess how much more greenhouse emission we kind of contributed to over those during this growth? So apparently it's -8%. So we managed to reduce greenhouse emission while we were growing more than 60% over the last 8 years. And I think what is important here is to keep intentional approach here. So we had launched not long ago, but actually like around 9 years ago, our plan called Sustainability in Generation. And then we kind of keep our tangible action every single day together with our production folks, together with commercial and running the business in a sustainable way. And actually now we are proud to say that in this year, actually, we kind of announced our commitment for net zero, because actually sustainability is not only about greenhouse effect, it's also about the waste we generate over supply chain. And apparently food safety is also part of this story, right? Like we take an example today, which because of the mycotoxin, there is a significant portion of crop got lost, right? And it actually goes to another supply chains which are more vulnerable and might end up in the plate of some vulnerable communities. So that's why we have this ambition and target to reduce our kind of waste to zero by 2050. And what I would say as well, the sustainability is not the bottom line problem. So actually is the problem, it's opportunity, not a problem, because it can bring additional growth and can bring additional value to the top line and to the bottom line. So we see all the innovations in a way how sustainable agriculture can be done, right? Regenerative agriculture. We see progress in renewable energy, in energy storage, and so many more. And beyond that, there is a product innovation. Now we see actually on our side that consumer demand sustainable products, right? So we launch in China, for example, packaging made of paper, which is way more sustainable than what we had with plastic in terms of the compostability. So we have different progress, and what I would say sustainability is not the threat to the bottom line, and we need to consider it a long-term opportunity, which actually can bring value to consumer, to the business, and definitely to the society. Thank you.
Thank you. That's excellent. Wow, 60% business increase, but minus 8% on the sustainability index, huh? In terms of the carbon footprint. Wow, that's great. So of course people are going to get online and to Google and to Baidu and to see how Mars did it, right? And or you can talk to Mars team. I know Mars has a lot of people here today, right? You have a big team here. If people can stand up, and then so if you want to learn more, and you can go to those people.
Where this army of Martians there?
Yeah,
20
where are
people.
the Martians? Can they stand up? All right. Can they stand up? Yeah, don't be shy. Stand up. Be proud, right? Proud of your company. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Boris. All right. Let's move on to the next panelist. Dr. Liu. Oh, we have two Dr. Lius, yeah. So Professor Liu from Lau, Professor Lau from Hong Kong Baptist University. In terms of innovation, so can you give some concrete directions or you see insights on what will be setting the future in terms of food safety leadership in the innovation area?
Well, to me, definitely a lot. But I think a lot of people right now are fascinating with big data, AI, machine learning. Definitely is one of the very powerful tools for us to explore. But how to make use of it effectively, I think it takes time. And I encourage, we talk more on how to make use of those tools to benefit our operation, our business, and our, to address our issue. And at the end of the day, I would like to, encourage you to think about what we need. I think asking a right question is very important. Don't be blind with technology. But what kind of methodology, what kind of innovation that can really benefit your needs? So I think the first thing is to ask ourselves, what would you like to solve? Just think about the salmonella issue. We have salmonella issue all over the world. But what we would like to deal with that and how we could, make use of the current technology or future technology or emerging technology to address some of the problems. So we really need to know the loopholes and also the problem that we like to tackle. And apart from AI and data analytics, there are many others, in terms of chemical analytics. Many people mention about next generation sequencing, biochemical, biotechnological inventions and innovation. They all be good. So what we could do, I think we can encourage more exchange among industry, with academia, or even with the government. What approach that could be used, what kind of multidisciplinary blending would be good for all of us. So I think we may not just restrict to one or two of the technology, but of course, I think, a lot of people, they are really crazy about AI. Well, no doubt, no problem to go for it. And but of course, we need to know what kind of problem that we'd like to solve, what kind of AI with really big field and really big, topics, what kind of, agri-forms or what kind of technology you're looking for, a analytic or really an agri-form, or what kind of infrastructure you may require. So I think this is some of the direction that we could move on. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Luo. Well, let's see. Any questions from the audience? Still no? No hands? Oh, yes. All right. Okay, let's get the mic there. Thank you for raising your hand. Great.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you giving me this, the opportunity to ask the question. So to be honest, I have two questions. And one is, I just curious, and based on you all, food safety management related perspective, and what's the top 3 related challenge in your mind? So this is the first one. And the second question, and think about, 10 years later, and what's the biggest change in your perspective, talking about the future food safety management? Thank you.
Wow, thank you. Thank you for your question. Let's go one question at a time. The first one, right, talking about what's the top 3 food safety leadership challenges in your organization. Let's go start fast, wrap.
Well,
top 3.
Okay. I wonder if this is really a top 3. For my point of view, first is the regulations, how the regulations be effectively handled, to be used for management the food safety. And secondly is I think is a standard. It's how the good standard could be used for management of the food safety. And another one, of course, is important is new technology. So this 3, I think, is a top 3 issues for us to improve our food safety, give the good resolution of the food safety.
Okay, great. Next one, top 3 in your organization.
Make it very short. Cindy knows very well about this food safety culture. Very important. I think this is one of the issues that we need to continuously working on. Microbiological issue we haven't solved. As I mentioned, salmonella is still around. And also a lot of emerging, adulteration and authentication. I think is also one of the key issues that we may need to deal with.
Okay, Tom, what are the top 3 challenges?
So for once, I may be talking about my ex-job.
Yeah, doesn't matter.
One, I would say if political considerations take precedence over science and experience. Second, well, finding a consensus in a more and more diversified world. And I had a third, but I forgot about it, so I
That's okay. When you remember, and you can come back.
No, I think it's very common for private enterprise, and I wouldn't say it's a challenge, it's ongoing opportunity, because like food safety culture, as was mentioned, is the top priority everywhere, and it's important to keep this on a high bar must be kept all the time, regardless which region you are in, regardless what type of rotation and talent changes you have. So I think the food safety culture is the foundation for everything. And then other maybe more like lagging towards the food safety culture. So I would stay with one if you don't mind. But
that's okay.
Very quickly, I've only been at ConAgra since April, so I'll make a more general statement based on my career. The first is communication, the second is listening, and the third is learning. And those 3 challenges get in the way of a lot of things. They get in the way of food safety and food safety success, in my experience.
Excellent. There's nothing wrong or right answer, right? Different perspective. I think it gives you some nuggets you can bring home. Well, let's give it to Catherine. What are the top 3 food safety challenges in the leadership?
Can I have 5?
Oh, you can have 5. All right. Yeah, you're gonna give extra ones to Tom. Good.
So I was just making some quick notes, and I guess what we see across our customer base, which is truly global, usually the first one I would say is around people. So it's workplace stability, and I think to echo some of my colleagues on the stage there, food safety culture, and how do you create the right environment for workplace stability. Supply chain security is definitely a big one. How do we manage that, and how do we assure safety along the supply chain to deliver enough food in the world to growing populations? The impact of climate change on food safety, so definitely a big one. How do we anticipate the impact, and how do we manage to assure food supply? Evolving consumer demands, I think the move towards plant-based food, organics, etc., is a big challenge, and how do we manage that from a safety or regulatory perspective? And then water scarcity. I think water management in general, responsibility around water, trying to understand the impact of water as an ingredient, water required for agriculture, and just even safe drinking water is a basic necessity. So those are, I think, the 5 big ones that we see within our customers today.
All right. Thank you, Catherine. Thank you so much for bringing the question up. And I know there's you can tell me if I rephrase it correctly or not. Okay. So the second question is AI, right? Everybody's talking about AI. Now AI is in the implementation for the next 10 years. So what you would predict going to see the food safety? Am I correct? Okay, yeah. So can you imagine? You've been talking about AI. You heard about AI, and what would you see differently? Like when people are using AI, and 10 years from now, what's gonna be different in the food safety world? I can
go first. I mean, obviously, like AI is very heavy loaded word, right? So we discussed multiple AI even during today's presentation. You have like something what you deploy for analytical method to make non-targeted techniques which help with food fraud, and then it enhance traditional kind of methods in analytical chemistry. At the same time, AI is applied in risk prediction based on microbial data or on meta-genomics data like in microbiome. So all of that is coming. In addition to that, like deep learning is also helping us to build new online and inline technology to detect quality and food safety issues while we are producing or while we're receiving raw materials. And then we have those fancy AI which appeared on the news, probably because of that particular news. Now we have all of this AI discussion at the moment with large language models, which are kind of making us feel that generative AI is actually behind the corner. And that's something which can bring as well a novel way how we do, I don't know, audits, how we connect data lakes. Like if you worked, I mean, all of us worked in different part of the business or enterprise, and you have different databases. And then in the end, you can just type a small chat node to the chat GPT, whatever, and then it links all the database and tagging that automatically, so you don't need to have that. So obviously it brings a significant acceleration to the digitalization. While if I would say as well, like, I don't think ChatGPT 10 will address all the food safety issues, right? So that will probably not happen. And it's clear to us that, I mean, people will continue loading the trucks in, I don't know, in the developing regions. It will be continuation of production done by people in some way or another. And some basic things like need for food safety culture, need for food safety culture to account and be agile enough, that will not disappear. I think there will be some fancy new things how we address food safety risks, but unless we all become like unless ChatGPT 10 become more capable than what we do, that probably like we will stay with the problems we have and become better just by technologies which are enabled by AI. So that's sort of my reflection while I'm giving time for people to prepare their answer.
All right, thank you.
So the first thing, we've a lot of talking about AI, and you know, large language model and generative AI is here now. I have people on my team using it every day, looking at data and making decisions. I used it myself to develop a 3-year strategic plan based on looking at 12 years of data and anomalies within our data and where we wanted to go as an organization. So it is present, it is happening now, and it will change everything we do. I do believe that. Paradigm shift is going to be rapid, but there is a part of data and a part of AI that I want to make sure everybody pays attention to, and particularly if you're younger and you're coming up in this industry and you want to be a leader, AI does not make decisions. AI gives you information and data. Humans make decisions. AI will not replace human decision making. It is not where it's going to go, in my opinion. And I also believe it's important that you don't get in a situation where you are looking and saying things like, well, the data says. No, what do we say the data tells us, and what do we choose to do is the way to look at AI. But it will change our way we work and our complete paradigm. Because now I can look at end-to-end supply chain in real time and see every variance at every location and every transaction. And then it's a question of how do I handle that? What do I do with that information?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Bob. Anybody else wants?
Well, maybe.
Okay, Terence.
Thank you, Bob. In talking about the AI, human make the final decision. To me, that means it's not AI. Because what we talk about AI is the computer make the decision, not human make a decision. So what we are doing right now, more or less, to be more exact, is digitization, to make data available for our users through all kind of devices, IoT. I think that will help us a lot in the next 10 years, like manufacturing processes, a lot of information we can gather. As a matter of fact, the more you play with the ChatGPT, you will find how inaccurate it is, how inappropriate it is. People are very fascinated at the beginning. ChatGPT seems that they can replace everything, but if you play around with that, you will see a lot of wrong directions that they are given to us. We take it wrongly, or all information that's generated by the, at the moment, I will not say maybe 10 years later, you will find a lot of difficulties, So I think we need to think about how we can, what we should use, but definitely data, digitalization, and all this kind of networking, IoT will change the manufacturing and also communication, the information gathering in food industry, I would say.
Thank you. Thank you, Terence. Professor
Well,
Law?
I just have one comment. I agree what the comments just now is made, but AI may not make decision for you. But however, AI, I think they will provide several choice to you to make a decision. So that's just different. And also, for the food safety issues in this point of view, I think AI in the future will replace many circumstances will replace the manpower. The man will make mistake, but the AI sometimes will not. They will not make mistake if there is everything. If everything is a systematic programmed is being.
So you're assuming AI is going to make a black and white decision, huh?
Yeah.
So we'll see, right? And Catherine, anything you want to add on? Thanks.
Yeah, I'd just like to maybe add to that. I think the people component for the interpretation of any data that's coming out of AI right now is going to be critical. We're actually using a tool right now within my organization to do horizon scanning, to look at a sort of early warning system, if you like, in relation to any upcoming food safety potential incidents, to also scan social media, to really understand if there are things that are happening out there that we need to react on, that we need to try to better anticipate, and also to look at regulation. And I think AI is a beautiful tool in the sense that it can provide a lot of transparency and a lot of data, but I do agree with my colleagues, it does need some interpretation from the human side, at least for the moment, and let's see how things evolve in the future.
Thank you, Catherine. But I really like to thank you for raising that question, and that make us to think, right? And even ChatGPT, data is not updated there. It's the most recent data was like end of 2021, I believe, September 2021. But also engaged, I know all the people here in the audience will be engaged in contributing to make ChatGPT better. Today, if you type in what is the what's the most, the critical piece of, what's the most challenging piece on food safety leadership in ChatGPT, they will give you top five things, okay? But before we go, we have to hear from Tom. Tom, you have broader view, global view, working with so many countries, and you always like to dream and stay pretty late, right? So what would you imagine 10 years from now with AI in the toolbox for us?
Okay, I was thinking of many different things, actually. I was thinking, again, of the job that I used to do. We used to write reports of meetings, right, in the Codex Secretary. I think ChatGPT will be, and whatever its successors, will be able to do that, right? There will still be the negotiation of the decision takers at the end if they agree with the report, but ChatGPT can do that, right? And probably much more. And if I think back to what science fiction writers imagined the year 2000 or the year 2020 to be, most of them got it wrong. Most of them didn't get the internet and they didn't get the mobile phones and so on as much as what we have now. So I would be very careful to stipulate what AI can do in 10 years, because ChatGPT has just basically appeared now, right? And I would be more on Terrence's side. I think decisions will be taken and will have to be taken by artificial intelligence, because it will be based on all the data. And it will very much depend on how the AI gets the data. And if it starts getting it automatically, then it will evolve. It's unstoppable.
Excellent. There's wisdom to share. Anybody else who wants to add on anything? I think with this panel, I know some of people, maybe you have a questions, wants to raise hand.
Cindy, I would like to add, that is the real AI. If Tom's, the scenario happens, that's the real AI.
All right. I know our time is up. I know some of you may want to have a question. Maybe you can come to the stage, later on and to talk to the panelists here. It's been a great pleasure for me to moderate, and with the Eves remotely to moderate this session. I think it really generates a lot of thinking. We need to be imaginary, right, to thinking ahead, but also we need to be realistic, to think about what we need to do today and how to build the future, and how, even with the food safety culture, we talked a lot about it this morning, right? Many panelists this morning talked about food safety culture, the importance of it. We have 2 sessions tomorrow on food safety culture. One is in the morning, session F, and one is in the afternoon, session M. So please feel free, or trying to schedule a time and to attend. We'll make it really fun there. And in the meantime, I'd like to thank all the panelists here. Thank you for your great participation and your thoughts and your sharing of your knowledge and with the audience. Let's give them a big applause of hand. And so before we close the session, I'd like to ask Tom if there's any reminders for tomorrow.
Thanks very much. I can do that from here. Yeah? So just be back at 9 a.m., right? We start at 9 tomorrow. And please, for now, remember to give back your headsets. So don't take them with you, but return them. That's all. Thanks very much. I think we had a great day. Now my jet lag is kicking in, finally, right?
Right, the bar is open, so now you can go. I think everyone can take a nuggets home, right? Take a couple of nuggets home in terms of from this session on food safety leadership, from broader view to a very specific area, from AIs and to some of the technologies and the innovation thinking and the connection with sustainability, and also Bob's famous saying, right? That science is learning or knowing, and then you have to what? Take action, right? Technology is talking about action. So in the business world, we're always thinking about what are the actions you will be taking when you get home, when you talk to your leadership, and also what are the leadership insights you gain from this plenary session today. And we are also open to your suggestions. Anything you want us to do better, talk to us afterwards. Thank you very much. Have a good evening, and see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock. And thanks Steve, and also thanks to Catherine to stay on with the remote access. And we really appreciate your presence. We have you on the big screen, so everybody can give them a big applause.